League championships continue as we move into our second round of the upper bracket. It's Villanova taking on RIT in a new face, or somewhat new face here in Flicked, at least in the Counter-Strike world of things. How you doing? Joining for our second day of League Champs.
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Now we're into the bracket play. Of course, we have a couple of teams to kick the day off who have faced each other about three times, I believe, in previous tournament. Of course, they have some things to settle out here. Villanova University, they've come out of out of the out of the three series they've played twice, coming out strong. Excuse me, there for a bit. But Rochester, they've won a series. They've taken a series to their name as well the last time they played around as well. So maybe there are some things here that these teams need to settle out, and this what better way to do it in the winners bracket.
Yep, winner's bracket is where we currently are. Loser of this plays Montana in our
Ooh.
following matchup. We'll take a look at our maps and figure out where we are indeed heading. Spoiler alert, map 1 is Inferno. It's RIT's map selection because they had the opportunity to bring it there. And I have to say, I'm a little interested to see how they can play this one. For the time being, it is them starting off on this T side, and pistol rounds going on. A bit of a tech issue in the background, hence the reason you don't see the screen. But spoiler alert, it's looking halfway decent, at least early on, for this RIT side.
Yeah, another interesting thing that I would like to mention is that I've mentioned that both of these teams have played against each other, and both of the times that they play that Noah ended up winning the series, they won Inferno as well. Once it was a 16-3 scoreline, the other time it was 16-12. So I'm surprised that Rochester Institute they've gone for an Inferno pick themselves. Vertigo that has gone the way of Noah as well. The last time they played it, the series that RIT won, they took Vertigo, but it was a forfeit, so I'm not really sure how they're looking to perform. So the map picks, I guess it sort of is favoring Villanova University, in my opinion.
Yeah, it works for them. Villanova starting off on the CT side and coming into things. RIT's attack has to look good, and pistol round was decent. They took B. They unfortunately gave it up over a pretty good retake for RIT or for Villanova, sorry, and that's how Villanova was quickly able to retake the site and eventually take the round victory for themselves. Now into our second round, it is a buy up for both teams. RIT with the bomb plant has some extra cash, so they bring Galils across the board.
Ooh, Prey spotted player earlier on and is going to play this rather safe, but that stupid stacked over towards Apps. Only one player from the terrorist lurking around. He is going to fall as two more of his teammates fall to the other end. Villanova already working with a three-man advantage, only not the legend and get wrecked remaining. They do not have a lot of map control to work with. Ooh, another one spotted. Gets tagged down to 11 HP, barely surviving that. I'm not sure if he will for long, but he does take one to his name and backs off to safety.
I don't think this is a round RIT has all that much of a shot in either. The swing from Cheney, one found by him. Looking for a follow-up now is Tyler. They will find it as well. And it is Villanova to complete back-to-back rounds, and a little bit of a safety net for them as well. Everybody retrieves either an M4 or a Galil, Internet the only one to pick up the latter of those two. And with RIT buying in the previous round, this is not really a bonus. They don't even have to purchase up all that much because RIT is fully saving. They should buy up, what, better pistols, maybe SMGs? Yeah, that's about the case. Frey will bring in an M4, though.
Doesn't really hurt. They are in a good spot, and they are probably looking to secure this round as well, considering the arsenal that they have to work with. And oh my goodness, the utility damage earlier onto RIT is massive. Get wrecked is going to return the favor, deals a bit of damage, but it's not enough to confirm the kill as two players for RIT have gone down. Make that three, scratch that. It's four now as Internet gets a 4K to his name. Not an ace though, as Risharam is going to be the one that provides the finisher.
Clean round and an important one for Villanova as well, making sure they don't lose anything. They didn't have to give up. Everybody has their weapon of choice other than Tyler, who honestly doesn't have to buy up. This is the real bonus round for Villanova, and they still have better weaponry. Again, M4s across the board, only a Galil and a Reshiram and an MP9 on Tyler. Yeah, RIT has AKs, but they had to fully invest. Look at their cash. It's basically gone. Villanova, however, with basically all the weapons they could ever want and maybe a little bit more, still has cash across the board. It's a full buy on the back end if they need it. Shutang, gets caught with timing. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find this kill. They will. That's an MP9 drop. The refrag potential. There's the kill back. Frey will back away. And an MP9 for an AK. Villanova will take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, Frey, though he did take a bit of damage, but as long as he's alive, he's good to deal damage as well. As the players of RIT, look to stack over towards Banana and possibly head towards a rush over there as well, as the flashes allow them to make some progress, gain some real estate, and Villanova eventually they will start to realize where the push is coming in. Although they only have two players to defend the site right now, the fake util coming in or towards A is going to keep the rest of the two at bay for the time being as well.
It looks good for RIT. The question is, can they actually finish on towards the site? Reshiram with their Galil and Internet's M4 both here. The new box Molotov is smoked off, so the aggression's still possibly there. And top second Oranges, Reshiram somehow doesn't win the fight, but Internet finds a single refrag. Nade does about 50 damage. They try to flash out and gain some control back, but they still need to find a follow-up kill. And with that Molotov landing, it forced them out in the open. A refrag's still there, though CT rotate is as quick as humanly possible. And Ningso now in a 1 versus 1 after finding a follow-up kill, but cannot drop Cheney. 22 health. The difference between Villanova's 4th and RIT just falling so short of their first.
Yeah, you have to give props to the two players that were holding down the B side, especially Internet. I believe it was the last one alive on within the B side. He held RIT just for long enough for the reinforcements to arrive, and after that, the bomb got dropped. It was a clean sweep for Villanova afterwards. Sure, a very close round and a good amount of damage dealt onto Villanova's economy as well, but still, they have enough to fully buy into this, and that is going to result in an op which provides the first kill. Villanova already a foot ahead as RIT. Their economy isn't looking too great either.
It's been better for RIT, but Villanova in that previous round, the fact that they lost 4 players, that's the main reason their cash is virtually gone. Aresharam buying in that up, everybody else other than Shaney having to rebuy full weaponry. Nice pop flash, get wrecked, gets wrecked. And Villanova find another follow-up kill. And RIT, they don't have all that much of a response to it. In all fairness, I wouldn't really expect them to have one in this round. It really is just Deagles, a Tech 9, and a few stagnated pistols. But you would like to see them do a little bit of damage and not allow Villanova to get as comfortable as they have been. Cheney will find the easiest kill of their collegiate career onto the Legend 45, who is unsuspecting of his position, and Tyler follows up onto MaxiCat, who is a sub for RIT, however, not a bad sub. They are casually face at level 10, 1 of 3 in the lobby
Oh,
as of right now.
I'm not sure if we can. How can one be casually face at level 10? I'm level
Um,
1.
when you have a 54% win rate after 1,100 matches.
Ah, I
I'll
see
tell
your
you his
stock
KD
them.
too. You ready? Any guesses?
Sure. 1.6.
1.6 KD. Um, I don't know. It doesn't show. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's disappointing. What's not disappointing so far is the amount of progress RT seem to have made. They've pushed back the players of Villanova off of Banana, and well, I can't really.
1.12.
Ooh, I mean, they're not bad.
No.
It's good. It's good for level 10. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, Tyler. How in the world does Tyler not swing even further? That's an angle you're gonna want back. Probably could have found an easier kill.
Oh,
Cheney.
oh no.
What did that hit off of? I love when my nades hit off of thin air. That's so much fun.
That's why you're not level 10, man.
Honestly, yeah. My casual flash lineup's hitting nothing but thin air and then still bouncing back towards me. It's just a game diff, honestly. I just gotta be a better player.
Literally. The many reasons why TTL struggles to get to level 10. 10 air is
Almost
one of
days.
them. Ooh,
Yep.
Tyler spotted one out, deals a bit of damage, but is forced to back off. He's alone in that fight and doesn't want to give anything away to RIT, but it's going to pressure him that gives away his life to begin things. As B side should be taken over quickly. Internet is the only one alive, but he gets two before going down to the hands of MaxiCat, tying things up for a 3-on-3 and through the smoke. A bit of damage dealt, but not enough to find the kill as the bomb goes down.
It was more than good enough for Internet, though, as they fell away. Cheney doesn't clear out Church, but Maxi drops away from it. That's benefit everything for Villanova. Now with 3v3, the boost up and over top doesn't land. The spray transfer doesn't either, but Get Wrecked has the op out and finds the kill into Tyler on the other side of that smoke. And a 1v3 here for Frey will find absolutely nothing. Good vengeance for RIT as they retake that B site and then hold it down later on. Good awareness as well to know exactly where Villanova could be coming from, and a clean round victory. Exactly what they needed to start off Inferno.
Yeah, and they've kept the economy of Villanova in check as well. I mean, sure, Villanova, they're going to have a full buy heading into this one, but if they lose this, they're completely broken in terms of money. So, RIT, they've played the timings in the previous round absolutely perfectly. We're going to have to wait and find out if they can repeat it. Ooh, the nade. It seemed like it could have done a lot more damage, but Ningso just tanked down to 94, and once again, RIT playing this rather split. A couple of players over towards Apps. One gets spotted out, but it's going to be Frey that falls. Tyler is going to trade it out, so we're back on a 4-on-4.
And trades have been the recipe of success for Villanova, not allowing RIT all that much breathing room and still taking weapons away while also limiting the utility usage just the same. And the aggression has worked out fairly well for them. I do think RIT is long term going to have a response to it. Double nade towards sandbags hits nothing whatsoever. Villanova's not even in the vicinity. And a normal 2-2 split for Villanova as well. One over towards the arch side, the other, well, set up towards pit, and then back towards B, one set up in the straight up set of B main, the other around towards Fountain. But RIT looks like they want to go to A, and they have the utility usage and setup to do it.
They've dispensed a bit of utility, but Ningso keeping the rest of the two players for Villanova at in check over towards the B side. But eventually the smokes are gonna drop in into the A side. But it's the rotation that's coming in for RIT. They're going in fast. Last time around they were able to secure the round at big. They want to replicate it, but they're gonna have to deal with the Reshiram who's holding the B side alone. Eventually Internet's gonna back off as well to potentially help his mate out, but he is going to get smoked off as well. So Reshiram, he's going to be in a world of misery. Ooh, a bit of team damage, but it's fine as long as RT they have the man advantage to work with. Make that a two-man advantage with only Tyler and Jane left to themselves for a 4v2 retake.
This one looking a little bit more difficult for Villanova, so they will back away. And good bit of passivity from Villanova, where they understand this is a site that's more difficult to take in most of the game, and we really don't have the utility to do it. So they back away and they play for another round. RIT, however, a convincing second round victory for them. And that's exactly what they need. Convincing round victories without losing all that much. Because looking at their economy, there's not a whole lot. After this round ends, there will be significantly more cash for them to work with, and as that comfortability starts to set in, as will their rounds.
Yeah, already they seem to have recognized that whenever they've tried to head towards the A side, they've been absolutely sort of miserable to even take a step into the A side. Quite honestly, you can't really sugarcoat it. But the success they've had over towards the B side, it has been increasing round after round. You know, initially the round that they lost, it all came down to 2 versus 3, I believe. Then they secured the round with a 2 versus 3 as well, but this time around it went in their favor. But now that this was a very convincing round win, so Villanova they've recognized it as well. Hence they've taken the time out, changed things up a bit over towards the B side. You know they have to they have to figure out what's going wrong in their defense.
I like the decision to call a timeout. You get one per half, might as well use it when you can. It is a 2 minute timeout, because we also use these for tech pauses, just in case, stuff happens and we can't manage things. And Villanova's CT setup looked good to start things off. It did help a little bit that RIT got the bomb plant in pistol round and then got dumpstered in the second round, because that forced them to save and then rebuy into nothing and then save again and then finally win a round. It was a rinse and repeat of, oh my goodness, we can't do anything. But it's still looking pretty good for them, where their CT side has at least the start to work with, and off the back of this timeout, they can really set themselves up for success. I'm still looking for them to pick up probably 8 or 9 rounds in this first half. If they do any less, I'm going to be a little disappointed. Not going to lie to you.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out if they can deliver to your expectations. But RIT, they seem to be gaining some momentum. They're gonna look to keep that going because, well, the Arsenal, although it's looking good from the side of Villanova, it's not the prettiest. I'll be honest. They don't have a lot of neutral. Reshiram, he only has a smoke and a flash to work with. They can probably get dropped a few nades, but Frey as well. I don't think he's gonna have a good weapon in his hands as well by the time we kick things off in the round number 8. So Arsenal, not the greatest, but still something that they can convert around behind. RIT though, they're looking good. They're looking strong. Their players are starting to come alive as well, and they've found the perfect timings in the last couple of rounds. So they're gonna look to play behind them yet again.
So in your humble opinion, or non humble opinion, I don't know how you think.
Yeah.
how does RIT do in their later stages this half? I mean, naturally they have better weaponry. They've looked pretty good in the last couple rounds, but I mean, nothing's a guarantee for them by any means.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, honestly, I think it all depends on how the next 2, 3 rounds go because the economy of our RRD it's sort of developing, and as we know, the terrorist economy on CS it sort of is a bit favorable. So it's going to be a bit matter of how things turn out in terms of monetary value for them in the next few rounds. And so far, it's looking good because 3 players for Villanova they've already fallen, leaving only Internet and Reshiram behind the duo that's holding down the B side ever since we kicked things off. Although they have taken one to their name, but the A side is completely left open, and they're probably going to look to save weapons again. But this is exactly what I was talking about. RIT, if they're able to secure convincing wins where they have 2, 3, 4 players alive, which allows them to build a good economy as well, I think they might even be able to take the lead by the end of the first half.
Well, Villanova with this round will again have to save and really relinquish more control than I think they were looking for. You'll play the fun game of cycle out some weapons. Hold up, wait a second. The AK have Cloud9 stickers on it? Are those hollows? Those look like hollows, right? Right?
Yeah, 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 they do.
Those are pretty sick.
Hmm.
There's like $50 a pop, by the way. I have one, just one,
Ooh.
unfortunately.
I have
I
like
would.
25 cases sitting in my inventory. I don't know if I want to open them or what. I'm
I
nervous
have
about it.
well over 2,000
Cases?
sticker capsules.
Uh, damn.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
3 or 4 storage units full, 2 or 3, something like
Holy
that. I
shit.
have a crap ton from Rio, a decent bit from Antwerp. I wish I kept
Damn, you
Stockholm ones.
can wait. You sold them?
No, I opened them. I do have like 12 or 13 Mouse Hollows though, so those are $100 a pop. But
Uh,
you know, Ningso's
I
on
mean,
3
I'll
health.
put a couple of them
Ningso's
on
dead.
my AK.
I wouldn't put him on my AK. I don't have a cool enough AK for it, but that's just me. Rushroom actually walks by the Molotov and finds the kill. It's actually internet to find that one. A double for them in the round. Him and Rushroom put nades onto Ningso. The follow-up Molotov that only had to do about 3 damage worked out perfectly for them. Now as they look over towards the A side, Shaney does find 1 kill. An immediate trade is there, but 2 for 1 overall still helping RIT. And with Rushroom low, a 2 versus 2 favors them just the same.
Turned and Reshiram, the duo that has kept the B sides to themselves, well, now they have to take the A side home with them. Sadly, Reshiram gets denied, so now it's a 1-on-2, all down to Internet. Hasn't spotted out just yet, but eventually he will. Oh, gets the
Wow.
final one as well, and wow, what a tap onto Legend to secure the 6th. Although this seemed like it was going to go RIT's way, Internet comes in clutch with the 4K for the 6th round of Villanova.
No matter how much of a legend he may very well be, he is the dead as of right now. And I suppose he was in the graveyard for a reason. Nice shot from internet. Find that kill and the round. Nice little clean 1 versus 2 as well, and an important one. RIT now playing on a little bit of a back foot. And losing that round hasn't broken their economy, but has really brought it to the brink. They lose this. They don't have the loss bonus they had just a few rounds ago. And I think most importantly, they don't have a secondary buy off the back of it. Ningso and Maxi will be stuck on SMGs maybe. Sure, Legend and Chutang will be able to buy, but Gerekt will maybe have an upgraded pistol? That's
Ooh.
being generous. And Chutang is very much a dead man, and the Swag 7 finds a kill. First shotgun kill, as far as I'm aware of the League Championships.
No, I think we had a couple yesterday, but of
Well,
this
per
map,
shotgun kill
yes.
I've seen in the League Championships. I did not get the
Right.
opportunity to watch the later games yesterday.
Ah, well, that's absolutely tragic, but worry not. We're gonna have TTL here all day long. He's not going anywhere. We may have handcuffed him onto the chair, but that's to be discussed later. As we're amidst the round number 10 of the first half, with Villanova with a 2-man advantage earlier on. Tyler looking to get something else, and the timing once again goes his way, but sadly not the kill. Maxicat turns and burns onto him. And now that's a window of opportunity that RT can exploit. The bomb is over towards Apps, but he doesn't have any help whatsoever, so he's gonna have to play this patiently with only 30 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna have to decide, RIT, where do you wanna go?
Seems like the call is over towards B, and as of right now, that's the correct one. If they make no noise and go now, they have a 3 or at least 2v1. Flash over the top does not land, and Reshiram happy to just sit in the corner but can't find the kill. Maxi actually does land that flash, and at a bare minimum, an opening kill is found, but Ningso being low has to swing for a second kill and somehow wins that as well. A true 2v2, and it looks like both players from Villanova are retaking from CT. Frey fairly low, but Ningso on just one shot of health, or it's got to be an opening kill for Get Wrecked. They cannot afford to go 0 for 1.
Does
What?
it check? Oh no, they
What?
don't. Get Wrecked finds both of them. Oh, played that absolutely perfectly. This is the second round that Villanova didn't check that one, but still, they just. Oh god, last time around they didn't get punished for it, but this time around they do. RIT secure their fourth, and what a fashion that they do it in. It was a very close call. You know, the smoke that came in from, I believe, Reshiram, I thought that that was going to be a very big troublemaker for them, maybe delay RIT a bit, but they just went through it. The flash was perfect, as you said, and RIT putting the economy of Villanova in the dustbin.
I gotta say, I'm a little upset at Villanova for that one. They basically just gave up the round. They could have cleared out Church, free kill, and you walk in 20 health on Ningso. You can sneeze on him, he dies, and then they don't. They are stacking the B site, which, by the way, is the correct decision as of right now. Just waiting here, but they are trying to aggress straight through the Molotov. Nobody sees each other, somehow, and Cheney finds the opening kill. But after seeing so many players, somehow both rifles are now retrieved from Villanova. They have a man advantage and 2 AKs to work with. They may eco RIT into a lost round.
Yeah. It's very much possible. I'm not sure why Reshiram still has the AK. Give it to Frey. He has the armor. But regardless, though, they have weaponry to work with. Ooh, get wrecked. Misses a shot. It could prove to bite him in the back later down the line. The 5-7 not going to connect onto anything, but the Deagle does, as two more players have fallen, leaving only Maxicat behind up against three. He will get two, but eventually he will meet his demise by the hands of Frey, as well as Noah convert an eco.
Me, when I buy just pistols and take down a fully weaponized RIT armada. Clean round from Villanova. By the way, they lost the previous round and had full weaponry, because why not? I suppose the eco works out for them, and the full stack does just the same. The opening 2 rifles was the most important part of that. Even though they lose an early player, picking up those 2 rifles and allowing themselves to push forward, that was what changed the round. Nice double headshot, by the way, from Cheney, and Villanova picking up their 7th. I'm still looking for them to find 8, now even maybe 9, but it's down to RIT and their economy to really set the tone later on. Nice shot.
Ooh, a very necessary kill for RIT to kick things off here as well. Frey yet again holding down Abs. Oh, but the legend, he gets legendary timing on to Tyler, pun intended. Frey is going to provide the equalizer though. Actually, not the equalizer. RT, they still have a man advantage to work with. Frey, he is all alone. He's going to have to hold down the A side while the rest of the two players are on their way from CT, but they're going to take a bit, and eventually, before they even arrive, Frey is going to go down. Now the reinforcements have arrived, but they're going to go back to B side as well. They're going to want to save on. They're going to want to save the rifles, and hell, these teams are just going back and forth at this point, and some of these rounds are getting a bit unexplainable.
More and more problems for Villanova as well, where you seemingly just collapse onto a site. And Frey did 194 damage, killed Shu in his entirety, and did 94 damage in 4. Welcome to the story of my life with an M4 in hand. And you have to feel bad, but I mean, even with that kill, you're looking at maybe a 3 versus 3. And then maybe Villanova decides to go for it, but they still had lesser weaponry. I don't know if Ningso survives here. They will. Lesser bomb explosion now with the patch notes on Inferno. But RIT still happy to take that round, keeping 4 players alive. Their economy is going to be good for the rest of the half. It's just a matter of how dominant the rest of the half may very well be.
So Villanova, they went up 5-0. The next two rounds that the one was extremely close. I believe it came down to like a 1v1 or 2v2, and one was an eco win. When they have rifles, they just can't seem to do anything whatsoever correctly. So I'm not sure what's going wrong, but they're gonna take a very necessary timeout. RIT, they're gaining momentum, and well, their economy is in good shape as well. Honestly, Judangi, his bank is struggling a little bit, but there's only that one member in the family, of course. Uh, who struggles financially. Hello, that's me. Alrighty though. I mean, I think they're looking good. I still believe they can take the lead here. I think they can win the next 3 rounds. Will I know what they seem confused.
It's always been the conversation of how Villanova can play aggressively on their defensive side as well. They've wanted to play a little bit more aggressive, and we saw that the first 5 rounds or so. But since then, it's been more and more problems than I think they can solve. And obviously, looking for that to change more sooner rather than later for them. But they've only got 3 rounds left on their CT side. If they can make it a 10-5 half, they're in a pretty good position, especially considering this is RIT's map pick. But that's not a guarantee by any means.
Definitely isn't. Alrighty though. I mean, I'm still surprised how close this map is going because as I mentioned earlier, Villanova they had really comfortable wins the last time around. Both of these teams have played Inferno. RIT they must have something in store for us that they picked the map very confidently as well. The last one, last map is Anubis, so just I just wanted to mention it because I haven't really casted Anubis a lot, and both of these teams haven't played it a lot either, especially against each other. They don't have anything on the count, so going to be an interesting one to see if it goes there. But the map, well, it did seem quite strong for Villanova to begin with. But right now, it seems like RIT they definitely have something surprising in their strat book.
Well, after the second of 2 timeouts, let's see if Villanova can pick up another round in their favor. Last time around wasn't bad. Last time they called a timeout at a bare minimum. But it has to be a little bit more consistent for them, especially on Inferno, especially on the CT side. Again, not their map pick, but it's Inferno. We've all played it like 1,100 times. I think of Maxi's 1,170 Face-It games, like 1,000 of them are on Inferno because it's Inferno. Nice smoke, by the way, Tyler. Also hits a Phantom corner. Unfortunate, so some mid
Is
control
he?
still relinquished. But oh, Chutang. Free kill,
Ooh,
please.
ooh.
Does find one. And that's the A site. They just completely relinquished site control, and they don't check behind him. A
Oh,
follow-up kill into Frey, and 2 for 1 to start things off. Villanova being torn apart on this A site, and you need to see more from Cheney if they want to have any hope of holding this long term.
yeah, that was a bit confusing positioning from Villanova, and well, it's turned out absolutely devastating for them as only 2 players remain, but still a round which is very much possible for them to win. As Shayna is holding down the side, ooh, he spots another one, has gotten 1 kill secured already, but gets tagged down.
What a
The
nade.
nade is going to be fatal as Reshiram gets cleaned up by Maxi Cat as well.
Okay, so serious question.
Yeah.
What is Frey holding there?
That was literally what I was gonna ask you.
Because,
Because someone's already pushed up over towards short. Nobody's watching apps. What Frey is looking at? There's a player at long as well. I believe there was someone in
yeah,
library.
yeah. It was Cheney who found a 3K on the round.
Huh.
Uh, that was an interesting setup for Villanova. We'll move past it. Maybe coming back to it later on. We'll see. Depends on how annoyed I am at their defensive setup after this round. But I mean, 1 for 1, not the worst thing in the world. Pistols only for Villanova. They're running the old "Can we win the round" strat. Nice
Ooh.
headshot, back of the head of Chutang. Now removed, at least has a hole in it. A nade towards CT that should miss at least mostly, and does indeed. Villanova have a 4v4, Chutang low, and P250s to work with. The old rush it while they plant strat could have worked out because Get Wrecked has an op in hand. They need a kill, and they find it on Chutang, who's finished off. A
The
follow-up on the Ningso because why not? The P250 cassette with the final bullet
what
drops
the
the
hell?
Legend 45. And with P250s only, plus Cheney's Deagle, Villanova Eco RIT again. Again.
Okay. Yeah. This is pure comedy at this point. I guess Villanova they just need to do the F it we ball kind of strats for that to work out for them. The rifle rounds off. This is I'm talking post 5-0 score line. The rifle rounds have been not so great from Villanova. RAT they've just basically played off the mistakes that Villanova have been making and the gaps that they've left open for them. But the eco rounds, they seem to be the most promising. So at this point, I guess if you're Villanova, just buy up deagles and have full util. Don't even get the rifles. Maybe that works.
Villanova's like, primary weapons. We don't need primary
Yeah.
weapons. Pop flash set up again. Cheney looking to set up squad mate in towards apartments. This time, no opportunity there. Nobody was at the end of the hall. But RIT already taking a healthy amount of damage, give or take 90 or so across the team. But nobody's watching Arches, because, why would they? Chutang finds a casual double kill. Is anybody else on the site? That's the real question. We obviously can see Tyler is, but even though Chutang is jumping, they still find a third kill. And why not? RIT finds a bomb plant, a 5v2. Villanova can't save this time around, and I don't even think they have a shot at the round.
Okay, now my turn to ask you a question. Why is Tyler sitting within sight when they have absolutely no information where RIT is, and they have only one player sitting towards apps and no one short or long?
Yeah, I don't know. I have a few questions to RIT's defensive side. I'll break them down when we hit halftime because Restroom's about to die with an op in hand. You don't walk through smokes with an op, by the way, kids. It's not a recipe for living very long. Or winning the round at a bare minimum. The spray will land, and Chutang, while running, because why not, finds his fourth kill in the round. And RIT... I'm not even going to say they punish Villanova. Villanova punished themselves. Why is Cheney sitting on Moto when you have... I believe Tyler was sitting on site originally watching short.
Yeah.
Get wrecked. No, sides are switched. Internet was sitting inside the apartments and watching apartments. That's understandable. Nothing wrong with that. But you had 3 players watching 2 angles, leaving one open for the second round in 3 rounds, for second time in 3 rounds, and it costs you 2 players because of it.
I mean,
Like,
the last 2 rifle rounds that's happened. The third one was an eco. I don't know if you
yeah.
count that. But this pistol round, we're definitely going to be counting this one. It seems like a very crucial one, and so far it's going RIT's way as they've taken 3 to their name, but there are equalizers being provided by Jaina and Tyler. The bomb is going to go down, and another player spotted. Linkso gets tagged a bit, but he's the only defused kit alive. And ooh, the second player gets spotted as well. Get wrecked. Goes down, leaving only Linkso up against 2.
Hella.
He's taken Tyler out. A nice haircut right there. But now up against Chain A, and ooh, he's hopped on the defuse. He's not faking. Pros don't fake, but ooh,
What?
oh, he gets
Bro!
the defuse.
Cheney! No shot. You just swing him, see him, and then swing back like he wasn't actually standing there. Uh,
I don't know
well,
if he
that
saw.
happened.
Yeah.
Interesting, I guess. He just didn't fully swing the radius of the bomb because why would he? I guess that's a round that Villanova is gonna want back, and one that really feels bad considering where you were. In the 2v1, you have to play passive, and they tried to take the first fight, and you talked about it. Quick haircut. RIT now offering a cosmetology major as quick barbershop lesson over there, but that was ouch.
Uh, but drag, but all no worries. Alrighty, they have all the weaponry that they could have wanted, but so does Villanova. They got the bomb down. The smoke is going to make things a bit more difficult for Villanova as they're forced to back off here. And already now they have a good amount of information to work with as well. I believe they spotted out 3 players. So Villanova back to the drawing board. They need to figure out how they want to approach this round further with a minute left on the clock.
Villanova has played some of the most patient Counter-Strike and some of the most aggressive Counter-Strike I've seen in a little while.
Ooh.
Double headshot at the Tyler, who's somehow still at 40 HP, only takes 60 damage from that. Not a single bullet of damage done on the other side of that, because, why would there be? Chutang sitting inside a boiler should be clear here, and Cheney sees them, almost loses the fight, but does not get headshot, so they're safe to back away with their life, and the nades miss, so Villanova instead goes the other way. They're looking to now take over towards the B side. Legend 45 playing on the hay bales brings at least one back, but the walk-in over towards the B side is shut down. Maxi with a double, Ningso shutting down Tyler, who had only 40 health because of the prior headshot, and Restroom in a 1 versus 3 with a Mac 10 only stuck on this B side. Needs an opening kill to even initiate things and won't even be able to find it. The early team damage comes back to bite the Wildcats, and the Rochester Institute of Technology will take their first lead of the game.
Yeah, you said Villanova are one of the either the most patient teams in Counter Strike or the most aggressive. Well, the patience hasn't really worked out for them in this round, and well, now they're down to pistols, so it doesn't really matter how they play this one. But in the next rifle round, maybe try going a bit aggressive because RAT They definitely are doing so. They push up a bit earlier on onto banana, use dispense a lot of util there as well to make sure that they aren't giving up any control whatsoever. But Villanova, they're stacked up over towards a apps. One of their players that was lurking around has been already taken out. Internet pushing up close. He's going to find the first kicking, and that's the opening for Villanova.
RIT trying to bring something back, but if a bomb plant goes down here, RIT's going to have some problems getting back in. They're well aware that Get Wrecked has popped into the cubby around towards arches, and they're just happy to play a little bit more patient. With that Galil, they're in a pretty good spot. Molotov will land, and Frey out in the open is taken care of. The over-aggression, though, from Villanova could very well get the better of them. Internet unnecessarily swinging. That nade over top will do a little bit of damage, but obviously nothing to write home about, as Tyler's still happy to sit in this corner, and the jump up costs them. Again, Villanova over-aggressing in unnecessary gunfights, and it's costing them those rounds. This swing from Frey has to work out perfectly, and they don't do any damage to MaxiCat. That was a questionable post plant from Villanova. A really questionable post plant from Villanova.
Yeah, the A side doesn't exactly have good history with Villanova today. Their defense was very questionable as well. The post plant right here had a few weird, to say the least, positioning from their side as well. But RIT, they'll take every round that they possibly can, and well, they're very glad for this one now. 2 round lead. Villanova, they're gonna look to disqualify that as soon as they possibly can, and with the rifle round coming in to the play for them, this is going to be the prime one. And oh, once again, your favorite thin air element comes into play for the flash to get denied.
You know, when Counter-Strike 2 comes out, I really hope they just overhaul how hitboxes work with the map. Because this is kind of gross. But I
Did you
digress.
get into two?
Sorry? No, I didn't. No,
Did
not at
you?
all. Why would I? It's not like I've spent an alarming amount of money on the game or anything. It is
I
not pay
mean,
to beta, unfortunately.
I mean, who has 2 3 containers like three?
Hey, there's another.
Wow, that's like sixth, I think, so far.
There's a lot. It's getting hard to count. That's how many there's been. It should not be that many. And it's not even the team's fault. They are not hitting the wall. They're hitting the air next to the wall, and it's still hitting the wall because Counter-Strike moment. They are, however, splitting B on the Villanova side. They are going all the way over towards the CT side, and it's going to be a problem for RIT. They're stuck oranges and second oranges. Flash set up over top as they want to go in on that side. Now there's a cutoff being set up on this far A side. There may be a kill coming through. Frey will find it, and the B site has fallen. That quick take of the B half has worked out perfectly. Get Wrecked finds a refrag, but it's not going to matter. It's a 1v4, an ace clutch required, and he's only got 66 health. That's 3 shot with the AK. May very well be able to find it, but no. Instead, somehow is headshot, and yet doesn't die. Counter-Strike moment.
Counter-Strike moments, we've had quite a lot of them so far. And well, Villanova, after a drought of I believe 5 rounds, they finally come back with their first in a while, putting the ninth on board of only a 1 round deficit left behind. RIT, that their economy is not very great. I believe a couple of them are gonna be working with a bit poorer weaponry, but it's fine. It's still a very much convertible round. We've seen quite a few crazy eco rounds coming into play as well. So what's a couple of SMGs? But we're gonna have to wait and find out how that round pans out. Villanova, though, this one was a bit convincing. It seemed like they had clarity about how they want to approach this. The late flank from Apps, I believe that was Taylor. That was just the dagger into the round. So Villanova finally gaining some clarity into the second half, and it's just what they needed.
That round back, I think most importantly, setting the tone. Good nade over top, does about 25-30 damage onto Internet. Jump over top, though. Internet lives and finds the headshot onto MaxiCat. Refrag isn't even there. Ningso's quickly taken care of. Nice 1-2 peek and swing from Internet and Rushroom. And that's the B-site falling, but with Rushroom being low early, that's a kill back. Luckily, Internet's able to cross with their life, as is Tyler with the bomb. But an overall 4v3, an odd lurk from Frey, still sitting in the top of mid, and he's trying to flank through CT, but the time may very well get the better of this Villanova squad.
Yeah, Internet stacked down to 9 HP as well. Taylor ends up going down, so this postbound, it's not looking very pretty, but Jutang's down to 1 HP as well. So it could very much go either way. Internet, he's going to be put in a wall of misery, and the Molotov is going to be the one thing that finishes him off, actually. leaving only one player behind. That's Frey. He's gotten one, but oh, he gets the final one as well as Villanova. Equalize things out on the scoreboard, 10-10.
You know, Frey's looked pretty good thus far, but that second swing, swinging into no information whatsoever, that scared me so much. When you swing a player, you have no idea where they are, you then react to them tapping the bomb and then re-swing them for seemingly no reason. Even if there's a 5-second defuse, you wait 2 seconds. Hold. Just for an extra half a second. The time's in your favor. RIT now with just pistols are trying to Villanova hold W strat. Unfortunately, they're walking straight to a stack of their own. Everybody's evaporated. Quickest round thus far goes to Villanova, and they will retake their lead.
I think that was less than 15 seconds, but alright, sadly they're not going to be getting the same eco rounds that Villanova were once converting. And that's going to put Villanova back into the driving seat as the economy of RIT is going to rebuild just a little bit, allowing them to have rifles in this one. But the bank accounts are not pretty after those purchases, of course. So RT a very crucial round for this one because Villanova they're starting to gain some momentum, securing 3 rounds in a row, and their economy is starting to look like it's in a good shape as well.
Villanova also crossing their T's, dotting their I's, doing their due diligence. Chutang trying to take this fight. Almost gets the opportunity, but Frey will just drop away and pretend like nothing happened. And what does Villanova do? I mean, obviously they can go back towards the A site, of which they've had atrocious luck on thus far. They could try to go back to B, of which is being fairly stacked with utility and manpower. Or just play more of a default. Try and gain real estate, force RIT back into uncomfortable positions, and find kills like that. Ningso is quickly taken care of. A follow-up from Internet. They just took the B site in and of their own right, but the over-aggression towards A is costing Villanova. And just like that, it's a 3 versus 3. Sure, CT is smoked off, and you'll get a bomb plant, but RIT is going to retake for both CT and Banana, the latter of the two having 2 players, but Get Wrecked loses that fight?
I'm not even sure why he headed out for that fight. He doesn't have any help available whatsoever as well. Maybe he's trying to find the planter off guard, but still, the planter's gonna have backup. You need something to work with. He didn't have a lot of util to help him out as well. But now it's a 2-on-2, a round very much possible for RID considering Internet's health. But Shaney, he has been a star player so far for Villanova, but this time around, Internet, he's the one that's delivering the big numbers as there's just not enough time on the clock now. Jutang forced to back off, and as he does, Cheney is going to pick him out as well.
And exploiting the fact that this post-plant setup looked a little bit better for RIT was Villanova played a little bit more dynamic on that hold. 2 players towards Church, the rotation towards CT worked out perfectly. Unfortunately, Internet does die to the bomb, so, yeah, not the greatest of positions for them to be in. But, at a bare minimum, they keep a rifle on and win the round. I believe they're 3rd or 4th in a row. Looking pretty good on the T side. Nade over top does a little bit of damage, nothing to write home about, though. And RIT has pistols, and pistols alone. But we've seen what pistols can do. 3.57s, a P2000, and a Deagle on the board. The last, or second to last of the two, the P2000, does an extra 20 or 30 damage onto a rush room, so no safety found. Especially for Get Wrecked, who dies through a smoke. Chutang was in T-Apps somehow. I don't know how in the world he found that one, but he's dead too.
Well, once again, it almost felt like Villanova were speedrunning that round. Sheesh. But that's their 5th in a row. It's looking so good so far. RIT now struggling. I think they should take a timeout at this point. They can't allow Villanova to secure even 2 more rounds at that point. It would put them on a massive back foot considering it is their own map pick as well. So RIT, but this is their rifle round. It could very well be the determinant of how this map is going to end.
RIT loses this. The problem for them has been they have not been able to come back in lesser weaponry rounds. Where they've been ecoing, they've had pistols, they've had not M4s, they haven't been winning. Just straight up facts. And the problem is, if you can't win with the lesser weaponry, and you haven't been winning with the better weaponry, you're not going to be winning, period. You've basically already given up all of the real estate towards the A site possible, bar the site and pit itself. Villanova has so much room to work with so much time as well. There's still a minute left in the round. They can still very easily take on towards the site, and there's not a whole lot that RIT can do about it. The extent of their hold is towards pit. A Molotov now lands to force him out of that pit position, and the Legend 45 finds a consolation frag plus damage onto Cheney. Not bad by any means, but again, not good enough for RIT to hold the A side.
A 2 versus 3, Janie tagged down to 7 HP. A good amount of util available as well, but I'm not sure if the smoke is going to land. Actually, it will, but Maxicat, he's going to land in his grave, and so is Ningso as Internet find the final 2 kill, leaving only 2 rounds behind Villanova and their victory on the map 1. Alrighty, this is not looking good. This is going to be a desperate round for them. I'm not sure if they're gonna look to force into this one or just okay. They're going for half buy, so I think a respectable decision. But again, as you said, the lesser Arsenal rounds hasn't been great for them. Hmm.
Decent damage early, at a bare minimum, but it's just pistols. What? Two Deagles, two 5.7s, and an MP9. So just pistols and a machine pistol, or SMG. And sure, you can pick up a early frag. You have the ability. Legend 45 does so. A double at that. Hold the phone. They just don't clear the corner. And again, a problem for Villanova not doing their due diligence. Even recycling some guns, Legend 45's able to relay a weapon over.
Ooh, pistol coming in clutch as Ningso finds one, but Jane has taken two to his name. Taylor is going to follow up as well, but he still has three more to deal with. It's not looking great uh, for Tyler. The bomb yet to go down, and he's gonna have to deal with a lot of trouble before he can plant. It did deal a bit of damage onto a player, but eventually will go down. And RIT, just when they needed to the most, they strike back, but still, it's not looking good. Any one mistake, and they'll put Villanova on map point.
How does this go? That's the real question. How does this go for RIT? Naturally, they have AKs, they have M4s. It's not the worst of positions for them to be in. But again, looking at their money, if they lose this, sure, 3 of their 5 players have a bye, but if they lose opening duels, they're basically out of the round in and of itself, and there's nothing back for them. Get wrecked is already
Uh-oh.
wrecked. He's dead, quickly taken care of. And sure, mid control is still in the favor of RIT, but they only have 2 players towards an A site that really requires 3 at a bare minimum, and one that they can't do all that much about. Now, looking to take up this A side, Flash does miss. At least Frey looks straight at it for some reason, even though they knew it was coming. I suppose you do you. But they still want to try and take this A side, and they walk straight through a smoke and still win the fight. Chutang, unfortunate misstep, and the A site has virtually fallen. Again, it is the Legend 45 on the site only, and they find, again, a consolation frag only. That's the A site, and that should be the round. RIT can't afford to send this. So to bare minimum, next round they'll fully be able to buy Ningso and Maxicat keeping rifles. Legend 45, Chutang, and Get Wrecked buying their rifles, but I mean, you're up against 4 straight map points.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, honestly, there's no way you can really sugarcoat this as well. There were just quite a lot of moments where the timing didn't go right as well, especially the one in particular where Frey just walked out of the smoke, and I believe it was Jutang that was around right around the corner. The misstep and his accuracy got messed up there on the weapon. So those just couple of things that went wrong is exactly what I was talking about. One particular mistake and it could cost you the whole round. And here, this is exactly what we're saying. But now on the map point, and this is what's even worse is that it is RIT's map pick as well.
Next map, if you look at the top right of your screen, Vertigo. Villanova's map selection. RIT has looked okay on Vertigo, not the greatest of positions by any means. A brief look at the only time these two teams played Vertigo against one another. Villanova won just a couple weeks ago in our makeup week, 16-8. The other time they were scheduled to play Vertigo, it was a Villanova forfeit on the later stage of a RIT 2-0. First map of that series, by the way, was a 16-12 win for the Tigers, if anybody may or may not be curious. Chutang, I don't know how in the world they don't find that kill, but Frey should go buy a lottery ticket considering how unlikely it is for them to be living right now.
We're gonna have to wait and find out. Frey and Judang, both of them tagged down quite a lot earlier on, but still they live. It's a 5-on-5 so far, with a minute and 15 on the clock. Get wrecked holding down Banana with the orb, but the flash might force him away eventually. As Villanova, they look to gain some map control. Chudang, once again, he's pushed up a little bit outside of his second mid. Legend is going to take Frey out, so that late flank is not in their favor. And Chudang, he could get the perfect timing right here. Ooh, oh, he gets one. Spotted out
What?
another, but he sadly misses. That's. Oh, that could be vital to the round. No.
3v4, certainly possible now for Villanova to bring back. The problem is they're going towards B, and that's where the rotation's coming from. They have to clear this side. It looks like Tyler's going to be the bait here. Jumping across, trying to be the bait, is so, and gets the kill on to Get Wrecked. At least Shaney does so, and they don't lose a life for it. The problem is, with only 30 seconds left, they have to go towards B. They also have to read the fact that Ningso is waiting towards Dark for this push to come through, and, just to make matters worse, the Legend 45 has a very quick rotate coming up Banana. A Molotov towards new boxes, but two both land. The spray has to be there, and they clear Dark, but they don't do so courteously. A swing from Cheney, he dies to the Legend 45, who finds a 3k on the round, and RIT stay alive here on Inferno.
Oh, they by the bare minimum too. Sure, they had three players alive, but there were just quite a lot of moments where it seemed like the round was gonna slip right out of RIT's hands, especially when Chutang he missed his bullets onto the second. But hopefully they don't. That they're hoping for that as well. Of course, a good amount of util damage earlier on China and internet, so that's going to put RIT a foot ahead to kick things off.
Nobody kill, follow up as well. Looking a little bit better for RIT this time around, but look at all the damage that's been done. At a bare minimum, even though they've lost 2 of the opening 3 picks, Villanova's done a crap ton of damage across on towards RIT. Maxi Cat's on 19 health, Ningso's on 39, 2 shot and 1 shot irrespective of one another. Molotov pretty well timed over towards the front side of the mid smoke, but Villanova still look like they want to take this A side. And honestly, they're better off going to B, because both players are, what, a total of 3 shots from death?
It does seem like it, but still, it's very much possible. RT they only have two players to defend the side, one right side, right outside Abs, and he is going to fall without getting anything. But the players of Villanova, they're all tagged down so much that it could get cleaned up within a single magazine, and two of them do actually. Frey now left alone has to deal with two players, but only has 4 HP to work with. This is not looking good. He does have 3 nades in his back pocket, but is he going to be able to convert anything behind it?
Ningso takes a decent bit of damage. Down to 16 health. Maxi Cat swinging from this far side, though. The sound cue of the Molotov, ironically enough, cost Frey more than it helped him. As soon as he heard Ningso take a decent bit of damage, he turned his attention in that direction, knowing that Ningso should be one shot. But, with him being one shot, and the other 2 players being one shot, anybody who looked in the other direction helped first in their favor, and RIT bring another one back. OT is now a possibility here to start things off on Inferno.
Very much is. And Villanova might be on their second last rifle round. I mean, we are on the second last round of regulation as well. So Villanova, props to them for building up an economy which has lasted them about 4 or 5 rounds of consecutive losses, and potentially more as well if RIT are able to secure this one. But this time around, no early nade damage, which was a good thing for Villanova. Potentially the only good thing among a couple in the last few rounds, but RIT now they sort of are looking to get a bit aggressive over towards Banana since Villanova haven't really given away a lot of information to kick things off here.
One thing I would love to see from Villanova is just a straight rush. Everybody hold W. Play it quickly. Molotov to isolate Ningso in this corner. The jump over. This time around, Internet fully clears it and finds the kill. A late flash does absolutely nothing. And Villanova looking much better in this round. They have to go, and they have to go now. They cannot afford to allow that rotation to come through, and they won't. Cheney through the smoke drops Maxi, and with the smoke already landing over towards CT, the site has fallen. Villanova with all 5 players alive, and RIT with Get Wrecked only on an up waiting towards construction. It may very well be the opening game going the way of Villanova, and with the walk through here, a single shot is all to decide it, as Villanova open it up exactly as they need with a first map victory.
That too on RIT's map pick. So of the winners bracket start is going really well for Villanova so far. We talked about how both the times that Inferno was played among these teams, Villanova were the ones that came out on top. They're going to repeat history yet again as they secure this one, 16-3. There were quite a lot of questionable rounds from both of these teams, but Villanova eventually they clinched the map.
Fun little tidbit for you as well. There were three 4Ks and four 3Ks between, I believe, Internet and Cheney, respectively. So little fun fact on the multi-frag notion there. Villanova looking good, and I think their playstyle worked for them more often than it didn't. The two eco rounds I think were the deciding factor. If Villanova was allowed to gain comfortability in the later stages that T side, I think this ends 16-12 the other way. I think it's a quick finish, and RIT look good in the later stages. But with those two rounds and the two determinant rounds to really hinder the comfortability and the momentum of RIT, that may very well have been the nail in the coffin earlier than we may have expected. But that's the first map done and dusted. Inferno goes the way of Villanova, even though they didn't even have to choose it. Now they head to their own map pick, up a map, and we'll see if they can close it out in two when we return from the break. First map victory for Villanova on the map pick of Rochester Institute of Technology. Inferno goes the Wildcats' way, and they're in prime position to take this series 2-0 and move on to the upper bracket finals. Time to light. Join alongside me is Inflict for our upper bracket semifinal match between Villanova and RIT. What has to change for RIT? Obviously not their map selection. They need to make a few adjustments.
Yeah, they definitely do. You know, Inferno was their own map pick. It didn't really go their way, so now they're already on a back foot in Villanova. They're definitely feeling confident. You know, they struggled a bit over towards the end of the first half, but they made a massive comeback towards the end of things of Inferno. So they're looking comfortable. The last time around, we saw both of these teams go head to head on Vertigo. It ended up in the favor of Noah as well. So far, I think the map pool generally has been favoring Noah as well. And I mean, that's what we're seeing so far as well. Last time around, it was a 16-8 scoreline. I'm thinking that Villanova take this one away as well.
I honestly would agree with you. I think it's going to be 2-0. The question is, how close will it be? I do think RIT's looked a little bit better as of late. So they should be able to pick up a few rounds here and there and look better than they did in week 17. Now, Vertigo never a closely contentious series. Villanova, I believe, starting off on the T side, so they will start off over on the little disadvantageous half of things, but not unheard of for them by any means. RIT's CT has to be clean. That's the important part for this. They have to go, I'm going to say 9-6, 10-5 maybe, if they want this to go their way. If they get less than 9 rounds, I think Villanova take this probably 16-12.
Ooh, well, that's a bold one, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if your prediction is true. You know what? I'll just go. I think if RIT take this 9-6, or even okay, yeah, I don't see them winning if this goes 8-7. So yeah, I'll stand with you. But I think the end scoreline is gonna look a bit more like a 16-9. I think Villanova they're feeling confident. And I think they will take this one away. But Get Wrecked, of course, he has other ideas. He's taking the first blood. Ningso is going to follow up with a kill of his own as the bomb goes down. Eventually, the lurker gets taken away as well by the hands of Getrick, and now only one left alive. Next, scratch that, Tyler goes down as well. And RT for a quick first round, and okay.
I was about to say, don't kill Get Wrecked. He has armor. You can kill Ningso. He didn't, nor did he have a better weapon. But, don't take out the guy with armor. That's going to cost you some cash you may not have in the earlier stages of this game. Good pistol round for RIT. Exactly what they needed. Good start, and clean finish. Yeah, sure, you give some real estate to Villanova. Who cares? You win the fights. Yeah, bomb gets planted as well, so this will be a more contentious second round than is the norm. But I'm still looking for a fairly clean finish. Nade does almost 50 damage. Over 50 damage, actually. Tyler's down to 47. Pretty good start, all things considered for RIT. They do have some information on the Villanova side. Opening kill, looking for a follow-up, though. Legend 45 finds one. Almost a second finds that as well. And 2 for 2 overall, but Villanova's more than happy with that. They now have the better weaponry.
Yeah, they do, and now they have the man advantage to work with as well as gets wrecked. I'm gonna see their line there really quickly as Maxicat goes down as well, leaving only Ningso alone. He does have armor, defuse kit, everything that he possibly could have wanted, except teammates, of course, which is going to make his life a bit more miserable. The bomb yet to go down, as this last player with the bomb is still taking his sweet time coming around the stairs. But Taylor, I think he might have a hint about the final player. Now he
Okay.
does.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tyler's lucky, or unlucky, I suppose, that was actually cleared. I'm a little surprised that corner was cleared. But still a good round. And Villanova return with a vengeance. And the important part now is the fact that because Villanova win the second round and RIT bought up, they're now broke. But RIT still wants to buy here because they don't want to give Villanova a free bit of cash. So it's Deagles, plural, 3 of them to be specific. I believe a 5-7 and a CZ. That's all they've got against Galil's and 3 AKs. This is a dangerous round for both teams. More dangerous for Villanova if they lose things early, but early signs show that they will not. So they're pretty happy with that.
No, but still, it could go either way, really. Alrighty. Ooh, well, they haven't had great success on eco rounds, so I guess not. Villanova, 2-man advantage to work with. Make that only one, as Legend is going to take W Muffin out. Rusher him.
What a nade.
Resurrect. Not. Ooh, but this is not looking good. The bomb is going to go down, and that should secure the round. Is RIT. The Ningso has been tanked down quite a lot as well. Eventually drops to 0 HP, which basically is nothing. Leaving Maxicat all on his own as he gets faced off against 3.
Not only do Villanova win the round, but they keep all of the AKs they brought in their favor, and I think they're more than happy with that. Villanova's CT side has had some problems in recent history. Obviously, we saw first half of Inferno look better for Villanova's CT, but the second half, they just cleaned house. What, 16-13 was the final score? Even after an 8-7 first half, they ran away with it. In the later stages, obviously, but if RIT doesn't have that cushion of a good start on their CT half, less than ideal, I think, is going to be the finishing score for them, as they may very well get sent to an early lower bracket.
Well, they are a bit far from lower bracket for the time being. Well, not too far, of course. So a single win loss in RIT, they're going to be sitting in the loser's bracket. And oh, well, that's exactly where Villanova wants to put them. Tyler, ooh, a bit shaky shots, but eventually he does get the kill, so I'm not really going to complain a lot. RIT only left behind with 2 players who too shall fall soon. I don't assume they're going to be able to do a lot. Trainee, he has been a really great player so far in this series. He's the one that's holding the front line over towards ramps. I don't think they're going to walk past him.
They may very well. They need to be killed, though, and they can't afford to give away the guns, and they don't. Last player alive is the Legend 45, who's over towards ladder. Yeah, top ladder, and just waiting. Clean finish. Villanova complete exactly as they need. They shut down the weaponry, or the lack thereof. Dualies find a single
Ooh.
kill, but Legend 45 can't actually retrieve the weapon, so not all that much damage done, minus some cash lost on the Wildcats half.
Well, this is the round which RIT are going to desperately need. You know, we talked about how they're going to need an early success in the first half in order for them to have a good chance of securing the map number 2. So far, it's not really gone their way, but if they want the lead, they want to make sure that Villanova, of course, they secure as less rounds as possible. In order to do that, they're going to have to break the momentum that Villanova have going in their favor. And, ooh, not again. The thin air.
That's scary. Scary shot. Shutang, oh my goodness, almost misses the opportunity. Finds a follow-up kill, the suppressor working more than in their favor. Cheney, aware of their position, though, finds a refrag. And 2 for 2 overall. The problem is the bomb is dropped on that side. And with it out in the open, RIT can safely rotate. The problem for them is if they are fallen into a false sense of security, it could cost them more than it helps them in this rotation. Maxicat, aware of the possibility of a flank coming through, is holding for the walkthrough from Tyler, but who wins the fight? The answer? The FAMAS-wielding Maxicat, and RIT now have that man advantage.
They do, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if they can convert, and the probability of that has just gone way higher as only one player is left behind. It's China though. The guy has been playing absolutely fantastic. Currently running a 5 KD. So that should speak a lot about the man. He's found one, but that's all she wrote for him, as Get Wrecked is going to finish him off. RIT secure a very crucial round.
Important round victory for them, and you could see Cheney's follow-up shot, the attempted spray transfer-ish, actually almost dropped the kill as well. That would have been a 1v1 and a scary one at that, but Get Wrecked is able to clean things up, and RIT able to pick up their second round victory. The pistol round was the only round they picked up. Tyler somehow only takes 14 damage from that nade. Last time around they took a whole host more. But Chutang trying the exact same thing that worked out prior. Molotov was a little late, but a Rush Room still finds a follow-up kill, and it doesn't cost them 2 players in the sandbags position anymore. Minor improvement for Villanova, but still a 1-for-1, or compared to a 2-for-1 trade. 2-for-2 trade, sorry. Double nade! What a play.
Absolutely magnificent. That's going to provide Villanova the opening that they needed onto the side. Not a lot for defense available so far, but Maxicat, he's going to change that eventually as he's going to retrieve the AK and rotate around. The 3 versus 3 now. Jenny, though, tanked down to 9 HP. Still could prove to be extremely deadly as the lineups are coming in. The Molotovs and smokes follow up. And the bomb should be able to go down as Ningso ends up falling. Leaving only 2 players behind Villanova. The bomb's down. They don't have a lot of utility in the first plan, but neither does RIT. So this is looking like a very much winnable round for them.
Rush Room playing hide and go seek though, needs to play patiently, is cleared, and the scene is there. Maxi finds the kill. Get Wrecked hadn't even dropped yet, so even if Maxi falls, there was the redundancy of information. And RIT clean things up, bring a round back, and are now right back into the fray to set themselves up for success.
Well, RIT, they've equalized things out, and now Villanova, they're on the back foot as their economy has been completely broken down. They can have a full buy heading into this round, but they lose this, it's not going to be looking very pretty for them. RIT, though, their economy hasn't exactly built into something either, so they're looking on the edge of the wall as well in terms of economy. But Get Wrecked, he's off to a good start, found the first blood in round number 7. He's been good at finding those initial frags or the rotation frags as well for his team, but so has China. Is he's going to equalize the manpower out for both these teams.
Molotov on towards Rafters. Nice shot from Tyler. Brings a kill back to Villanova now with that man advantage and still looking to fully clear out mid as well. They want to try and split over towards this side, but the problem is if they are caught out of position, that's 2 dire kills they cannot afford to give away. Most importantly, the bomb. But Internet finding that first and now looking for a second over towards CT. A still consistent problem for them to be in, but the reswing from Tyler finds a follow-up kill, and Ningso is none the wiser to the walk-in from behind. Apparently had their headphones on incorrectly, or just didn't hear the call out. Unfortunate, but a quick finish for Villanova, and their lead right back in the favor.
Yeah, and that this is just unfortunate when you're on the CT side, you know. The loss bonus is just not so great initially, and well, that's exactly what's happened to RIT. 1-2 rounds in a row and have absolutely no money to work with, so they're going again with the press W strategy. This time around, though, they're gonna be able to find one kill at the very least. A rifle retrieved as well. It's in the hands of Ning, so not the best player to put it in, but ooh, Chutang. Sort of a jump scare there, but it's the ghost that ends up going down this time around. Jenny going to find one more to his name, leaving only 2 behind Maxicat and Ning, so they're gonna have to work up some magic, but I don't believe the magicians in today.
I'd love to believe that Ningso can just casually ace with 30 HP, no armor, and an AK. But
No way.
I'm also realistic, so I don't believe
Yeah.
that. It would be a pretty clean fight and a cool finish, but honestly, just not going to happen. And Villanova's not even going to allow them to find that opportunity. I don't even know if Villanova really wants to take that AK away. They're not really rich in and of their own right, so uh, at a bare minimum, they save over their own guns. I don't know what the heck Maxicat's waiting for, though. You needed to be able to do something with this USP. Saving over a $200 flashbang is really not going to be the determining factor of this game. But they are still going to try and take away an AK, and they're going to drop into CT, be heard, and back away with their life. They'll be safe to do so. Nothing happens on the side, and a
He,
whole nothing burger.
he actually saved just the USB and a flash. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
USB
it.
is technically free, so that's not a save either. What? Okay, I'm
Me,
confused, but
me,
there's a
me when
lot
I
of
save a gun that isn't costly at all.
at least it's something, I guess. But Villanova, 2 rounds in a row now for them. They're looking to secure more, but RIT, they have a good amount of weaponry to work with. Well, one of that weapons is gone already, but by the hands of Taylor. Make that 2 as Tubby Muffin's going to answer right back. Legend gets the trade, but he's in too much trouble.
Wow!
He's going to actually get away with the second one. He's still alive and has some space to work with. The Flash going to make sure that he is able to push up a little bit, but Jane is waiting around the corner. Eventually, the Legend goes down. May his soul rest in peace, but 2 players still alive for RID.
Get wrecked. Most importantly, with that M4 still waiting over towards oranges. Cheney wants to try and take that away. Isn't fully given the opportunity. Is headshot through the orange box and the pillar right in front. The Molotov will land and force them away. So at a bare minimum, it's now real estate control for Villanova's attack. The problem is, it's not safe. Ningso here with the MP9 and with the nade. That misses though. And it going offline now gives a free avenue out with a shot over top. It's still a kill for Get Wrecked before they fall. A 1 versus 1, and Cheney's on a sliver of health. A strong breeze would blow them over. A smoke being put down. Ningso needs to tap this and then back away, but instead Cheney will avoid the flash and spray him down in tow. Villanova shutting down the Ninja Defuse attempt and doubling the score of RIT.
Yeah, and I guess this is where you start to think that maybe this is dangerous territory in terms of scoreline for RIT. You talked about how they probably must need some good advantage heading into the second half. It doesn't look like it's going to happen with how strong Villanova are playing. Sure, they did three mess ups in a row, giving RIT 3 rounds, but they've found their ground once again and they're not letting it go this time around easily. RIT, the ecos haven't really been great for them either, so it's probably going to be a 7-3 score line. And Villanova, they're looking ever so strong behind Jane's frags. He's 13-3. Someone stop this man. Well, Taylor does get stopped, but it's not the man I was hoping for.
This is kind of wild. Cheney looked good last game, but they look even better now. Very lucky to actually have a spot to get that bomb down, but it's still Villanova in a post plant, and Get Wrecked having only an AK that's been stolen away. They could drop it to Ningso if they were in that vicinity, but instead they're on the flank. And the spray through Maxicat quickly taken care of. Follow up as well from Tubby Muffin on to Ningso, and Get Wrecked dies on that flank. Quick finish for Villanova again. 4 players alive in another 1 round. They're cleanly looking here on Vertigo.
But if they don't, well, you know what, they'll pretty much secure themselves at least a single round lead heading into the second half. So, and it will probably grow into a larger lead as well. So, RIT in a moment of desperation, I believe the legend pushed up earlier on will only be good for one as 2 players end up going down for RIT. Make that, ooh, never mind. I was about to say make that 3, but Get Wrecked is going to take Jenny away. But Maxicat, ooh, the timing is going to be crucial. He looked away!
No shot.
I think so, though.
Welcome to timing and first-person shooters. Name a more iconic duo, I suppose. It's a little difficult nowadays. RIT now with some consistency on this CT side. Flash over top will land, force them back. Both players, however, in this vicinity, and Internet playing on the sandbags, able to drop down, Get Wrecked. And the follow-up here from Ningso, they need this kill, but Ningso forced out in the open still wins the fight, and a Reshram falling back didn't have that redundancy. A now true 1 versus 2, a Reshram finding 1, but not seeing Ningso as they swing towards oranges, gives RIT their 4th, and all importantly, a round back in their favor.
We have 3 more rounds to go in the end of the first half, and RIT they need these 3. I'll be very honest, but Villanova, their economy is in such a good shape they can probably end up buying in all the 3 of these rounds if they even end up losing, which I don't believe is going to be the case. They've just looked so strong, and the individual performances, especially from Cheney as well, has been just so fabulous that it's hard to believe that RIT can chain the 3 rounds together. 4 rounds actually. They did win the last one as well, but Jutang, he of course like has their ideas, gotten 2 to kick things off. Villanova struggling earlier on in their approach towards the A side. Internet eventually will get the trade, but the damage has already been dealt.
Villanova playing from behind early in another fight, but the Legend 45 dead early just the same. Get Wrecked playing on top of the orange boxes again. And Villanova needs to add some diversity to their attacking setups. Molotov could be set up. Will follow from a smoke as well, so some utility combinations now being put forward as they try and send themselves on towards the A side, but they've dedicated everything to this. The extent of their utility that remains, a smoke and 2 flashes, and that's for a full 45-second post plant as RIT comes back with everything they still have.
And so he has a good amount of util available as well, but none of them is going to get dispensed. Instead, the flash from Villanova is going to keep them at bay. The nade, it's not going to deal a lot of damage, but Tyler's rifle will, as it comes down to a 1v1. It's Cheney that comes out on top. The star player for Villanova delivers. Oh, he jumps as well. Nice survived. I mean, and they do have the monies available to buy into the next 2 rounds, so I'm not really complaining. It did get scary there for a bit.
Again, the round trades for RIT have to be more often than not, and it just hasn't come through enough. Get Wreck now walking through here with a 5-7. Flash does miss for both sides, but so does the 5-7. So all in all, it doesn't particularly matter now, does it? Cheney flashed off the angle, but even while blind, can fully take down the Legend 45. Vision's overrated. Guns are forever. And the kill comes through. Looking for a follow-up now is Tyler. They go 2 for 0 in towards mid, and that should be the round. Chutang, the last line of defense here, will deny a bomb plant, sure. Their position should be known, and now is over towards sandbags. Ningso finds a follow-up towards mid. So to bare minimum, some kills are being taken back, but it may very well be all for naught. In a 1v3, Ningso has a smoke, an AK, and Kevlar only to contend with the Villanova Arsenal setup here on the A side. Both players holding the same angle, now finally turned, but for some reason they aren't watching it. Tubby Muffin was also holding towards that same side, but dies from the elevator, and Ereshram follows up. I still don't know why both Ereshram and Tubby Muffin were watching CT, but, you know, you do you.
Yeah, as long as they win the round, no harm, no foul, I suppose. Jane, he's running around with the 4 KD. I just wanted to shout out the guy. I mean, he's been absolutely lights out so far. I've said it enough already, I believe, but with only 2 more rounds to go in the first half, Villanova having all the momentum, having all the individual confidence on their side as well. RIT, this is not looking any bit of good. Honestly, Judang off to a good start. We've seen RIT secure a few first bloods, but it's the conversion that they struggle with behind those first bloods.
Even after losing Rushroom, though, Villanova don't care all that much. Tubby Muffin taken care of. 89 damage done to the head of Internet, but not lethal by any means. Shot over top, though, and Internet, even though they're all just 11 points of health, apparently doesn't care about the fact they could very well be dead after a single shot from any weapon in the game. They still want to play aggressive. Even the nade would have killed him if it went an extra 4.5 feet, but luckily the crane will keep them alive for the time being. Good jump up and over. Chutang headshot and follow-up with the body shot onto Tyler will immediately take care of them. And that should be the round. Villanova, down 2 players. They can't afford to swing into this. And honestly, they don't have all that much money on the back end either. 3 players to be forced onto a decent save. But Cheney's still left alive. You talked about it. The guy with a 4 KD, now up to 4.25, and he's not done just yet. The swing from Get Wrecked, though, will finally shut him down, and that 4.25 KD is limited to just 3 point something. 3.2? 3.4? 3.4.
Yeah. 3.4. Wait, no. 15 divided by... Okay, yeah, 3.4. No way you went all mathematician on there, damn. He's... Guy's literally flexing is the maths now. Alright, I get it.
L ratio bozo. Plus uwu plus
damn.
ratio. That's all I have to say.
Do the ooh. Well... Alrighty. Maybe their name stands for ratio. No, wait. The I needs to be after the T, but... Tubby Muffin! He's taken one to his name already. Already we're working with a man down, but the equalizer's present. Chutang goes massive, providing 2 kills, but Tyler still alive with 11 HP to work with. The bomb is going to go down, and Reshiram is going to be the one that's the main line of defense in the post plant, as he's left alone.
Russian spray over top, does damage, but can't find the kill, and then the proactive Maxi Cat swing comes through. Good enough for RIT. I said 9-6. I didn't mean 9-6 in Villanova's favor. So they still have some coming back to do, but there's more than enough time to do so. A whole half, but they do have to go onto the T side of their opponent's map pick. Not the most ideal of positions to be in. Already down a map and now down 3 rounds just the same.
Yeah, this pistol round is going to be of extreme importance for RIT if they want to make a comeback. I mean, sure, it's only a 3-round deficit, but I'll still count it as a comeback because as we've spoken, you know, RIT, they're sort of bound to struggle on vertical a little bit considering the strength of Villanova's players that they have right now. It is going to be a comeback. So this pistol round, it's going to be the one that needs to go their way. So far, a bit of damage traded from both sides, but no kills going down just yet. Neither is the bomb, but eventually Chutang is going to be the one that finds the first frag yet again. Get Wrecked follows up as RIT is pushing up. They're not even planting the bomb at this point. They're just going for the kills, trying to hunt the players of Villanova down, and they've been successful so far as 3 players taken away, leaving only Cheney and Reshiram behind.
That should be the round as well. The proactivity from RIT on this T side, making sure that they had man advantages in pistol round gunfights, which is all important. For instance, Reshiram did so much damage across, yet couldn't actually find the kill on an Inkso. And just like that, Legend 45 swings him, finds the kill, and gives RIT that second half pistol round victory. Brief reminder, RIT won the first half pistol, and still got 9-6'd. But this time around, there's no bomb plant for Villanova to fall back on for a second round bye, so they're still playing from fairly far behind.
You said 9-6. It could have been.
9-6.
I'm a bit disappointed, I'll be honest.
They could have gotten 69. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, good. We have the whole day to make memes. Maybe not another 69 one, but not complaining. Jenny surely is, as he meets his demise by the hands of Ningzo. Villanova, they're probably not gonna look. They're not gonna secure this round, although they have been pretty good on ecos. Not this time, sadly. Internet is going to get one to his name, but still 4 more players to deal with, and no one even close by. Does retrieve the rifle and has full health to work with, so there's a slight possibility as he's taken 2 players away, but the likelihood is not very great still.
Hey, ace
Okay.
clutch, still certainly possible, but he's getting flanked and he doesn't see him. Oh, caught with his knife out. Feels bad, man. Honestly, even if he had the AK out, I don't think he wins the fight. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. RIT with a second in a row. And an important one. Now just a round away from tying things up. Villanova's going to buy. If RIT win this, they set the tone for the T side. They lose it, I still think Villanova's more.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out if RIT can continue securing rounds at the start of the second half, or Villanova stop them earlier on, quite similar to what we saw in the first half. And ooh, a one-on-one trade to kick things off here, and the legend is going to be the one that makes sure that RIT are looking good heading into the A side. On the other hand, Resham is going to get tricked out of the equation. And RIT, they're playing this round extremely patiently, and Villanova just seems like they're giving the engagements away for free, absolutely. Those one-on-one fights, even a lot of them were dry peaks, so RIT taking full advantage of it, and hence have been able to secure the A side. The bomb is going to go down, and it's not looking pretty for Villanova.
Good nade at a bare minimum, does a small amount of damage, but again, nothing to write home about. Villanova's CT side being torn apart, limb from limb, bomb site from bomb site, and most importantly, round from round. Resham 1v3 for a 4K clutch if they want to bring it up, and I don't even think they go for this. No, they agree. Back away, save the M4, fight for another round. There's no cash for Villanova, honestly. Saving this gun doesn't do all that much for next round because you're not going to have any cash anyway. But, I mean, do you even save the gun? Yes, you still are able to do so and take an extra one away from RIT. So, you know, you'll take your wins where you can find them, no matter how small they may be. But it's still an RIT round, and we're tied at 9 apiece.
Yeah. A very much needed pistol round secured, and so is the rifle one that followed afterwards. Villanova now sort of on the back foot, but of course we have the whole of the second half right ahead of us. It could really go either way. Anubis still on the cards, of course. But we're gonna have to wait and find out if we go there. The hero rifle in the hands of Rusheram, of course, in the play, he's gonna be full buying into this one. Even the ult of all 4 nades. But we're gonna have to wait and find out if he can convert anything. It's going to be Tyler that finds the first frag, and that's an AK retrieve. This round just turned a whole lot deadlier as Tubby Muffin's going to take one away with him as well. Eventually does fall, but the damage has already been dealt.
That may be it as well. Villanova's in a pretty clean spot, all things considered. The AK taken away puts them even in a better spot. And the bomb being dropped, intentionally, but dropped nonetheless, means no early bomb plant, but it still kills back the other way. Oreshram in yet another clutch situation, and needs to find only 1 kill. This time around, Ningso for a 3K, Oreshram for only his first, but the smoke down. That's not a wall. Oreshram could push through that, and may very well do so, but instead plays a little bit more passive, but still walks through! What a play from Ningso with just 25 points of health. And RIT take the lead.
Well, we talked about how they pretty much needed a strong first half to possibly to win this round, to win this map, excuse me. But it seems like they're better on D side, and so far, Villanova, they have failed to provide any resistance, any answer to the question that RT have been bringing up to them. Villanova, though, taking a very much needed timeout, and I like this from Villanova. They recognize whenever they're facing, whenever they're facing a lot of struggles in which, well, they take the time out immediately. RIT, they've not done the same, but not complaining. They are around up after all.
Villanova calling their first timeout of the game, their third of the series thus far. Historically, their timeouts have worked fairly well in their favor. Dissecting what's going wrong, the IGL, I believe, of Internet, really giving the lowdown to the squad of what needs to change. And the answer thus far, notably, is just opening duels. Secondarily is patience. Villanova's defensive side has seemed a little over aggressive. Granted, it is the first 4 rounds of the half, so it's not completely unheard of to see a little bit more of an aggressive side for both teams. But you need to measure that aggression. Figure out when you can slow yourself down and play for more favorable gunfights later on, because there's no easy way to take quick gunfights if you're on a CT side that, like you said earlier, has been dry peaking the predominant part of the half.
That Villanova, they sort of have gotten a bit into their own heads. It seems like in the last rifle round, especially, there were quite a lot of one-on-one duels that they didn't exactly need to give away. They had no util usage behind them either. They just walked straight into them. Although but and RIT, they took complete advantage of it as they should have. But Villanova, they're definitely going to recognize the mistakes they have learned from them so far and convert rounds behind it. But we're going to have to wait and find out if they can repeat it yet again, because RIT, they're looking strong. Not too strong that our Villanova can't overcome it, of course. They sort of are the favorable team from the both of us, I believe. Uh, but still, RIT, they're looking strong. You said in the recent matches that they've been improving, and so far, they recognize what's on the line. If they lose this map, they'll be dropping down to the losers bracket, and they're trying to avoid it.
They would have to play Montana should they lose here. Next game is Montana versus the loser of this, by the way. We'll have a little bit of a break, but it is the next match nonetheless. Ningso's over-aggression, that was cost him.
Ooh.
And Internet, there for the redundancy, finds a double kill. Back-to-back kills for the man who wields Wi-Fi. And an AK picked up as well. Villanova's defensive side looking a little bit cleaner now in this round. They have an AWP to work with for Cheney. The B site has fallen. They've just completely relinquished control on that side of the map because, why hold a site you kind of need to? But instead they'll play for a retake, and they need to set up a fairly quick one at that if they want to be able to bring this back. Up, finds one. 1v3 now for Maxi, who's playing fairly far back and a little bit more of a passive angle. Is seen though. Quick kill from Tubby Muffin and quick finish for Villanova. 2 kills for both Internet and Cheney. Tubby Muffin the final, and Villanova tying us right back up. They're not done with Vertigo just yet.
Well, RIT, they get denied any further leads. Villanova tying things up 110-10. Yet again, a bit similar scoreline to what we saw on Inferno. Villanova, they struck really strong after this one, securing 5 rounds in a row. But we're gonna have to wait and find out if they can repeat that. RIT, of course, they're gonna try not to make sure that doesn't happen. But oh, the aggression from Villanova. It was very fruitful last time around. Not so much this time, as it's only a one-on-one trade. And the players of Illinois eventually going to back off. RIT are going to be allowed some space, but Internet and Reshiram are going to find a kill each, leaving only 2 players behind. Jutang tagged down to 32 HP as well, so not the prime of positions for RIT in this round, but Jutang provides the equalizer.
Got over top though, Chutang actually giving the man advantage now towards RIT, and Internet having to play backup, switching out for the AWP, and Chutang on low HP just swings him. One shot, 1 kill, and Internet taken care of. RIT regained the lead they were also dying for. And I gotta say, I'm a little surprised about it too. Important frag back, and one that gives them now that lead that's all important.
Yeah, in the 2v3, it's once again Villanova. It just seemed like they were a bit too confident in their individual abilities. I mean, sure, the players have been playing absolutely lights out, but when you know you have a man advantage and the bombs yet to go down, just play together, play for the trades. It's worked out for them pretty much every single round so far, but the the overconfidence it costed them the 11th, and now their economy isn't really great either. Tyler sitting with the one hero M4 while the rest of his team didn't even buy in. I'm not sure if he got miscommunicated or something, but it's not looking good for Villanova now.
Tyler's playing patient in the back corner. Swing for a kill. One opener goes the way of Villanova, and the return with the hero M4 needs to work. Pop flash over the top. The swing, though, from Tyler is finally shut down. But here comes Villanova, as a team no less. A double from Cheney, almost a third, but Internet makes up for it. And with just lesser weaponry, it's down to a 1 versus 1. A Rusher has the ability to retrieve a rifle should they require it, and they're playing patiently on the front side of this catwalk. They are playing close and playing for the walk up. Get wrecked, may very well get caught out, and is indeed. Villanova, a hero M4, stagnant pistols, and a couple SMGs. And believe it or not, yet another eco round victory for them. Count it 4 in the series.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if the eco rounds hadn't gone the way of Villanova, will the scoreline had been different on Inferno towards the end of things, but we're never going to find out that answer. And Villanova, they're doing the same thing yet again. You know, they struggled in the second half a little bit, but it was the eco rounds that pulled them back, and it's going to be the same case yet again. Jaina is going to be the one that finds the first one in the 23rd round of map 2. Alrighty, already onto a back foot, and their economy isn't really pretty either. They don't have anything except pistols to work with.
This is bad for RIT. There's no beating around the bush here. Cheney's going to find the first contact. We'll find the first kill as well. Now wielding it up. 24 and 12. Even after almost an entire game of CSGO, they still have a casual 2.0 KD. And still don't show any signs of slowing down anytime soon. Villanova has really put their might upon him, but they've still had help from the rest of the squad as well. It's not just a single man showing up, but that man is showing up a hell of a lot. A second kill in the round for Cheney. Now looking for a third. I don't even know if they'll be given the opportunity, as Tyler now looking to take the opportunity away from them. A quick walk up from the Legend 45, I believe, over on this side. Yeah, they're close with a Tech 9 in hand. Maybe looking for a bomb plant, or at least for their teammates' bomb plant. They're still waiting close as well. Catching out Internet with that nade in hand, but still able to find the kill is Tubby Muffin. That should be the round as well. Maxi Cat being caught out. Shot does damage. Follow-up does just the same, but it's a single kill and a consolation one at that. Villanova a lead once more.
Yeah, and this is starting to get deadly for RIT. Villanova's economy is starting to look like it's going to be in a good shape as well. Sure, it's not great so far. W Muffins, he's absolutely broke right now. But Villanova, if they win this round, it's going to be in a pretty good shape, depending on how many players they do have alive by the end of it. And Jane, of course, he wants to secure the victory as soon as possible, and oh no, the Molotov is going to force Shane out of his positioning, but Taylor, he's present to help him out as he takes Ningzo out of the
Oh,
equation. Eagle from Tank proves to be deadly, but so does the nade by Enter, and Taylor finds a second in this round, leaving only Getrick behind with a Tech 9, and he's not going to be able to find anything whatsoever with that. Villanova find their 13th.
I think that's it. Honest adjustment. I think that may very well be it. If RIT loses this, we're done. Villanova's going to take this probably 16-12, but if RIT bring this back and finally shut down RIT's momentum, we're looking at a significantly closer finishing. Maybe 16-14 either way. But Villanova will still have a bye to work off of. Early nade that will hit nothing but thin air. A Molotov as well, just to create some more space on this B side for Villanova. But again, RIT doesn't particularly care about it. They're still walking up. Chutang wants to find an opening kill, or at least real estate to work with in and of their own right, and they will. Even a smoke from Villanova to give them that real estate, but you gotta jump before you run off the side there. That's unfortunate.
Well, a bit of early damage dealt on the Chutang and Legend as well, which has made sure that RIT they're gonna have to take their sweet time with this one. The rotation is coming in from Villanova as well, leaving no player over towards the other side. Sure, internet's present, but not expecting anyone to come by. It's going to be Taylor that finds swings first, but Villanova, they all lost 3 players in a blink of an eye, leaving only 2 behind. Make that okay. Well, true time. He goes
Oh,
down. Maxi can attack down to 4 HP as well. This is starting to look good.
looking much better. Legend 45, however, swings on the second angle, but doesn't see Tubby Muffin as they've already crossed. The flank coming in from Ningso could very well be the difference maker as they patiently walk forward. Tubby Muffin looking for the opening kill, but cannot find it. The Legend 45 finds their second and third on the round in the later stages and gives Villanova that all-important shutdown that RIT needed in the full gun round as well.
Well, now things are getting interesting. Yeah, you said it sort of like it seemed like a done deal for Villanova when they won the 13th, but RIT they strike right back, and Villanova, well, their backs are against the wall in terms of economy. Yet again, of course, they have a full buy into this one. They're still looking good, but not really great as internet's already gone down. Uh, a bit of damage dealt on Toby Muffin as well, but Chutang, he's down to 30 HP himself, so not the best of situations for both of these teams yet. But slowly, RIT making their way onto the A side. The bomb retrieved as well as Ningzo making his way back. Actually, it might just be a fake, and they do have Taylor still lurking around the B side. But as soon as Cheney gets the kill, Taylor is going to go out for the rotation as well. But he's going to actually decide against it. He might have the perfect read here. The Molotov going to force him back.
But look at Villanova. They're still happy to play for this real estate. The problem is, Reshram moves as they were trying to take the fight, and GetWrecked finds the kill. Opportunity for Tubby Muffin, though, through the smoke brings at least one back, and a 3v3, but the bomb has now been seen as it rotates over towards this B side, and Tyler, now seeing it, will call over the rotation. Again, a retake required of this Villanova defense, and this time it finds an opener. Tubby Muffin, not slowing down by any means, sees the AK and then the head of Ningso, looking for a third, but is finally shut down. Maxicat brings it down to a 1 versus 2. An op available for Cheney, but that may very well be their downfall. It is indeed, but Maxi's legged. A single shot from death as Tyler needs to discern where they are. A game of Ring Around the Rosie, and one that Tyler will win. Villanova bring another back and extend their lead right back to 2.
Maxicat, he hasn't been the best player for R18 in terms of statistics, but that round he pulled it a bit too close to call, 10 to 15 in terms of KD right now. But had he won that round, it would have been absolutely everything, potentially tying up the map. But that just isn't the case. R80, their backs are totally against the wall because if they lose this round, they're not going to have anything to work with in terms of money in the bank, and Villanova will be on map points. So this is going to be the round of most importance in this whole series, pretty much, as Jane gets a first blood in this as well.
That's bad. No beating around the bush,
That
that's
is bad.
bad. Legend 45 is dead, but so now is Reshiram. Granted, one of the few players, actually one of just 2 players, no, make it 3 actually, who are negative on Villanova, with Cheney finding basically all the kills for the team. Everybody else hasn't had all that many opportunities. Cheney's now just playing patiently for the look over top, has seen the walkthrough, and now the kill onto Chutang. And that's another frag for Villanova. 4v3 now favoring the Wildcats. And Tyler, playing in the rat angle they've played 45 times before, and still nobody's cleared it. Come on. Pattern recognition? Maybe? RIT? Question mark? Guess not.
Doesn't exist. For error 404 not found.
Yeah.
So are 3 players for RIT, as they're dead, of course. Villanova, for a live side, the smokes around as well from the side of IRT, but they're going to have to deal with quite a lot of population before they can get onto the site, and internet is going to be the first part of it, and Jaina is the second one. That's going to be the one that finishes things out, putting Villanova on map and series point. RIT just 1 round away from having to face University of Montana in the losers bracket.
That honestly very may well be it as well. Look at the guns for RIT, or in this case, the lack thereof. I'll count them for you. 2 Galils, a Tech 9, a Deagle, and an AK. versus Villanova's everything. They have everything they could ever want, minus Eresharum's M4, which is now given over. So benefit back towards RIT. At least they've gained something. Two somethings, actually. An extra rifle and a body in their favor. But it's still Villanova with the weapon advantage. Granted, not the greatest of ones, especially with those 2 kills now following up, and Villanova giving the opportunities back. If RIT is going to bring it back, this is a way to do it. Tear apart Villanova's defense limb from limb, as it looks like this should be a save, but the problem is, RIT's going straight into the stack. Maxicat with 3 body shots will find 1, but Shaney's still here with the op, almost able to find the shot, is not able to do so though, will drop straight onto Maxicat, but still has to play with the op in hand. Ningso behind on low HP, still trying to play aggressive, but that should be the round. Somehow, every single shot other than the final few miss, and RIT still win it, but a little less than ideal in the final engagement.
That round felt a bit more like Villanova taking their own defense apart rather than RRD pulling it apart. Again, it's just the same thing, Villanova, they get overconfident in some of these rounds. They go out for the dry peaks. They just try to provide heroics when they don't even need to. You're sitting on map point, just play this rather safe. It's RIT that should be panicking. Instead, it's Villanova that get needlessly aggressive, and now their economy is is in shambles. They're down to only pistols, but from what we know, it's the eco rounds that work miraculously for them.
The op from Cheney, the hero one at that, it could very well be the difference maker. 1 kill back, Tubby Muffin taken care of, but this round's still far from over. The bomb is not in the possession of RIT. That kill into Eresharum may very well give them a false sense of security. Another player waiting around that corner, Tyler's taken care of just the same. And Cheney's op now being encroached upon on the B site just the same, and RIT realizing that's really where the last line of defense lies. Back away from it, drop internet, and that should be the round. Cheney's going to have to save this into the final round of regulation, but RIT doesn't want to give him the opportunity. They want to strip it away if they can.
They're looking for it. I'm not sure if they will be able to get it though, but regardless of that, it honestly could really go either way. As you said, final round of regulation. Villanova, there's thankfully though they're gonna have rifles to work with. They're gonna have a full buy, and maybe an op as well, depending if Cheney is able to save it or not. Ooh, and this is actually good. If Jaina, he can
Uh-oh.
deal a good amount of damage onto the economy, it could be very vital, but he's only good for 1. RIT, their economy is fine as well, so now it all comes down to this.
Final round of regulation, and the op being taken away means it's rifles only. M4s at the best. No head armor, but there's also no Galils for RIT, didn't really matter. And the economy damage that could have been done also really would have been fairly inconsequential considering it is the final round of regulation. RIT needs opening kills, and a couple of them, most importantly. They cannot allow Cheney to over-aggress in some of these fights, but look at Villanova's real estate control over towards the A side. The whereabouts of Chutang now seen, but the kill still found by him. And the opener goes the way of RIT, now looking for a follow-up, but Internet finds a return. The all-important refrag onto the top fragger of RIT, and they back away, but Cheney dies just the same. Down to a 3 versus 3. Everybody who has not been top fragging now needs to show up, as both teams contend for this final round. Whether it's OT or a 2-0, Villanova are looking for the latter and have now found a 1 versus 3 in their favor. Ningso needs to walk forward, and silently so. The problem is, they may very well be walking into a trap, being held from up above, behind the cardboard that waits, and Ningso, clearing their corners, doesn't do so. Villanova shuts it down and send themselves to the upper bracket final.
Well, that got a bit too close to call, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit uncomfortable to watch as well, considering some of the rounds that were being played by both of these teams, honestly. The eco wins from Villanova, but at the same time, the ridiculous defenses from them as well. It was just all over the place, this map, but it didn't disappoint, of course. Both of these teams, they went to the max round count of regulation, and it was definitely entertaining, to say the least.
And a clean finish as well there for Villanova in the later stages just caps off how dominant they looked, but how close the series still seemed. Not only did it end 16-13, 16-14 in a 2-0 for Villanova, but in the later rounds, seemingly every single one was close. Unfortunately, for the RIT side, not close enough, as they are 2-0'd out of things. Before we send it to a break and into our next series, inflict any final thoughts?
I mean, if you're on RIT, I think you could have some good takeaways from this, because the last time around Villanova and RIT have gone head to head. The round counts have not even been this close. So I guess you're happy that you've improved, but you're gonna need some more improvements if you want to win the whole thing. But other than that, Villanova, they're looking extremely strong heading into the winners finals.
RIT now looking a little bit weaker as they have lost that life that has given them some level of comfortability in the upper bracket. Instead, they now need to take on Montana in the lower round one. They lose, they're out. Same goes for Montana, though. It's a fight to stay alive between the Grizzly Esports and the Tigers as we move on to our second match of the day. The unfortunate loss for RIT means they are now in the lower bracket and will take on the University of Montana in our lower bracket round one. I'm Time to Light. Joined alongside me is still Inflict for our EGFC Season 4 Counter-Strike League Championships. And the final chance for both of these squads heading into this lower bracket. Inflict, starting things off, we just saw RIT. We haven't seen Montana yet since yesterday. You actually saw them play a little bit. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, both of these teams they definitely have the potential to take this one away, but I think RIT they're coming off of a sort of a hot start. You know, we talked about how they've sort of improved from their regular season coming into the playoffs. They've been improving so far, and of course they didn't exactly win even a single map, but the maps were extremely close. It could have really gone either way. So I think RIT they're looking strong. University of Montana they were looking shaky yesterday as well. If they don't clean things up here, I think RIT they're looking strong considering the first map, especially it is Inferno. Sure, RIT just lost it, but they learned quite a lot and they still looked incredible on it.
Looking at our map pool, RIT, I big shout out to them. I didn't have to change a single one of their picks or bans. Nuke was their first ban, Inferno was their first pick, and Overpass was their last ban. I didn't even have to change the assets. It was super cool. On the other side of things, I haven't changed the profile pictures, but the general idea of things is Anubis, Mirage, and Vertigo in that order for Montana. Mirage is the pick. They did not want to leave Anubis up, but Ancient being left over. I'm a little surprised that Montana left Ancient over Vertigo. I would have liked to see them play a little bit more Ancient or a little bit more Vertigo than I would Ancient. But honestly, considering how well RIT just did against Villanova on one of their better maps, I understand the decision to forego playing that map.
Yeah, but Mirage, I'm not sure how I feel about that specific map for both of these teams. I don't believe University of Montana played it. I'm not 100% certain about that, but RIT, I believe we have something from their side. They played it against Villanova, so I'm not sure if the pick for University of Montana, take Mirage, is really great considering. The general performance of University of Montana has been a bit questionable so far across the losers bracket. So we're gonna have to wait and find out how it plays out. But other than that, I think I'm favoring RIT in this series.
I'm going to say RIT 2-0. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I think this is not going to be close. However, I do think Montana is going to make Inferno a little bit closer than we saw last time. We were looking at previous engagements between these two teams last time they played, and the only time they played since Montana's Counter-Strike team joined only in this spring semester was week 13. That was March 3rd. It was a very swift 2-0 for RIT. It was 16-3 on Inferno, of which is our first map, and then 16-6 on Mirage, of which is our second. So same order, same maps, and same two teams. Not a whole lot has changed between these two teams, the extent of which is a substitute for RIT. I don't think anything's changed for Montana, and the substitute for RIT was one of their better fraggers in our previous matchup. I'm not
So
liking Grizz's chances.
I mean, it's the playoffs. Honestly, anything could happen. Really, you can't you have to give the benefit of doubt to University of Montana. Of course, we haven't really seen them play on Mirage as well, so their strat book can have a few surprises for us laying there. Inferno, sure, your RIT they look strong on it, but they did lose, so of course they're not. The gods do bleed as well. University of Montana they can make it happen as well if anything. So it's going to be definitely an exciting one as we head on to the losers bracket game. The one of these teams is going to say goodbye to us tonight. Now we just have to wait and find out whether it's going to be UOM or RIT.
Montana, their CT sides have looked decent thus far this semester. Some statistics for the University of Montana side, if anybody may or may not be curious. Montana is 4-12 with a negative 93 round differential through 8 best of twos, or 16 maps total. 25% win rate in terms of rounds, or in terms of maps. Their round differential is like a 32% win rate or so. So their CT sides have really been the way they've picked up some of those maps. The opening kills also. The problem is they don't pick up all that many opening kills. Actually, it's just opening deaths and a whole lot of them. Not a whole lot of a return for this Montana side. As RIT, flawless pistol. Almost a team ace as well. Maxi, however, will find a double. Acmo finds nothing. And a little bit of a sub as Acmo comes in. I don't know who they're replacing. Let me totally maybe go back. Oh no! Acmo is not a sub. This is not on Faceit. Let me preface things. Montana's had tech issues, so we're not on Face It. Akimo, if I recall correctly, is totally not opening Face It right now. I don't know what you're
I
talking
think
about.
Akmo
It's the
is the
Legend
legend.
45. Yeah, the Legend 45.
But pistol round secured from RIT. That's been one strong suit for them so far. And last on Vertigo, they secured both of those pistol rounds. How they couldn't close out the map, but of course, having a good start into things is always a plus point. RIT getting aggressive early on over towards Banana. They already have a man advantage to work with, and only two players to go take away, and they are successful in doing so. They're only two behind, make that one as Texas Toast is left all alone. And ooh, a few shaky shots from Maxican, but he doesn't have some help available. Eventually, Texas Toast dragged down to 58, but I'm not sure how he survived for so long.
Lucky, but only lucky
So
enough to
far.
find a CZ kill. Or, no, not even a CZ kill, a Zeus kill. As a matter of fact, trade outs for some weaponry and some most likely trash talk or laughs and chat. And still an RIT round. A little bit of weaponry loss, but nothing to write home about. They're still more than happy with that.
Perhaps. University of Montana, though, now they're gonna buy into this one, and yeah, you said earlier you've only seen one shotgun kill so far. And I'm pretty certain you're gonna witness a lot more. University of Montana's player Roast Beefers, he's a fan of that, and Frank as well. Frank got quite a few yesterday, so I'm hoping to see some more from his end. We're gonna have to wait and find out. The nades could prove to be deadly, but not a lot of damage dealt just yet. The players of Montana forced to back off here a little bit as RIT continue to gain some real estate behind the Molotov. They should have total banana control gained, but the bomb still all the way back.
Opening kills required here for Montana. They cannot afford to lose something early. The swing forward, they do clear out oranges and Chutang getting the opener. Nothing too easy though, but the refrag over towards A, and they can recover the bomb and go towards the A side, but they left it on T ramp. That's a problem. Montana should be able to fully rotate over and not have to worry about that full hold. With Maxi just barely grabbing the bomb, this will be a very late rotation for RIT to finally get this down.
Yeah, get right. He is in a good positioning. The smoke going to further help RIT get help out with the bomb plant, but the post plant it could prove to be extremely deadly. Get Rick gets a massive frag now, tying the man advantage up to a 2 versus 2. Frank and Texas Toast now they do have a kit online as well, but Texas Toast he's been tagged down quite a lot. He's going on for a long flank. But Frank, though, he's going to be in a world of misery as the smoke fades away. He gets spotted out as well. The nade to follow up behind the bullets as he eventually gets taken out of the hands of Get Rick, leaving only Texas Toast behind. And this should be a third round secured for RIT.
Texas Toast in a less than ideal position as well. At best case scenario, can shut down them getting out alive. Maybe Molotov back towards Doja, but that's not going to matter. Get Wrecked dies, as will, well, most of both teams, but Texas Toast will retain their AK with 17 points of health remaining, and Maxicat keeps over their 50 HP and holds on to the AK of their own, but still a round victory and an important one for RIT as they really set the tone for their T side.
They have University of Montana. It seems like they're going to be forcing into this one as well. A couple of one shotgun, I believe, online, an SMG as well, a deagle in the hands of Pickle, while a couple of rifles online. So it's still very much possible for University of Montana to convert this round, but the likelihood of that, of course, not a lot. RAT once again a bit tried to get a bit aggressive over towards Banana, gets denied behind the Molotovs, but it's the first frag that goes the way of University of Montana, and Maxicat answers back with two of his own. Although tagged down to 9 HP, he's dealt a good amount of damage onto University of Montana's round as a whole. A player pushed up quite close, the smoke fades away, and so does Frank's life.
Walk forward, they have to clear out that side, and oh no, Texas Toast was flashed off the angle. GetRec sets themselves up for success, and Montana seemingly having no idea where RIT's heading, even after seeing the bomb. And a clean finish here in round 4. This is looking dire. Roast Beefers now with the Mag 7. You were talking about seeing them with shotguns. Problem is, nobody's even getting them the time of day within 20 meters. And it's still looking clean for the Tigers. Not too many signs of life for Montana. The extent of what they found thus far is Texas Toast with 4 kills, notably most of them in the previous round, and then the rest of the team with 2 combined. They're also trying to take away the Mag 7 from Roast Beefers, and at this distance, I don't think a headshot does enough damage. They've seen the Mag 7, and it did 8 damage from that distance. That's a shotgun moment.
Okay, you know what? If there's anything that I can guarantee out of the series, it's going to be at least a single shotgun kill. Frank and Roast Beefers, they pull out the
Yay!
shotgun quite a lot. You'll get it. But alrighty. Sorry, University of Montana yet to get around on board. We have the teams messed up a
There we go.
little on
Sorry,
top,
I
but
was
we'll
I
get
was
back there.
refreshing the Legend 45 and Shutang's names.
Ooh, all good, all the better now. But already back to playing a bit defaulty here, a bit aggressive over towards middle. Earlier on, banana control being potentially taken over, but there's some aggression being shown by Get Wrecked, and he'll get punished for it. The nade going to deal a good amount of damage, and so is the Molotov, forcing Roast Beefers to back off with just 32 HP to work with. Jutang getting a bit aggressive, almost took a player away, but the Molotov going to isolate the fight. Roast Beefers still good
What?
for two, potentially the third, never mind. The Legend is going to deny that. On the other hand, Maxicant keeping the hopes of this round alive for RIT. There's only 3 players remain for University of Montana and only 1 man to defend the A site. It's going to be a big pickle, and he is in a big pickle right now, as he's gonna have to deal with 2 players alone. Eventually, the rotation is coming in from Texas Toast, but it might be a bit too late.
What does RIT do here? What's the decision? Seemingly split B if they can. Texas Toast finding the kill into Maxicat. Legend 45 may be caught out though, and they are indeed. They will fall and the kill back. RIT finally shut down, as the University of Montana will pick up their opening round. And a good finish for them. Notably, MVP in that round goes to Roast Beefers. Somehow finding a second kill even after initiating the fight on 5 health. Masterful play from them.
Yeah, he got isolated, so he just went out with a full swing. Somehow got away with 2 kills and still managed to remain alive for a little bit. Alrighty, they can't allow that behavior to go on for long, otherwise it could be a bit extra painful for them. But still a 3 round advantage to work with. The economy not so great for either side, so both of them are going to be completely broken. Whoever ends up losing, except the winners, of course. But ooh, Ningso is going to deal a bit of damage. The nade putting the HP of Frank down to 61 as well. As the bomb starting to make its way over towards Banana, Big Pickle right around the corner gets a free kill on the Chutang.
Important one as well. Really setting the tone for this round so that RIT have to realize that you're measuring your aggression more often than not. And University of Montana, as soon as they pick up weapons, they're looking a lot better. There's not easy ability to walk all over them. However, if you're walking towards the B side, you may have that opportunity. Utility now being thrown forward, new box Molotov just the same, everything being set up. But look for the Flower Pants play. Roast Beefers playing up and over top, the flashes land, and Maxicat actually walks through, is hit with a utility, but still is looking to spray straight through. And the drop off of Flower, there's still real estate to work with here for Montana, but they have not lost the site just yet. The spray through, Get Wrecked very lucky to be alive. They want to get this bomb down, and they'll be able to do so, but the smoke is already dissipated. The walk straight through, fully blind as Get Wrecked, as they will fall. A 2 versus 4, but Dark still occupied. The swing from the Legend 45 and a 1 versus 4 required. They switch out to the Glock, but will only find 2, as RIT is shut down once more, this time with a bomb plant, but a round victory nonetheless for Montana.
Yeah, RIT, they just seem like they played that round a bit too chaotically. Then seemed desperate to get the bomb down. Although they didn't have a good amount of time to work with, they didn't even get to the chance to get into proper post-round positioning. We saw, I believe, a couple of players jumping around, trying to get out of the site, heading towards Banana, but they just weren't allowed to. University of Montana were too quick on the rotations, and it worked out really in their favor. RIT gonna go for a force mine to this one to potentially stop University of Montana on going on a spree, but the likelihood, of course, isn't great. But if they learn anything from Noah, it's to convert eco rounds, and well, so far it doesn't seem like they actually have. As Yudanki got 1, but University of Montana have gotten 2 in return.
And again, it's a round where RIT is over aggressing. They're not playing around their utility, and dead players early, not a whole lot they can do about it. Problems continually mounting, and no further responses from RIT after a lot of these fights. Get Wrecked on 50 health. Roast Beefer is the only one to fall this far from Montana, and they're more than happy with that. Weird setup for them, by the way. A Big Pickle sitting Boiler, with Duck sitting around towards the main library side. But they may be able to split a Big Pickle into an early death here if timing gets the better of him. It's really going to come down to just that, timing. The walk over top, a Big Pickle somehow aware of it, misses the predominant part of their early shots, but they need this refrag. They need the help from behind. Maxi needs to take the fight and will, so at a bare minimum, an opening fight. But a Big Pickle from the grave finds a follow-up with the nade, and Frank with the response. The Legend 45 now in a 1 versus 3. Will find a first. The bomb is available to them, but with only 35 seconds, less time than ideal is left on the board, and they only get hit through the wall. They'll be able to recover the bomb if timing helps them. They just barely slip into the apartments. 25 seconds with 11 health.
Yeah, and Texas Toast, he has absolutely no idea, but eventually he should. He spotted the final player out and will get the kill. Although it seemed a bit too close to call, the legend almost literally became a legend in this round for RIT, but sadly couldn't seal the deal there. University of Montana continued to answer back. It's 3 rounds in a row for them, and now finally RIT's economy has gone down to the grave.
Not really liking their chances in the RIT side after that. This is looking dire for them. Good nade down Banana. Almost a follow-up. Does go a little bit too far, but RIT want to rush this and don't even have a way in. They have no utility to work with. They have a smoke. Sorry, 2. A flash alongside Deagles. I believe a set of dualies on the Legend 45. A P250 and a Tech 9. This is less than ideal, but we've seen wilder things happen. Opening kill goes their way. They do need to clear out Flower Pot's position, and they don't. The spray through does damage, but nothing to write home about. The B side is fallen. Shutang's recovered and up. This is dangerous, especially with a follow-up kill. Looking for another as well. Has the opportunity, but misses the shots. That could cost RIT the round. That was their saving grace, and as Big Green falls, so will the Tigers.
Yeah, had Jutan gotten that second kill, the round would have been absolutely different. They would have been able to retrieve another rifle to work with, but that just wasn't the case. A very massive kill, denying that one. And University of Montana, they've pretty much secured the equalizer here. RIT, they tried to get aggressive, but as you said, they didn't have a lot of utility to work behind with. And Maxicat now just has a smoke, a flash, and a deagle, and a dream for this round. 35 seconds on the clock. The bomb down right in the middle of the site as well. It's only a matter of time before he too shall fall, as there is a player waiting for him right around the corner. But no! Texas Toast, he's gone down. No immediate trade whatsoever as well. So there's a rifle down there for him to retrieve and work with. An M4 secured. He's heading back. There's a player right around the corner into graveyard as the
What?
spam gives his location away. But 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb is going to go down.
Gotta
But
stick
no,
it.
actually, it's going to be too close to call. A big
Gotta stick it in the
pickle
corner.
coming around.
But he plays with a Deagle! He didn't reload! Oh, no.
Oh no, the 2 rounds in a row, almost 1v3 is coming in. One last time around it was the legend. Now I believe it was Maxicat, but it that has to be heartbreaking. Alrighty, they looked so strong to kick things off, and their Hail Mary rounds were those 1v3 clutches, but both of them get denied. Now University of Montana pretty much in the driver's seat at this point. RIT though, they're gonna be able to buy it fully into this round and have an early man advantage to work with as well. So potentially a way to make their potentially an opening for them to make their way back onto the scoreboard after a while.
At a bare minimum, something brought early. And they did damage in the previous round, so looking at the less than ideal weaponry, Chutang has an opportunity to find a kill, and does so. That's the A site. And honestly, if I'm Montana here, I save. Even though you know you've done a decent bit of damage, it's not enough to warrant a push. And I think they know that. The problem is, Ning is so far pushed up on the B side, that's a lot of real estate for RIT to possibly take things away. And there should be enough sound cues here to warrant RIT pushing this. The problem is they don't have all that much money in and of their own right, but they want to make sure Montana doesn't either. And this is a problem. Montana losing their weaponry. They're in more dire straits than we've seen RIT since those opening 4 rounds. Swing trying to take the gun away. Texas Toast plays patiently and is able to find a kill off the back of it. A smoke to follow up, but a Molotov lands inside of it. Problems for RIT, and at this point, I don't think you try and give away any more weaponry. You just play patiently. You cannot afford to give over weaponry you're sticking with.
Yeah, Chudang and the Legend, they don't have a lot of health to work with either, so save on to as many weapons as you possibly can. Oh, it almost felt like a weapon was gonna get taken away from Montana, but they get to hold on. And RIT, they struck first, got 4 rounds in a row. University of Montana answered back with 4 of their own, but now, once again, RIT making sure that they don't let University of Montana get even a single round lead. A very crucial one and a very important factor of this first half is that University of Montana's economy has been kept in check, and courtesy of those two almost 1v3s as well. It all came down to just 1v1s towards the end of those rounds, which just made sure that University of Montana, they had to dispense as much money as they possibly would have to, and hence now they can't even fully buy back into this round.
A lack of weaponry here for Montana. They still have the AWP and M4 available, and with the drops over, this round's certainly still attainable, but less than ideal, to understate the obvious. Texas Toast walking through may very well get caught out from the apartment's side. Lucky to be alive at this point, but neither player in the apartment's balcony area trying to take that fight. A big pickle playing patiently, as is Chu Tang, just waiting for the other one to balk. But Duck doing the same thing over towards the pocket. If they get cleared, they're in a less than ideal position, but they win the fight? Okay, no. Somebody nerf the MP9. That thing's broken. No shot.
The AK might be a bit stronger. Two Tanks has gotten one tag down quite a lot onto the second, as well as the Legend will be the one that finds a kill to his name on the other side. Chu Tang doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, so this swing could prove to be fatal, and it is, as Texas Toast finishes him off. But the remaining 3 players of Montana, they're all tagged down quite a lot. This is not looking good for them, as one more player falls, leaving only 2 behind. Both of them have 42 HP collectively. Well, make it 41 now as Frank goes down as well. And Texas Toast is just going to hold on to the AK.
Understandable save. I mean, no reason to risk what you already don't have. And this is a round where Montana's going to save over an AK, and the next round they probably should be saving across the board. Loss bonus is going to be 1900. They'll have maximum $4,000 on Frank, 3,500 on roast beefers, and everybody else is going to be sub 3K. It's just not good enough. Yeah, it's just not good cash for Montana. They can't even warrant trying a buy here. At a bare minimum, you'll probably see an SMG or two between roast beefers and Frank, and maybe an upgraded pistol for the Montana
Or a
side.
shot.
But yeah, true. I mean, it's roast beefers. I wouldn't put it past them. But no, you'll just see pistols,
Nah,
unfortunately. Feels bad, man. I was hoping for the
nah.
shotgun, but nope.
I'll get it. I have faith. But more than me, it's University of Montana that they're going to need the faith and the trust in themselves to convert this round into something, considering the arsenal that they have to work with. It isn't exactly too fabulous. But Texas Toast, he's gonna have to go massive as Frank ends up falling now. He's going Texas Toast still right around the corner. That's the hero, AK gone. Now both of the good weapons that University of Montana had available have been taken away. Duck though, just a pistol enough for him to take a person. Still RIT in the driver's seat of this round.
It's another
We'll
round for
get
Montana where you're saying they didn't have all that much of a shot to start with, considering the lesser weaponry, to understate the obvious. Chutang misses the opportunity. No, we'll shut down Duck. And Get Wrecked finishes off Roast Beefers. That's a clean round victory, and one that really RIT needed. You could see cash abundant throughout the team, and a finish exactly like that was needed.
perhaps. But RIT now looking extremely strong to where as we approach the end of the first half. Still 3 more rounds to go, of course. Excuse me. But we're gonna have to wait and find out what the end scoreline will look like. Is now Montana looking to get aggressive? A good amount of damage dealt onto Roast Beefers and Frank, both of them, courtesy of the Molotov there. But further, Roast Beefers going to get tagged down by a nade. And this is not looking good. Sure, Montana, they have a man advantage to work with, but 3 of their players are just barely surviving right now. But this flank could be absolutely massive, as now RIT are surviving with only 2 players alive. Still, not completely out of their hands to convert this, considering the
What?
HP on these players. But did someone walk past? Okay, yep, the legend eventually will get the trade. So now, a minute on the clock, the bomb almost in their possession as well, but almost no information on the rest of the players for RA to work with.
Ledger 45 tucks in the corner. Low HP for everybody on RIT now, but now Montana low as well. Vice versa, actually. RIT now up against it. The spray comes through. Maxicat has gained B-side control. And in a 1 versus 1 is looking for a 3k clutch, but a Big Pickle's rotating back the other way. Maxicat's under the impression that a Big Pickle's going to rotate from A in through CT and is incorrect in that assumption. But, with that being said, they should be able to just go over towards A. Because of the fact that a Big Pickle's sitting at the top of B, they should have every idea that A is clear. This is the wildest game of Ring Around the Rosie I think I've seen since, what, round 2?
Perhaps, but still it could go either way. Big Pickle, he doesn't have the defuse kit and a smoke to work with, but RIT, he has a Molotov and a flashbang in his belt as well. Going to hide down and copy. Playing this rather safe, not gonna go out swinging wide anytime soon. Just gonna let a Big Pickle come to him, it seems, which seems to be the wiser choice, as half of the time is already ticked out on the C4. And the swing, it's perfect! Maxi Cat alongside the legend converted 2 versus 5 in University of Montana. You can't let these rounds get away from you.
The only caveat to that conversation is the problems that faced them to start. It was a 2v5, yeah, but 3 players were 20 health or below. And in the 2v5, one of those 2 players that were at full health actually sent it immediately. The following kills were all onto either a 1-for-1 trade or the low HP players. It finally came down to the 1v1, but it was, what, 2 shot versus 1 shot. And at that point, it's really just timing of who looks at the other one first. And the timing, unfortunately, for Montana favored RIT. And this is another round for Montana where you're looking at it and saying, this should not be a round, they're all that close in. Pistols across the board, deagles plural, 5.7s plural, one of those deagles now taken care of, by the way, and a P250 singular. Not the greatest of ideas for them to be in. RIT, however, has left the bomb in spot, because, who needs that? Nice swing from Chutang, though. Clean double, and that should be the round. Bombs are overrated. Frank finds a single kill with the monkey business, 5.7, and then immediately dies.
Yeah. I mean, imagine needing to plant. Imagine being so bad that you need to plant the bomb to win a round. RIT definitely can't relate. So far, their wins haven't exactly been the cleanest, but they have been satisfactory, to say the very least. And so is the scoreline for them right now. Their own map pick, and they're dominating. You love to see it. Montana, they were allowed to secure 4 rounds in a row, but after that, nothing. Uh, they can have a full buy working in this one as well. And once again, Maxicat, he's just been so consistent in finding the early frags over towards middle. It seems repetitive at this point, and it is. Frank, though, going to answer back with the op.
Duck barely missing the opportunity, but does actually find the kill into Shutang. So Montana now with the man advantage. And time now favoring RIT, sure. More than half the round, well over actually left in the round. But the problem is, where do you go? What's the call? Sure, you can try and attempt over towards the B side, but again, still 2 players stacked up on that half. You should try and take the 3-for-2 trade over towards A, and hopefully you win 2 of the 3 fights. Make it a 2v2 in the round, but no guarantees there. And Frank has an op, less than ideal to play up against. Seems like B's the call for them, albeit a little delayed considering Maxi's taken forever and a day to get over there.
And they do have a good amount of util to isolate these fights out as well, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But the player's boosted a big pickle. He could be the difference maker in this round, and the player walks right past him. Eventually, he will get spotted out and now forced to back off as well, as the one player that was defending the site is forced to fight alone. A big pickle still though present close by. The rotation's eventually going to come in as well. University of Montana, they don't have a lot of util to work with, but they do have the man advantage, and defuse gets online as one of them, well, taken away straight from their hands. Now the rest of the 2 players, they're forced to play this patiently as the rotation is still coming in over towards banana.
gets killed to Maxi. 1v2 now for the Legend 45, a 4K required for them. Bomb planet default, their position now more than known as well, but less than half the bomb timer remaining. And Duck is the one with a kit. If they find this kill, they're in less than ideal of a position, but Frank hops on the bomb and did not have a defuse kit for them. The Legend 45 now walking straight in, and Duck not ready for the walk through when with no time remaining. RIT win the round, but nobody survives. Montana, the worst best case scenario, or the best worst case scenario, depending on how you look at it.
Let's just call it a not so great scenario for them and get done with it, because we only have this last round, not the first half, and it's not. It's of course the scoreline. It's not pretty either. But alrighty, the momentum that they have, the confidence that they've gained at this point, it's not even getting to their head. They're not. It doesn't seem like they're playing overconfidently. It just seems like they're playing this game to perfection at this point. But okay, I just had to jinx it, didn't I? Chu Tang though gets the timing absolutely perfect onto player, misses a couple of his shots, but eventually will get the kill. Now, yet again, a 2 versus 3. This time around, it's Chu Tang and Ning going up against, I believe, the same 3 players that were alive earlier on for Montana.
They are guessing wrong as well, or correctly, depending on how you look at a Big Pickle's positioning. Smoke towards CT. Frank's playing with a Negev, because why not? And this lineup may very well work for them to spray through, and it's a laser you cannot cross. But it does give away their whereabouts. Double flash is not going to do anything. You cannot afford to cross here. You have to try and take the fight on the site, and overcommitting yourself towards that CT fight has cost them so much. And the round. Montana, clean up. 5-10 at the half. They've brought at least one back after a 6-round spree from RIT.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they can secure a round, but the lead, it looks a bit too comfortable for RIT. And we've talked about how good RIT is in pistol rounds, you know? Sure, the last time around, in the winners bracket matchup, they ended up losing the series. But one thing that they were absolutely confident and great at were the pistol rounds. And if they are able to secure this one as well, it's going to be extremely dangerous territory for Montana to come back from.
It's a weird spot for RIT. Their CT sides looked clean before, but the problem is it's a full A rush for Montana. They are sending it on that side of the map. And RIT's honestly just giving them most of the space. They want kills from a distance, and if they can't find them, they just disengage. Get wrecked, a casual double. P2K finds 2 separate heads, and that's the round. Clean finish from RIT. They disengage early, re-aggress later on, and walk away with a very important pistol round.
And it's just the pistols that have been going absolutely right across the throughout the whole night for RIT at this point, you know. And University of Montana now only 5 rounds away from conceding map one. Sure, it is RIT's map pick, but having this dominant of a scoreline, it's going to put a question about how the map two is going to turn out as well. But we're gonna have to wait and find out. Of course, we are still not done with this one, but ooh, a bit of communication, I believe, there is going to cost them quite a lot of health points. Jurang is going to get a free frag, walk away with his life as well. On the other hand, though, the equalizer by Duck is going to ensure that the rotation is going to come in from RIT as they gain all the information that they possibly could have wanted.
Important kill from Chutang on the Frank behind, and I think that's it. The walk-in is the more inconsequential of fights thus far. 1 kill in the round only for Montana, and that's on the Ning, the IGL, who has been about as clean as ever with the calls and guiding RIT through this map thus far. Montana, they can't even buy here. They've got a whole lot of nothing to work with. It's what, upgraded pistols?
Yeah, and a couple of flashes alongside an 8, but again, not a lot to work with. And most of the util already has been dispensed. Ooh, early aggression coming in from RIT. It looks like they want to give a rifle away, and that is going to happen. But nothing retrieved just yet, as the bomb has been dropped. Oh, this is dangerous for Montana. A nade is going to deal a good amount of damage onto Post as well, behind which RIT look to push over towards Banana, and now Montana. They're struggling, and this round is just another part of their whole struggle. on Inferno as RIT secure their third, only 3 rounds away. Well, not confirmed just yet, but it should be.
RIT's been a little over aggressive here. I don't know about this one. Texas Toast at a bare minimum could get a bomb plant here, and I don't think there's a whole lot that RIT can do to deny this. 4 seconds of leeway is all that Texas Toast needs as they sprint on towards the A side, and they will indeed get a bomb plant. And RIT now knows it. You can see everybody starting to swarm this A site. Texas Toast has very few seconds between RIT and them enclosing on this site itself. The walk-in from the apartments, I believe, has seen him, and the single headshot from the Legend 45 has dropped him. Nice little execution style from 25 meters, and Montana again dropped in one of these rounds.
Uh, Really not a lot to talk about in this round, particularly. Sure, IT they lost a couple of players. That's going to keep their economy in check a little bit. But with how good they're playing, I'm not even sure if they're gonna need to worry about that quite a lot. But University of Montana, this is going to be the most crucial round for them on map one of this series. If they lose this, their economy, sure, it's still gonna allow them to have a bye in the next round probably, but it's after that they're gonna have absolutely nothing to work with.
Oh,
Ooh.
Frank's doing a decent bit of damage. Takes even more, though. Very lucky to be alive. Molotov towards Boiler, though, will force Chutang back, and just like that, after a small amount of dust settles, everybody survives for the time being. Nade, though, that drops Frank. Good enough from the Legend 45 to finish off what Chutang started. And at a bare minimum, it's an opening kill. I think Duck has seen him walk forward, though, and Akmo, aka the Legend 45, is indeed dropped. Chutang's attempt at a nade to finish off what their teammates started is significantly less successful, and overall, one-for-one trade. RIT is more than happy with that. And oh, MaxiCat waiting for this walk in. The spray does only a small amount of damage, and then they have to disengage.
He does, but 50 seconds on the clock now for Montana to work with, and they have absolutely no map control whatsoever. This is starting to look dangerous, although they have done a bit of damage onto Jutang, but really they've dispensed quite a lot of their utility as well. They only have flashes and smokes to work with at this point, but so does RIT. They're going to keep the players of Montana at bay for the time being, but with only 30 seconds on the clock, this is going to become a moment of desperation in just a little bit as RIT pushes up. MaxiCat goes massive with those 2 frags, leaving only 2 behind. Duck down to 10 HP as well. The bomb, of course, yet to go down as Ning is going to make his way onto the site as well to deny the plant, and that should just be the case as Duck is the last one alive. RIT, they have the 14th in their back.
And again, it's a clean finish that RIT needed. Montana hasn't really gotten a foothold thus far. Duck has had some signs of life. Texas Toast has had some pretty clean rounds, but it's really been inconsequential end of round kills. And RIT thus far is looking about as clean as ever in this map, and their CT side quite literally flawless thus far as well, just making more insult to injury for Grizz. What do you do here if you're Grizz? I mean, obviously opening kills, just shoot good or forehead. I don't know. It's not looking good, to say the least.
It's not looking good whatsoever, honestly. And well, it's going to get further worse and worse as 2 players for them have fallen. They're looking, RIT looking to get the third, and that they shall. But Montana, they've answered Mag. They've gotten 2 to their name. Still, though, not quite a lot that they have to work with, especially with Jutang lurking about. He has been absolutely deadly around this area, and once again, he provides RIT with a massive frag, leaving only 1 behind. He knows exactly where the bomb is as well, and this should pretty much put RIT on map point.
Frank needs a miracle. Well, Chutang's trying to give it to him after the worst thrown flashbang in Counter-Strike history, and well, a little less than on an ideal peak as well, but Ning's playing a little bit more passive, as is MaxiCat on the other side of things. This should be a clean finish for RIT, as long as they stop throwing away early gunfights, but information should be good enough. But Frank finds another.
Oh,
Ning is dead, and Maxi up against the near top fragger of Montana, granted third fragger on a technicality, but has been popping off a little bit more in the earlier stages of rounds. Maxi's just waiting patiently, though, over towards the entrance to the apartments, and timing may very well get the better of Frank. It does indeed. Maxi lines up his shots and drops him down. Map point, RIT.
I believe that's the third 1v3 denied at this map, and this time around it came from the side of University of Montana. And had it happened, it would have definitely to turn things around just a little bit. Of course, that confidence boost could go a long way. But RIT, sure, they got a bit too overconfident that time around. But as long as they secure the round, there's not a lot you can complain about. But RIT, it seemed like they wanted to get aggressive over towards middle, but Molotov is going to deny them that. Montana, though, they're going to return the favor as they look to push up over towards over towards the B side without any hesitation. But they're going to get punished for it. Behind the nade, a one-on-one trade goes through. The bomb should go down, but the flank coming in from Banana proves to be deadly as Shutang has gotten one, make that two. The bomb denied the plant as well, and now it's all down to a 2 versus 3.
Oh, and Frank now left alone. 1 versus 2 for him, as he has to be stuck behind this new box position as well. The swing, he's now been seen. Get wrecked with the op, knows he's there. And the Legend 45 close can swing him just the same. Second attempt with the op does miss, but Frank lucky to still be alive as the Legend 45 is playing patiently. A kill and a get wrecked, and a clean one at that. Legend 45 now stuck and tucked in oranges, but the verticality gets the better of Montana. And a clean finish and an important one as RIT wins 16-5.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how we sort of favored IIT, but I wasn't expecting this much of a dominant score line. They started off strong, one got up 4-0. Montana answered back with four of their own, so it seemed like this was going to go a long way. But after that, it was just a complete ride for RIT. They didn't let anything get out of their hands, and Montana, they struggled at every single round.
Clinical from RIT, 16-5 to close things out, 6-1 in the second half alone, and 1-0 now in the series. But that is RIT's map selection. They win their own choice. They now move on to Mirage, Montana's selection, to see if they can close things out 2-0, or if we're headed to Ancient for a third. First map victory. The Rochester Institute of Technology picking up their first of 3 on the day after an 0-2 loss to Villanova. They've started things off well here against Montana and are looking to close things off just as quickly. As we move into Mirage, our second map of play, it's a required win for Montana if they want to survive here in the EGFC Season 4 Championships. Time to late. Still joined alongside me is Inflict. What has to change here for Montana if they want to survive on their own map pick?
I mean, honestly, quite literally almost everything. Because RIT, it just seemed like they had Montana's complete number. There was nothing that was going Montana's way. There were quite a lot of rounds which got extremely close. But even most of the rounds that University of Montana did win, they almost came down to 1v1. So whatever the University of Montana were doing on map one, don't do it. Do the quite opposite, and maybe that works out.
Well, hopefully it's a pickup for Montana. They need early rounds, and they need a lot of them. This is their own map selection. They start off on the T side. Less than ideal on Mirage, to understate the obvious, but of course could be worse. There have been worse situations. I'm looking for them to start off with pistol round victories, as we saw from them prior, but I think the other notion for them has to be early round engagements, opening kills. Don't die early. At a minimum, if you don't kill early, just don't die early.
Yeah, and I think the pistol rounds are going to be of extreme importance to Montana as well because we have spoken about how good RIT are. So, and especially with RIT's momentum that they have heading into this map, and Montana, this is your own map pick. You need the pistol round. You need to start off strong. You need to make sure that RIT they don't come into map number two with the same confidence that they had towards the end of map one. You have to just deny that because if the RIT can continue with that rhythm, this is going to be a very deadly scoreline yet again for Montana.
Montana setting up a pretty clean fake over towards the safe side, and it looks like it's baiting over a little bit from RIT as the rotation fully comes through. There's a lot of utility to dump early, and everybody from RIT is here, but the fact is, they should know it's a fake about right now. There should be a rotation out, and quickly. There is, however, a rotation behind. Shutang walking in from the backside, but now they know it's a fake. Smokes and flashes have gone in towards this B side. The nade is missed, and Ning, now in an odd position, left alone on the B side, needs a kill. At a bare minimum, needs to go 1-for-1. Doesn't have the opportunity, though, and dies, making it a 4v4.
Now the rotation coming in finally for RIT, paired through apps as well. Jutang could prove to be of extreme importance for his team. It all is going to depend on the timing. He spotted one out, and the dualies do connect, leaving only two behind for Montana to work with, and they're all in a world of misery as Texas Toast is now the last one alive. He's taken one, but he can't stop the defuse from coming in, and RIT continue with their massive success in pistol rounds.
The opening round, sometimes the most important. There is a bomb plant for Montana, but let's be real here. You probably don't want to give away a round. You don't have to. Doesn't look like they're going to purchase up here, and understandably so. A smoke and a flash. The play here for Montana, utility at A and everybody rush. Just hold W as a team and hopefully get some kills, take some weapons away at a bare minimum. Hey, 1-for-1 trade, not the worst by any means, and now you can line up some semblance of utility, but an MP9 close range against unarmored opponents is like sending a T-side into a blender. A 3k for the Legend 45, make it a fourth, and a round victory for RIT. A single weapon was lost, and it was an MP9, the least consequential kill thus far today.
Well, now this is going to be the round where University of Montana they must strike. I mean, seriously, come on, give me something. Yeah, they have all the rifles and utility that they possibly could have wanted. They need to go off on a hot start, and it's of extreme importance because I've said it already just a couple of rounds ago. You can't RIT build up the same momentum that they had earlier on because if they do so, the RIT they're not gonna stop. They're looking confident. They're looking for revenge as well, coming in from a very rather close winners bracket matchup as well.
Well, the kills already leading towards Montana. As soon as they pick up regular weaponry, as we've seen prior, they look a lot better. And RIT needs to manage that level of aggression now, considering their opponents have significantly better weaponry compared to just comparatively better weaponry. Considering, well, It's two MP9s and an M4 against AKs across the board. What do you do here if you're IT? Obviously, you're already playing from behind. Do you just play patiently, hope you can pick up an early kill? Franks goes at Molotov. That lands down below, but I don't know if they're going to clear up Palace. That's the problem. This Palace balcony could play all important for Maxi, who's able to find an early kill, but has to back away with their life, but they can't. They die. 1-for-1, not good enough for RIT.
Good enough, but still, they're not completely out of this one.
But
The nade. Oh, this is massive. The bomb plan gets denied. The flash is going to keep the player alive for a little bit, but he's still not used it. Now, Ning, out with the smoke, it's going to allow him to gain some space as well. And get wrecked is going absolutely massive as the bomb is not allowed to get retrieved. And another player spotted out as well. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. And now, Montana, they're getting desperate as roast beefers get spotted out as well, and there's just almost no time to plant whatsoever. And Montana, what seemed like a pretty much done and dusted round for them, has been thrown away as Get Correct goes massive with the 3K.
that that was a round of all time for the University of Montana. That certainly was a round of all time. Less than ideal for them, I think, but that's a round you should be winning just about every day of the week. Sure, finding one kill there for Maxi is good. The refrag was better for Montana. Sure, limit the damage. But giving away so much, an open bomb plant without a smoke towards CT, no real estate control other than the direct site itself, questionable. Hopefully they learned something from it. That's what you got to take from that round. Something to learn, because that's a round that you should have picked up every day of the week. Duck is not gonna get cleared here. Is Duck even at their computer? Yes, they are. And Chutang's dead. Oh my gosh, that's an opener.
Oh,
Well, okay, okay, bro.
just jumps out of cave, gets 2K, and well, Montana once again on the back foot. They already were, considering the weaponry that they had heading into the round number 4. And RIT, they are just looking ever so confident, ever so strong. Montana, they have absolutely no map control whatsoever to work with except Palace, and that's all they're gonna have to work with. As it seemed like they want to head towards the A side, two players present to defend it. Maxicat will be the first point of contact alongside Get Wrecked, and Get Wrecked, ooh, a bit slow on the reaction there, but gets away with his life, and that's going to matter the most. Maxicat delivers his third in this round, now potentially up for the aces. The bomb has been dropped as well, and he knows exactly where the remaining two players are.
This is a round that's over. We've seen rounds thrown away, but Duck has 5 health, sorry, and would be lucky to survive the first engagement. Well, Russ Beefer is not so lucky, and the Legend 45 casual double, the second to the head of Duck. Some overkill, if I do say so myself, and RIT open up with 4 straight. This will be a round to bring back if you're Montana. You cannot afford to lose this. It's basically your best bet thus far in the game. 2 ops, double upping T sides, a question mark by the way for me, but that's neither here nor there. And every single bit of utility you could want, except for roast beefers, doesn't actually buy any. Interesting. Oh, nice shot.
Ooh. A very much needed early frag from Montana now. Get Wrecked has been tagged down as well. Just 17 HP to work with, and Roast Beefers on the other end delivers a kill of his own with the op. Montana, they have not too much into the round. It seems like they've already secured this, but we are in some familiar territory. Montana yet to gain control of any site, but they should be able to do so soon, considering the amount of people that IRT have alive, of course. Still a clutch on the cards. We've seen it happen already. But Montana, they're playing this together. They're not looking to make any similar mistakes that they did earlier.
Rapid Duck opens things up well. RIT's CT side, and, well, it's just gone. No easy way in. Texas Toast finds the kill, and, well, that's the round. Has been for a little while, in all fairness, but Maxicat just trying to do some economic damage. I'm getting some deja vu here, Inflict, because a brief reminder to the last map. RIT opened up 4-0, and then Montana was like, well, we can do that too, and then picked up 4 rounds of their own. I have a sneaking feeling we may see some continuity throughout.
Yeah. Alrighty, they won the map, and now they're asking, can you do these? I'm sorry, I had to. Uh, but Montana, they're gonna they're gonna have to make a wild run for this one. Of course, I'm still favoring RT even on Montana's map pick. Especially considering the start that they've had RIT, their economy is in pretty great shape as well. They're going to be allowed to buy fully back into this round as well. Montana, though, still, although the round that they just secured looked like a pretty clean one, and the round that they earlier could have won would have also been a clean one had they smoked out CT. It's still a bit high up in the air regarding how the first half is going to go at the very least.
Oh, over aggression, get wrecked again. Early damage. This time it's lethal. And RIT. Okay, I was saying deja vu mostly as a joke because RIT picked up, the first 4 rounds of the last game and then Montana scored a round back. But now it's almost a similar situation where RIT is getting over aggressive when they really don't have to. Yeah, sure, you want to play for early mid control, whatever, but without utility, just dry peeking over top of a smoke, the most telegraphed play ever? Really? Why?
Well, that's a question only the player themselves can answer. I can only take wild guesses, and I'm not really in the mood for one because Duck, he's hiding away. As soon as he peeks out, the mid is almost completely left empty. Window, there is a player in window, but he's not getting overly aggressive either. And the timing goes the way of Duck as Shootan gets caught jumping down. Now, only 3 player live make that too. His Maxicat falls as well, but the legend, he's gonna have to make some legendary play happen. On the other hand, it's going to be Ning that's coming in from Connector. Deals a bit of damage, won't be able to confirm the frag just yet, though, as a bomb goes down.
2v4 retake as well. One from jungle, one from connector. One kill found. A follow-up as well there from Ning. But Duck there with retribution, and notably most of his health remaining. The Legend 45 with the op still around the jungle side, looking to play forward and would be able to do so. They need to play this quickly. Molotov will land and force Duck out of position. 30 health only for he who resides in connector. And Frank is waiting around towards A main, but doesn't have an easy line of sight on towards the bomb. A tap of the bomb, forcing Frank out into the open, looking for a follow-up, but the Legend 45 doesn't have the time. Needs to stick it all the way through. Does Duck find the kill? He does indeed. Over aggression from the Legend 45 and an incorrect assumption of the wrong side of the triple box. It's RIT again to be dropped on the A side.
And again, Montana, they had such a strong start. They had a 2 man advantage to kick things off there, but it all came down to a 1v1. I mean, Montana, sure, they've been convincing rounds as well. Even with the ones they've lost, it looked like they should have been comfortable wins for them. And again, it's the same storyline that we've seen for quite a bit. They get the early man advantage, but they just sort of let it go. Now there's an an op available for them to retrieve RIT. They don't have any weaponry whatsoever except pistols to work with. As Get Wrecked goes down as well, Duck in a very key position right now. Has taken one away. Only 2 more remain. They should fall soon as well. I don't see RIT securing this round as Duck confirms the frag onto max account as well.
Easy round for the Legend 45. Picks up a first kill. Actually, almost killed Frank. That would have been dangerous. I was mostly being sarcastic. Uh, yeah, no. Still around for Montana. RIT, this is a buy round for them. This should be the one they bring back as well. Montana, not the greatest of positions to be in, considering back-to-back rounds where one time nobody lives, the other only 2 people do so. So their economy, and not in shambles, but certainly not as prevalent as it should be after 3 straight rounds. Duck, the only one with cash, and they buy down, and oh my goodness, the Legend 45 is dead again. Speed Demon over towards the A main side. Frank finds yet another opener, but this time it's responded to.
Deja Vu again on the table here, just 1 round away from completing it as University of Montana. They're gonna have to secure this one, but of course RIT they don't want that. They want us to they want to give us a different storyline. Go up 5-3. Make sure University of Montana don't even tie things up this time around even once. Get wrecked. Ooh, this timing it goes his way. He is able to pick Knock off, and now the little map control that University of Montana regaining has been denied to them as well, as all of the players of Montana all the way towards the terrorist spawn now, and Shudang is going to make their world full of misery, potentially, depending on where this fight goes, and it's gone the way of Montana now 3 versus 3, some information for RIT to work with, but they're still uncertain about what the intentions are of Montana.
A little surprised that Montana hasn't fully dedicated themselves to one site either. Sure, you still have mid control, but there's 30 seconds left. You have one player towards B main. They're walking up, but look at Ning. They're waiting on the balcony for this walk up to come through, and a big pickle, oh my goodness, wins the fight. What in the world was that? How in the world do they win that? The bomb now rotating in. This has to be a drop, and it is. Roast Beefers will get the bomb planted, and some control now for Montana as they will have the full site to themselves. Bins is now possessed, and as Get Wrecked walks forward, they may have the opportunity to pick up a follow-up kill. Over towards the bench side, they have to swing that. Visuals are there. MaxiCat sees Roast Beefers and finds the kill, but they haven't cleared bench. This may end up being their downfall. A big pickle swings at the perfect time, and MaxiCat's on just 14 points of health. He's dropped just the same. Montana, 4 straight rounds. Anything RIT can do, well, they can do better.
RIT won a map. We're gonna have to wait and find out if they can do that one better. But the comeback's there at least to kick things off here on the first half of Mirage. A very much needed one as well. And RIT, their economy, well, it's broken down. Now they're just down to pistols yet again, going out with a double flash in the smoke setup yet again. Uh, playing a bit aggressive as well over towards A. Sure, they're not pushed out over towards K, but the setup that they have, it seems like they just want to go for early engagements as soon as someone peeks out. And University of Montana, they might be prepared for it as all 5 players of theirs are stacked right outside the A side. But the flank that's going to come in later down the line from RIT could prove to be crucial depending on how the timing pans out.
Always going to come down to timing. Problem is, for Montana, they're walking straight to a stack. Deagle for Maxi finds an opener, and they back out with their life. This is an important start for RIT's defense, as they just wait patiently on the site. The swing from the Legend 45 finds another kill, and problems continuing to build here for Montana as they walk in. They lose mans, and they lose HP. Odd position for them to be in. Shooting finds a follow-up. Sure, Frank finds a refrag, but they no longer have palace control, and they do not know it. The walk-in from behind. Texas Toast makes it out alive, though! Frank now left alone on this A side will fall, but a 1 versus 2 certainly possible as Texas Toast looks to go back towards this A side, but I think he's been heard. Get Rex aware of the possibility.
No rifle reprieve just yet for RIT though, so it's not the pleasant of circumstances for either of these teams, honestly. Texas Toast, he's stacked down to 29 HP, so the pistols are still going to be very much fatal as as Texas Toast, he's still thinking about where he wanted to go now. He's decided he doesn't have a lot of time to work with. Ning, he's just gonna have to play this timing perfectly, and he does! Alright, convert an eco round, and well, the scoreline, it is quite literally following the script of map 1.
This is scary. I was like, oh yeah, the script isn't going to follow up. RIT's got no money. They've got no guns. Montana's on a roll. And then RIT realized that they actually want to win this game and that a few of their players have to go to work. So that's not a joke, by the way. They actually sped us into the second map because some players have to run to work after this. Hence the reason we're on a little bit of a time crunch. But actually, I think it's Montana. Hold up. Don't let me slander them without actually checking. 2 seconds. No, Montana's the one that needs to go to work. I lied. My bad. Anywho, RIT realized that Montana needs to go to work, and it's like, oh, we'll close out the best of 3 for you. There we go. Totally meant to say it that way. And Montana losing 2 of the 3 opening picks, not the greatest of starts for them. And RIT after that, they just completely relinquished mid control. They could not care less.
Yeah, and a player pushing up over towards B short, the timing could go wrong for him as the legend peeking out from connector. I'm not sure if they've spotted each other out just yet, but now from ladder room, it's going to be a bit problematic for Get
What
Wrecked.
a
The
nade.
Molotov though further helping him out. Excuse me.
Duck's
But
dead!
ooh, this nade, it could be deadly. And it is.
Nade combinations. That's insane. Shoe Tank hits the first one. Follow up as well. And a clean finish. That should be the round. Op and AK with only utility on the op, and the Legend 45 still with full window control. Frank sitting on chair. They may actually have the opportunity to find a kill here. The swing, though, back. Get wrecked is get wrecked. Or did get wrecked. You know what I mean. Still a 2v3. Montana not completely out of this one just yet, but certainly less than an ideal scenario for them. Because RIT is just playing patient, as per usual, on both sides.
Legend again, legendary timing for the man, as he, alongside Maxicat, will provide the final dagger of the 10th round. RIT up 6-4. Do you remember when Montana secured their 5th round?
I can check. Oh, no, yes, I can. Hold up. Give me a second. If I recall correctly, Montana got their 5th round after a 6-round spree from RIT, so it would have been the final round of the half.
Ah, yes, okay, yep. That was the final round. So, if the script is gonna go exactly the same way, it shouldn't be Montana's round, and they don't have the weaponry to secure it either. Ning, he's gotten 2 to his name, eventually will get traded out, but the damage has been dealt already. A Mac 10 and rifle should be retrieved
What?
as well for Montana to work
What?
with, and never mind!
Questionable one.
Okay.
Legend 45 switched out for the M4. Molotov towards Van will at least clear out that position, and Maxicat didn't see the swing. Frank, I think, just rotated over towards that pillar position. And Legend 45, they need to clear out bench, and they don't do it again. A big pickle finds the all-important frag from the exact same position they played in rounds prior, but Maxicat responds with 2, and RIT will keep the streak going. 3 in a row for the Tigers as they extend their lead.
You know, it felt like Montana, they were gonna change up the script a little bit. Maxigat, though, denies it. Just 7 HP to work with. The flick onto the final 2 players. Oh, it was a bit too close to call. He didn't have a lot of time to work with. So, the final player of Montana, he could have played that according to the time as well, but rushed it a little bit, and well, he gets punished for it. Montana, though, now looking to get a bit extra aggressive towards the A side, trying to waste no time whatsoever, and behind the flash they look to go out, but the Molotov going to keep them at bay for the time being, as the Molotov gets smoked out. And now Montana starting to show their presence, but 3 of them already denied any space whatsoever. Make that, never mind, still 3. As Texas Toast has finally found the opening that Montana very much needed. Got 2 kills down. The smoke gonna allow the bomb to go down as well.
I'm playing the bare minimum. Flash over top, but Shutang on this flank. May be able to see the feet, at least clearing the bottom of Palace. And Texas Toast looking at the wall, trying to have a conversation with it, and loses that conversation. Duck running into Chutang inside the smoke, but it's not going to matter. Ning will find the kill, and RIT find their 8th. There's no way we see the exact same round split, right? 4 in a row, 4 in a row, 6 in a row. Montana's last, and then RIT again with 6 in a row, right? Please?
I mean, we're only 3 rounds away from it happening. 2 going the way of RIT, 1 Montana. And so far, the order's been correct as well.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
scary.
it really is, especially for Montana. It's their own map pick. You have to you have to get something more than just 10-5. Well, they do have a fully built arsenal to work with this time around, but RIT, they're starting to get a bit fearless. They're starting to get a bit extra confident here. Not sure if I can term it overconfidence just yet, because Xu Tang, he's finding kills. Not the same case for Ning, though. So, Doug provides the equalizer. But 2 players from Montana have been tagged down quite a lot. This is still looking like a struggle for them.
That smoke will go over towards a connector, at least create some space. No, that's actually it. Well, it's supposed to be a
Oh,
connector
he messed
smoke
up.
if you throw it properly. It actually landed bench. That okay. Feels bad, man. Um, it missed.
No,
Just
it messed up. I think it's an A site. Look at that bubble.
yeah, it is. It's
It
supposed to
messed
go
up.
like right here. It landed here. That's not ideal.
Eesh. All good though. There are quite a lot of things that haven't exactly been ideal, particularly from Montana, and that's just one more of those. But now only 35 seconds left on the clock. the legend is going to be the first line of defense, holding down connector. Big Pickle is going to try to spot him out, and that he shall do. Is going to pick him out as well. But now it's a moment of desperation for Montana. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They need to plant the bomb as well, and they have two players at the very least of RIT to deal with. Make that actually all three as the rotations have come in as well. Chudang finds the first 10 seconds to go. Get wrecked. He's gonna have to go massive, and that he does. 5 seconds
That's
to
it.
go. They just need to play the time, and it's done.
Perfect timing. Maxicat also plays a really smart strat, allowing Getrek to drop the bomb planter and still concealing themselves inside a sandwich. There's no reason for Montana to expect anybody further forward than the site itself, so playing patiently and playing under the cover of concealment, well, a round victory for RIT off the back of it. Good strategy from RIT and good call to play patient while also playing aggressive. Maybe the definition of passive aggressiveness?
Perhaps. Only 2 rounds away, though, before we come to a conclusion for the first half for map 2. Just a gentle reminder that whoever loses the series will be headed home out of the bracket, and the winner continues in the loser's bracket. Montana just one map away from getting eliminated, and this is their own map pick. And ooh, they've gotten 2 kills to their name. Finally might see a change in the script, but we're gonna have to wait and find out because RIT they've been nothing less than impressive in terms of clutch power as well.
They've got 2 of the 3 players over on this side. Opening kill goes their way. The Legend 45 with at least 1. The smoke covering their walk back in. The over-aggression, though, from Roast Beefers, costing them their life. And the walk back in from the entire team. They're playing aggressive as a squad. The nade lands, forcing a Big Pickle out into the open. And a 3 versus 5 into a 3v2. They clear out Sandwich down to just Texas Toast. And RIT walking all over Montana. Go 5 for 1 on trades. And will take this 10th round in their favor. Legend 45 also survives on 1 HP after Chu Chang shoots him in the face, but it's an RIT round. He survived. That's the important part.
Montana, if we're thinking correctly, this is supposed to be a round. There should be no way in hell you mess this up, so don't even try to. Either as well, but alright, they're looking extremely dominant. The scoreline, it must be devastating for Montana, and ooh, the script, it's working.
There's no way, right?
It
Okay,
has to.
okay. To keep people updated, in map 1, it went RIT winning the first 4, Montana winning the next 4, RIT winning the next 6 to make it 10-4, and then Montana winning their last round of the game to make it 10-5 at the half. As of right now, that's exactly how things have gone. RIT 4, Montana 4, RIT 6. Montana now looking to win the last round of the half to keep the first half a carbon copy, just being the opposite sides the only difference. That would be the wildest thing I think I've seen in a little while. Frank trying to walk up, and now in a 1 versus 3, though, we may not see the same level of continuity, but a 1 versus 3 still certainly a possibility. Ning on just 18 points of health will survive that engagement, but Frank on 36 is 2 shot from either of the remaining 2 weapons, and the bomb has been dropped in connector as well. No continuity.
No.
But 11-4. Maybe Zonic's Lost Curse comes through.
Maybe, but the maybe is a bit too big here, I think. And
Yeah.
I mean, we got real close to a literal carbon copy of the script that went down on map 1. Just a 1 round difference, and it would have been quite
Wait.
literally the same.
When the scriptwriters from map 2 have to copy out the scriptwriters from map 1 and then change a few things to make it their own.
Yeah, just don't copy my homework.
It's okay, you can copy it, but just make sure you change a few things.
Yeah. Oh, how the accuracy of the meme right now. It's a late. Oh, alrighty though, continuing their dominance on this map, on this series, and on pistol rounds generally. Bomb down, 2 players taken away as well. The flank from Chutang could be crucial as he's gotten 1, but the trade from Duck is good. Eventually, he will fall as well, leaving only Frank behind. He's been spotted, taken, conceded a bit of damage as well. Tag down to 41, and that should be it. RIT secured their 12th. Come on, do it. There we go.
There we go. Frank will die, and the two sets of Kevlar for RIT will stay over, as well as they pick up yet another pistol round. Everybody take a drink. That's 4 for RIT's pistols, and I think they picked up a few pistols back in our first series as well. I distinctly remember 2 of them at a bare minimum. I may be able to keep you updated on that one. But anyway, RIT, I think they're looking to close things out. They've got SMGs out again, but so does Montana. Double from Frank. Good night. Hello. Wait a second.
Oh, now RIT, they've been forced to slow down a little bit. Maxicat spotted out, but he can't peek that wide with just an SMG to work with. Roast Beefers gets the timing right onto Ning, and okay, sure, the script might not have been exactly the same, but we might see a very similar scoreline on our hands.
Casual 1v4. Don't worry about it. GetRex is just a gooder player. He's got this. Also, the B site's open. If he goes now, he's got an entire site to himself, and this could become a very real possibility. Montana's going to play this one together, but that also means they may very well line up as they walk forward. And what does GetRec decide to try to hold? He will hold from the backside of site, around towards trash can. No, instead around towards bench, but I don't know if he's been seen. They would have no idea he's here unless they fully clear the position, but Duck seemingly aware of at least the possibility. They'll play a ring around the Rosie with the site itself, but GetRec only finding one before he's quickly taken care of. Important second round for Montana. Turns out the difference between the two scriptwriters, by the way, was round 15 versus round 17.
Okay, hear me out. RIT ended up winning the map 16-5, right? So maybe, just maybe, we see the same score line, just in a different manner being played out, you know? Montana, as you said, they secure their fifth round on the 17th instead of the 15th, but other than that, it might just be the whole same thing. We're gonna have to wait and find out how much of the homework was exactly had gotten copied over. Pretty much the whole of it, it seems like. But no, oh, might be differences here. As Duck, he's off to a good start, and so is the rest of his team. They've already taken 4, making that 5 all out. The University of Montana secured their 6th.
Dang, now definitely no more continuity. It's a shame. Real shame,
Tragic.
actually. Well, I don't like change. I have OCD. Only a little bit. To the point where, like, I organize my room sometimes. Mostly my Counter-Strike inventory is where I have my OCD. So, you know, to each their own, I suppose. Anyway, RIT now have guns, though. So this is looking a little bit better for them to start things off. And Duck is dead. Very early, as a matter of fact. That's not the greatest of starts to a round for Montana. They kind of need.
Ooh, Roast Beefers. He spotted one out and will be able to secure the kill as well. Now going to play this rather massively as Frank looks to retain connector and be short. Dealt a bit of damage, but it's going to be the legend that comes out on top yet again. Second frag to his name in this round, but Montana, they're making sure that RT, they don't have a man and wants to work with for long. Ooh. Get wrecked.
2v4. Turn 2v3. Oh, wait a second. What is that from the Legend 45? Just doming Frank. And Texas Toast is on just, well, low HP. Basically 1 HP at this point, for all intents and purposes. What do? You can certainly try and play for the frag, but... Oh, this is so smart from Ning, though. They're basically going to bait themselves and have the Legend 45 just play patiently up here. Even if Texas Toast finds this kill, there's no way they expect 2 players in apartments. I think this round is already over.
Yeah. He doesn't have the diffuse kit either to go for the smoke diffuse. So, I mean, he could still go for it, but it's going to be extremely risky. But with how little the time remains, it's not going to be a high chance. And there you go. Then going to be the one that finishes things off here. And now RIT Their economy was in a good shape, so they're gonna be able to. Of course, they won the round. They're gonna be able to buy in. Excuse me, Montana. Their economy was in a good shape, hence they're gonna have a full buy to work with in this round as well.
May very well be the final full buy for Montana, at least of their current economic situation. Maxi, a weird position. Molotovs are smokes now, but Texas Toast is still very much a dead man. Oh, and Chutang already fairly far forward. Swinging for an opening kill, we'll find a follow-up as well. Not a great start for Montana, and a round they, well, can barely buy into. They don't even have all that many players left over. A Big Pickle sees Chutang, drops him. Follow-up on a Ning, wait a dang second. RIT had a two-man advantage. It's now been evaporated, but so has most of the Montana health bars. This kill should come... No, the nade missed! A third or fourth time in this series where we've seen nades off of invisible walls because Counter-Strike. Feels bad, man. Good Molotov. Forces Frank out in the open, but he still finds the kill. 2v2? Frank could hold this as well.
Yeah, he can. He's going to make sure that Duck doesn't go down either. So the Legend up against two now. Both of these players, though, extremely weak. So that's something to look forward to, perhaps. But the bomb is down as well. So the Legend, he's not in the best of situations right now. Going to drop down, and I believe he's been hurt. Frank, he's looking towards bench. He's expecting it, but Legend knows exactly where one player is. Oh, the timing doesn't go his way, but for the other player, it definitely does. Now Duck pushes out and is able to get the frag. So University of Montana, they're going to make sure that this wasn't their last rifle round to work with, and still keeping things interesting. RIT though, only 3 rounds away from series, from making sure that the series is theirs and they continue in the losers bracket.
The Eagles for RIT, they're going to win this round. I'm calling it now. RIT wins this round, no doubt in my mind. They have Deagles and a single AK, and I guarantee the AK finds no more than a kill. Even though the Legend 45 is 25 and 13, yeah, the AK's dead. Texas Toast now going up the ladder, will survive for the time being, and reloads into a follow-up kill, a double at that, make it 3 on the round, and okay. So I said there's no doubt in my mind. What I meant was... I meant that Montana was going to win the round. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah. Yeah, that.
You just have the names confused.
Exactly, yeah, it happens.
It happens, yeah. Not gonna complain. But Montana now finally starting to show signs of life. I'm not sure it could just be a bit too late. Alrighty, 2 rounds away from series point, but their economy has been broken down completely. So Montana, the comeback, it's looking very much possible here. We're just gonna have to wait and find out if they can execute on the possibility. A full buy to work with for them should be a rather quick round, but RIT, I mean, we know for a fact that they can convert ecos. Montana, hopefully they don't let this one slip away, though.
You'd hope. There's no promises. Montana looking to virtually guarantee a ninth, and Roast Beefers is in the perfect position. Sees the kill, and Ning is dead. They should also know there's more players in the general vicinity, so utility should relay in that general direction as well. Tech 9 for Chutang, close. Almost runs Roast Beefers out of ammo, but luckily he's still able to find the kill. And just like that, Montana, again, securing a round they should be winning.
I mean, hey, not done yet. Legend, he's found a kill. And he's anticipating him to jump through the window, but it's going to be a matter of timing here. Get wrecked, he's making his way over towards B short as well. Texas Toast, he wants to peek out behind the flash, and as soon as the flash goes out, Doug gets a peek from the Legend himself. Sadly misses the shot. But it seems like, yeah, Montana, it is a pretty much done dusted round for them. The RIT, they don't have a lot of time to work with. Legend, although he's gotten some space to work with.
What?
Oh, okay, there's a kill. There's a possibility. Is it still... okay.
They could also...
The bomb...
Yeah, I was saying, the bomb's moving its way over towards B. This is going to be a bomb plant. The question is, how lethal is this bomb plant going to be? Get Wrecked has an M4. RIT, I guess the wrong map, or the wrong round. It's the one where they have even worse weaponry. Nade towards bench misses. That's still where Get Wrecked is with this M4 in hand. They also have to find the Legend 45, of which they do. Down to just Get Wrecked, but he's fallen as well. So close, yet so far. It looked a little bit better than it actually ended up being for RIT, but it's still a Montana round victory.
Montana and them pushing us on the edge of our seats constantly. Well, name a better duo. I'll wait. But
You'll be waiting a
now
while.
only a 4 round deficit. Alrighty, this is going to be a round of huge importance to them because if they lose this Montana, they'll pretty much almost get close to tying things out. I'm assuming if RT lose this, it'll look like much more like a 13-11, 13-12 scoreline. So Montana, they're in good shape. The one thing I would like to mention is that Montana, their economy isn't developed quite a lot. They lose this round, they're not gonna be able to buy back into the following 2 rounds. Uh, do they lose it? But of course, the intentions are different. They want to win, but it's a one-on-one trade that goes through initially. Early man advantage denied for RIT, as they do have some map control over towards middle to work with, but there's a player just lurking in connector. It's going to be Texas Toast. His timing is going to be of extreme importance here, and he's not been swapped out. He gets a free kill, now gets to go away with his life.
Only as far as the Legend 45. One kill now brought back. A smoke towards jungle, but an unfortunate one because they need that towards CT. There's not a smoke remaining left for RIT, and they need to be able to get the bomb down. They have to take the fight towards CT, but Maxicat winning their own over towards Catwalk just the same. Duck now to 1 versus 3, finds the first onto the Legend 45. The bomb will go down, but so now will Ning. Duck just walking out. What?
I think
He just held
I'm
W while fully blind.
I'm assuming he thought he was behind Ticket and he'd get cover behind it, but he didn't realize how out of angle he was and just walked into the site instead. So that's just unfortunate. But that is going to put RIT on the 14th, 1 round away from series point, 2 rounds away from securing the series itself. University of Montana, this is going to be the most important round that they've played in this whole tournament, and it's not off to a good start. They've already lost roast beefers, and the second one is going to go down as well. Eventually, the trade is going to come through, but RIT are the ones with the man advantage.
RT wins this round. I think that may very well be the map as well. Montana's a whole lot of broke. They've got, what, a total of 5 grand max between the team. I think it's no higher than 4 across the board. But there should be a bomb plant here. And in safety as well, around the other side of triple, far side of default. Shot misses, at least hits through the wall, but not to any level of lethality. And with Get Wrecked finding that kill, RIT with 6 map and match points to try and close things out here on Mirage. They want to try and make short work of Montana and move things quickly along as they could go to the lower bracket second round.
Ooh, this is not good whatsoever for University of Montana. Now, a shotgun in the hands of a big pickle. One thing is absolutely tragic for me though. We didn't get to witness a shotgun kill, and University of Montana is playing in a series. I don't think that's supposed to happen, but sadly it has. The legend though, he's going to kick off the potentially final round of the series, but University of Montana, they're not completely out of this one just yet. Maxicat wants to put them out. He wants to put them in the grave as he's gotten 2, leaving only 1 behind. Saul down to Texas Toast, a Kevlar, an AK, a flashbang, and a green.
Ooh, Legend 45. Few pixels from actually finding a headshot onto him. Second attempt may be there. Smoke's about to dissipate, but so now will Acmo. Texas Toast still alive and still kicking for the time being, but the problem is they still have to try and retake the B site with limited time, considering about 10 seconds of that bomb will already be gone. And I think most importantly, well, Maxicat is already waiting inside towards market. No, Ning already waiting towards market. Maxicat on the backside of site. And Texas Toast is going to forego the market decision. Will instead try and retake from the catwalk position itself. Straight through Get Right, they go straight to an early grave. RIT, 2-0, 16-5, 16-9. An important and most importantly, quick finish to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, it. I'll be honest. I'm sad. I'm sad we didn't see the same script. I'm sad we didn't see, shotgun kills. It would have been absolutely awesome to witness those. But still, if you're RIT or an RIT fan or an RIT student, you're definitely happy. Both your team, they struggled a little bit on the winners bracket match. Sure, the maps were extremely close, but they were able to come out strong on the losers bracket, keeping their run alive in this tournament, and that too with a dominant scoreline. So they're starting to look good as well now. They're starting to feel their rhythm.
And the rhythm for RIT has to continue. There is one matchup left in this broadcast today, and in this lower bracket, round one. Marquette will take on the University of Idaho. The winner has to take on RIT in our first matchup tomorrow. We'll find out who plays who when we come back from the break. Final matchup of the day, Marquette taking on Idaho to keep their playoff hopes alive here in the EGFC Season 4 Counter-Strike League Championships. Time to late. Now joined alongside me is Nerd's Corner, trooping it through in our latest game of the day. What do you have into our final matchup? What you got for me?
Well, yesterday I got to see Marquette duke it out. They unfortunately lost to Connecticut, so I'm very excited to see them going up against Idaho here today. I mean, it's to keep themselves alive, like you mentioned, like you said, and after going up against such a strong team, they're firing. Hopefully, they're like ready to go, like just firing on all cylinders, getting into it. As I'm also getting into it, clearly, just getting my words up there.
Well, let's take a look at our map vetoes. Our first map of play, Overpass. Second is Nuke, chosen by Marquette. And should we require it, a third map is Vertigo. I'm going to be very upset if this match goes to a third map, by the way. Not because it's going to a third map and it's running long, but because it's the only one to do so on the day, and we could have seen Anubis
Ooh.
and Ancient between our first two matches. And instead I'm going to get Vertigo. And I've already seen Vertigo today. I don't care about Vertigo. Overpass and Nuke, though, two new maps to the day. But I've already seen Vertigo, and I saw a lot of Vertigo. I think it was 16, 14. It was actually a pretty good game, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I don't know about you. I like seeing new maps. We've seen Nuke in the past from Marquette. They love to pick Nuke consistently, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take that stormingly. And Overpass is something I don't know. I haven't seen too many teams play that. So I don't know. And Idaho picking it makes me think that they've practiced it. So just like Marquette's pick Nuke, they might win that handedly as well. But we'll have to get into it to see. Overpass is honestly one of the maps that it took me a really long time to learn, because it also took me a while to realize you spawned on A site on CT.
That's understandable. Well,
It took me a while.
I mean, looking at Marquette here, the one difference is they've already played up against a Idaho-esque team on Overpass. They played up against Montana yesterday and beat them 16-4. It wasn't really a close match. And then they proceeded to get dumpstered on Mirage 16-6. So, that was a wild game. And they went to a third map, and I couldn't cast the third map because I was needed elsewhere. But, again, one of those things. It was still a situation you're looking at and saying, well, how does Marquette pick it up now? So we head into our first map of play. Marquette will be starting off on the CT side. They are the favored team coming into this as of right now. They are the ... 4 seed compared to Idaho's 6th seed. Montana's the 5 seed with Villanova and Connecticut being 1-2. RIT bringing up the dead center at 3. By the way, UConn Villanova play tomorrow at 3:30. Come back, please watch it.
Well, speaking of which, Alter, we've seen him before yesterday. He's going up. Just such a new addition tonight. I saw him yesterday. He was popping off, and I think he's clearly going off as well. As we see a couple of new players from Marquette here. At least they're switching up for some of their subs. I remember seeing Alter yesterday, and same thing with Glader. Glader absolutely popped off last match that I got to see him. I think he managed to clutch out some rounds that he should not have clutched, and because of that, I'm excited to see him play again today.
Yeah, Keck back in the lineup. There are some different names compared to yesterday for Marquette, because they were playing with their Steam names, considering they were on the Montana Scrim server. Montana with some tech issues with Faceit, so they were on the Montana Scrim server instead of Faceit itself. Today, however, we're right back on Faceit with Marquette on their normal numbers. Just Rich coming in, I believe, was on yesterday. Audine's was not. They were out. Audine's is a new addition today. It was Migs yesterday. It is Audine's today.
No, Migs had such an amazing play yesterday. I remember seeing and talking about some of their clutches as well. I feel like yesterday was the battle of clutches in situations that we didn't expect Marquette to end up in. And it makes sense. Marquette's a very strong team, but going up against the #1 seed, the defending champions, Connecticut, it's not surprising that they got themselves in some hairy situations. What is surprising is
I was about to say the other situation for Marquette is seeing how they play today. The early start for them bodes well. 1 kill only for Idaho through 2 rounds. Sorry, 2 kills through 2 rounds. So not the greatest of starts.
Hey, they got the 1 for the 1, no?
Oh, no, they didn't. Those are assists I'm seeing, not kills. I forget. It's KAD. in Counter-Strike. I've been casting other games. My bad.
Alter,
Alter, by the way, casual
3. I mean, how else would you do it? Would you do it defensively? Nah, casual indeed. The AK spray goes out. Glader takes the ace away, and Alter falls. Akek. Was Akek playing yesterday?
Yes, it was a.kek.
Ah.
So we just called him
Kek. Well,
I still
they're not
call him
laughing now. You call him Kek?
I still call him Kek.
Well, they're not laughing right now. Or maybe they are. They're pretty happy, up by 3 rounds. 3-0.
Pretty good start as well for Alter alone. 10-1-1 through just 3 rounds. Casually, I'm going to say casually again, 3.3 KPR. Making a double spray down as well. How in the world do you find both frags there? A headshot onto the second one as well. First one, actually. And Ghost is in a 1 versus 4 with a CZ only. And, we'll find the first kill. That's an M4, and a recoverable one at that. But Glader sitting at the bottom of connector. Their position generally known. Exact whereabouts not so much, but they don't have to be. With no armor on Ghost, they are a sitting duck. The M4 is given right back over, and Marquette pick up a 4th.
Oh, they didn't want to keep the SMG, unfortunately. The SMG run and gun in this game is sometimes so fun.
No. He handed over the M4, and then bought a PP Bison again.
He bought a Bison. I love the Bison. I have that skin, so seeing him do that is just making me so happy. I love to run and gun sometimes in this game. I know that's not what you're supposed to do, but hey, it's fun.
Sitting still is overrated.
I mean, when you move, you're a harder target. Exactly. It's just tactical. Purely tactics, as Idaho seems to be struggling to find a round here, unfortunately. Getting fully smoked off as they try to push onto site.
Question is, how does Idaho want to play this one? They're being flanked. Oh, however, Ghost was aware of it and just tucked in the corner. I bet Alter is fuming right now. No way does he expect anybody to be watching that flank, nor should they at that point. There was nothing to trigger a flank watch. But it's still Idaho with a trade back, and Keck finds another as they're traded just the same. Glader's run and gun strat works out, and a follow-up for a double. Audine's with their first kill of the game, and Marquette with a fit in a row.
Picking up a trophy and moving on with it. It's just going to be a little bit of a snowball right now for Marquette. Idaho, they still have the pauses available, the timeouts, maybe taking 1 or 2 steps back and giving them a little bit of time to rethink their strategy. A breath of fresh air too. I mean, pauses are great for everyone, but the bomb, they get split up. Going for a little bit of a default, it seems, and it doesn't work out for them as Blahman falls. Blamman?
Blahman.
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 Glader still has the Bison. He still has the Bison.
I mean, hey, the old engineer's motto, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see if it works here for Glader now. Confined spaces, not the best for submachine guns. So, you know, they're cut down. Alter now trying to refrag in towards connector. It works, and Aldines finds a double. As soon as they find one, they are not done, and Just Rich closing things out. I'm no expert, but this is not good.
I mean, you wouldn't need thousands of hours in CS to know that a 6-0 right off the start, right out of the first map, and I believe this is Idaho's pick as well, going into Nuke, which is Marquette's pick. It's not looking good for Idaho, not comfy at all. And they're gonna have to pick up some more rounds here. And as soon as they push on, there's immediately a firefight that goes out. Just goes to show how confident Marquette is. Thankfully, the trades are there, not losing too many players in the process. Glader still has a PP buy. This is another round that he has a PP buys him. I mean, if at first you fail, try again, I guess, since he's going for it.
Oh, he's the last line of defense on this A side. Watch Glader get aggressive. He's playing close towards the toilets and may actually be able to find a flank. Blahman needs to clear him, but a clothesline. Glader's head removed from the rest of their body. And this is going to be Idaho's first. Barring any miracles coming through, Audine's and Just Rich with 6 kills combined through 6 rounds. Albeit only 2 deaths between the two either, but I don't think it's really going to matter. This is a difficult retake, but hold up. Audine's has found a first, and Just Rich is on the far side. This would be a good split for them if they could find it.
Oh, but the rat angle right now avoids it. The spray down gives him away, thankfully. Blahman able to recover, finds him, keeps Idaho alive in the situation as There's a defuse, but he's gotten found out by Ghost. And in plain sight, I guess. That's going to be the first for Idaho. Hopefully the first of many as they start to climb up. Glader, I mean, oh no, tripling. This is going to be the third round. If he loses the third round in a row, that he's lost with the Bison, or he wins this and proves to us that, hey, if you don't succeed, you got to just keep trying. And third time's the charm, right?
That's what I was about to say. I was going to say third time's the charm. Might as well go for it. Alter
Yeah,
playing
I mean,
op. Alter playing op. We've seen this before from him up against Montana, and it worked out handedly well. Go over towards long and find the easiest kill of their collegiate career. Flyman just walking across their screen. Now Alter looking for another one as well. Not done over on that side of the map. And Marquette not giving away this mid-control all that easily. And Styx walks through the smoke, though. Alter none the wiser. That's not a wall, my friend. You need to still watch it. Flash over top, but they're still not aware that Bathrooms has been given away. And Marquette has to retreat, and will do so in tow. A double from Keck. No business finding the second. And Idaho now have a 2v4 to come back from.
Look at where, I mean, I'm just kind of curious as what can happen with the Bison here. Ghost picks up the op as well, so they have some room to work with. Even though it is a 2v4, they find some more. There's Glader falling. Third time's the charm. Seems to be not working here. There's the spray down. Good reset coming out. And this is going to be a 1v2, as well, 1v1 as fast as it happens. I thought Styx was still alive, but unfortunately they fall. It's going to be Frosty Knox, a player who we haven't seen too much from just yet. Willing to prove themselves. Just one bullet away, one tap, and you could take down Just Rich, giving yourself another round here.
Difficulties for both sides, though. It's a game of patience for Just Rich and a game of aggression for Frosty Knox. They don't have time to work with here. With the bomb being down, I don't even know if they fully clear out Bathroom now. They cleared for the close corner, not expecting the long haul being occupied. Just Rich does clean up. Marquette pick up a 7th. The Brazil comes through. 7-1.
I mean, I was going to also say that the bomb was down. It was compromised. You're at lower HP. Frosty Knox put up a great fight, but difficult to retake nonetheless. And with this, we go into the next round. Idaho forcing up, buying weaponry through and through, but they don't have as much utility. And as it happens, Alter through the smoke is able to find one. The crosshair placement working out so well in their favor. There's nothing to trade him for. There we go. At least that there's one.
Wheels. Indoors Connector brings another back, so Idaho far from out of this one. 2 versus 3, certainly a possibility, but a challenging subject nonetheless. The question still remains for Marquette is how do they play this one patiently? Obviously, you don't want to over-aggress when you have a man advantage to work with, but you also don't want to give away everything for free. Blahman, at least securing the bomb, will flash over top of long. Nobody even in the general vicinity, but Just Rich is in T-ramp, finds a first, taps Weedles down to 7 health, but he's still alive, looking for another, but with just 7 points of HP. He's not in the greatest of positions.
The bomb is compromised, peeks through long, and I think it's just a matter of time before he runs into one of the other players. Whether it's going to be a retake over, or, I mean, you can't even go B. There's so many angles you need to check and look for. Maybe just playing for your life, seeing if you can find anyone in this moment. And again, I mean, you lose this, it's going to be 8-1.
Seems like B is the call, and as of right now, would be the correct one. Problems for Marquette. Both players are stacking up over towards the A side, and nobody's even in the general vicinity. Alter, in random intervals, is throwing out general utility. But Weedles will get a bomb plant on the B side. It's just a question of how quickly the retake is here. And sound cues are there, so the jump should come through into short. With the bomb going down, well, Alter's directly on the outside of it, waiting towards heaven for the angle, and Marquette do indeed find an 8th, but at a bare minimum, Idaho gets the bomb plant.
The fuse comes out, and so does the spray. 8 rounds up. Marquette is on their way to victory very closely here, especially in this half. They're just very confident. And it just begs the question of what does Idaho do in this situation? I'm always a fan of taking a pause, taking a little bit of a break, and taking a breather. I think I sound like, not even a broken record. At this point, it's just like the same thing every time, because even a broken record has like bumps and shakes, and it's a little bit different each time. But no, just take a time out, take a quick breather. Alter is pushing up so aggressively in mid and just finds you guys. peeking out through the smoke, whether there is one or is not a smoke. You can just run away so easily and so quickly. Glader finally staying away from the Bison, and that's just going to be really difficult for the hot man. Maybe he should have stuck with the Bison. It would have been a funny storyline, but falls nonetheless.
An Alter. Reaction time than anybody, but the flick doesn't land. Keck now having to worry about mid, able to find a refrag. So still 1-for-1 in towards that general direction. Looking for a follow-up, will find a headshot, but not a follow-up finish. Ghost is somehow still alive, but will die from behind. And seeing Weedles, he will fall just in tow. Just Rich again on a quick flank up through connector and around from behind and T-spawn. Costs Idaho yet another.
And I mean, covering their flanks, they throw nades into it. They have utility to combat the issue. It's just, unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize on it. I mean, they throw nades, they throw utility, but it doesn't land on anything. No one gets hit. And the fights that they're taking in connector, the fights that they're trying to have, don't work out for them. But the Deagle and the Dream does. Glader falls. Glader was popping off so much yesterday. It's just unfortunate to see him picking up the M4 instead, but it's Alter with it. Oh, misses the shot. Has to whip out the secondary. Switching to your sidearm is always faster than reloading, as the legend goes and says.
Me when I quote the tip screen while I load into games.
No, Modern Warfare. What do you mean?
Yeah, it says the same thing in CSGO as well. Switching to your secondary is faster than reloading, yeah.
Switching to your soap. Remember, switching to your sidearm is faster than reloading. And it's true.
Yeah. Well, let's
also
see if Idaho
two
can
ops.
make the primary bit of aggression over towards the D side work. First op shot misses, and the op retake is going to be a little bit more challenging, occupying both graffiti and connector. But no, Alter switches out for an M4. Of the two players remaining, I would rather have him with the op in hand. But the nade, though, Ghost just barely avoids it, as does Frosty knocks over towards Monster. Ghost now trying to re-aggress on the walk forward, but Marquette doesn't have the time for this. Ooh. And Just Rich misses a follow-up shot. It's now up to Alter to play this one quickly. I don't know if they've been heard over towards short. Seemingly relatively aware of their position. The first shot lands. Alter with a second as well, and they have a kit just the same. A 1v2 for Alter. And a clutch, seemingly just every day at the office for the man with 23 kills in 11 rounds.
Just being able to push through short and attack them on site. They were playing back sewers, but it just didn't work out. And I assumed that Idaho, with a double peak, was able to just, double peak, right? One player goes down, the trade's there. But I guess Alter, quicker to the draw, he's able to spray them down. And being 9 rounds down at a deficit like this, it's got to be getting into your head. It's got to be stressful. And it's coming down to these clutches, right? This last situation, they were up by players. It was a 2v2, made it a 1v2, and they just weren't able to get that final bit of information, the final piece of the puzzle to win it out. Whether it's raw mechanics or just the positioning of their players, it doesn't work. Is that 3? Is that 3 ops? I thought, I was like, no, that's one of them has got to be a scout, or maybe I'm like not looking at it correctly. Like,
nope.
Well, I mean, if
that is 3 ops on.
I was gonna say, if one doesn't work, you gotta go 3. Gotta go with 3.
I heard more ops equals more kills. That's what the rumors say. Styx just hopping into a walkthrough has retrieved an M4, so they've switched things out. But Ghost still with the op in hand, finding a follow-up kill. Just Rich playing on the site has the opportunity to drop Styx, and he who does not wield the op shall fall to the M4's fate. But the Keck, well, he's smiling from ear to ear now. Ghost finds the kill back. Wait a second. Keck a little overzealous with that one. Ghost now walking out of the site, but he left the bomb. The flash is going to do nothing, and Just Rich is able to reposition.
It's a fake. It's a fake. Don't worry.
I was like, Ghost is going B, but he should be
Ghost?
This is the correct call.
I mean, in a 1v1 situation, I always say rotate, because you plant and then are able to reposition a little bit more. So you have the slight advantage here on T side, because now you can position for the bomb, keep that alive. They're going to be the ones who are attacking. And I just want to say, Ghost, amazing plays here with that op, holding heaven, making sure to peek where he needs to. Still hiding behind graffiti, behind that pillar. See if anyone's coming up. Slow and steady wins the race. Doesn't, I mean, he's not ADS. He's just trying to find him, and he does. Guess you can call him the Phantom Menace. Spooky indeed. Gives them another bit of hope, just a little inch, smidgen, to get them closer to victory on their map pick.
Something brought back at a bare minimum for this Idaho side. And you said slow and steady wins the race. They just figured they'd slow things down to start. They knew they couldn't contend in the earlier stages of a T side on overpass, no matter whether it's their map pick or not. So they figured, well, we'll let them gain a few rounds, give them a false sense of security, and then win a crap ton in and of our own right. But when Just Rich can do that and Styx is early dead, follow-up Nate as well should do a decent bit of damage, and does onto Blawman, down to just 59 points of health. Not an easy way in here for the Idaho walkthrough. They also haven't cleared out Barrel, of which may very well be their downfall. Glader with one, a follow-up from Audeens, almost another onto Ghost, but they run out of ammo in the MP9, but they still want to recontest. They don't care! Audeens with an MP9 uses it like an AK and will retrieve the AK in and of its own right. Marquette, not playing around. They do not want to play Overpass anymore. They want to move to Vertigo, and it looks like they'll do so in quick fashion.
What an amazing play, by the way, in combination with Just Rich and Audeens to kind of almost beat Idaho to push out in that situation. Like, I'm here. I'm the big bad that you need to find. And Audeen, wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding behind barrels. I love seeing the rat spots come out. Unfortunately, Idaho not being able to connect near the end there. The bomb was just down. And at this point, right, you could be Russian. You can rush sites, you can go in, but with how well Idaho is playing and how confidently they spray these players down, it's not going to be too surprising if they take this first half with a storm. Only 2 rounds left.
I was thinking you could be Russian, you could be Ukrainian, you could be American, or in Idaho's case, you could be very much dead. Not looking great. No matter what nationality you identify with, I think an early grave is something everybody can quickly recognize.
Styx.
1v3? Ace clutch?
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility, but it seems as though Glader, I think Glader heard me talking about how he kind of, isn't doing as well in this game. Well, you know what? I gotta prove my point here, because Glader's doing a lot better. Still not leading the charge as much as Alter. I want you to just look at that stat line right now. 27-2-9. 27 kills, 2 assists, 9 deaths, right? KAD in this game? Yeah, okay. Just double checking. That's kind of crazy.
3.0 for all you mathematicians.
27-9 is a great KD. Just popping heads, and through the smoke finds another, finds 2. Needs Keck to help them out near the end. Now it's just gonna be Ghost. I made the reference earlier, but I don't know how much of a menace you could be this time. Still able to find Glader, and it's just going to be 3 against 1. Ace clutch can come out. Unfortunately, it doesn't. That's going to be 13-2.
Wait. You ready for this?
Yes.
3.33 KD with 177 ADR.
What? Man.
I'm no expert, but he seems like a pretty good player.
Maybe.
He's fighted a few frags. Some college should pick him up or something.
Well, I mean, if he it's a repeating decimal, so if he can repeat this on the flip side, it's gonna be GG's for Idaho, as Marquette is just gonna be taking it as a storm, even though it's gonna be a bloody mess here over on site. The dualies are coming out. It almost seems like a little bit of team fire. Needed the one shot to secure. After all of that, after all those shots, just one taps him near the end. That 2v2. That what?
I was about to say that was the best part of it. The Deagles or the dualies finding nothing, and then one tap.
I mean, that's the way of the dualies. I personally love them. I think they're so much fun. Finds some more, but from the back gets traded almost instantaneously. It's hard to see in a 1v1 for it all. It's gonna be Audeens to secure themselves 14 rounds here. That's 2 away from ending it all and taking us over onto Nuke, which is again Marquette's playground.
Also, Audeens, I love you, but Don't swing when there's like 15 seconds on the bomb and a pistol round, and you have the worst pistol.
Nah. Confidence.
I mean,
Confidence is
I
key. Won
love the
them the game.
confidence. Yeah, but like,
Listen.
it shouldn't have.
They were. You know what? I think they heard you. Like, we got to remind Audience how much HP they have left as they find some more. The spray down with the Galil works out so well. They're able to find 2 more. The ump in hands. Tactical. Using it just like a rifle. They're just able to do so much damage here. And the A push goes out. Only 1 player left on site. Never mind. Blawman needs to go for the... I mean, 1 player on site, 1 player left in the game.
Double headshot onto Audience. Casual double dink. No worries, my friend. Looking for more, though, just with the Nova, trying to build up some more cash for the Idaho side. Nova close range. Clothesline's just rich. Looking for another around the bathroom's bracket. The problem is they're being flanked in altar with a Galil. Doesn't die all that often. Still, with above a 3.0 KD. 3.2, again, for all of you mathematicians out there. And Marquette is on to map point. It has been less than 30 minutes. I think it's been less than 20 minutes since we started. I seriously do. I'll get you an exact number in a second.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it hasn't been very
I think
long.
it's been like 27. Didn't we start around 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern?
We started in the general vicinity of it.
Yeah, so it's been about 20 something, 27, 28 minutes.
Yeah.
The game is going by fast, but I think what's going by faster is the way that Marquette just can push in on site with such confidence. They know their lineups, they know their smokes, they're confident as they go. The Deeg 1 tap misses and the bomb gets recovered. Still has the Bison in hand though. This time it's Just Rich picking it up from Glader, so the Bison carries on. And they win by just taking all of them out. Within a matter of seconds, it's 16-2. I want to see the stat line. What did Alter got? 35 and 10. Click the button. Do the math for me.
Oh, the KD?
Yeah, I was about to say 3.5. That's crazy. I'm doing the math myself right now. I'm writing down the score lines because that's 16-2 in 18 rounds, but a 14 round difference going in favor of Marquette. That's kind of crazy. And this is Idaho's pick. Idaho chose to play on Overpass, which gave me a lot of confidence in their play style, right? When I first saw Marquette go on to Nuke after seeing Inferno and Mirage over and over again in the league play, I was like, wow, this is something new. And then Marquette was able to win it so handedly. I was like, oh, wow, this is beyond just new. So when I saw Overpass coming out from Idaho, I was like, hey, props to them. They probably have some strategies, probably have some thought processes. I didn't get to see too much Overpass throughout the entire championship. So, I mean, coming in from a fresh perspective, I thought, hey, there's a lot of possibilities for them to take it handedly, but unfortunately it didn't work out. And now moving on again to Marquette's playground, Nuke. It's going to be tense. It's going to be tough.
It's not the greatest of positions for them to be in, let's put it that way. Nukes looked good for Marquette for 4 semesters. Very scarcely do they lose on the map, and, well, it's a question of whether Idaho can send it to a third, or Marquette do as expected, taking their own map selection and moving themselves on to tomorrow, still alive. We'll find out what happens when we return from a break. Maybe. There we go.
Maybe? Oh.
Marquette with a quick first map victory. They take Overpass about as quick as you can, just nearly at a bare minimum. 16-4, the first map score. They now move up 1-0 and are looking to take their own to send it up 2-0 and themselves to tomorrow. Time to light. Join alongside me is Nerds Corner. And Nerds, our second map is Nuke. Looking a little bit better for Marquette. Just if it wasn't already.
I mean, I haven't really. Okay. We're talking the number 1 seeded team in this tournament. They are the best of the best Connecticut, and Marquette goes up against them. Marquette has DC issues, problems after problems, finally gets into the game. They take it to overtime and they still win. There's so many things stacked against them and they still manage to win. That's crazy to me. And because of that, I'm fairly confident in calling it that Marquette is at least, I mean, they're going to win this. I think you know what? I'll call it. I think Marquette's going to win this. They have practiced this map. They are comfortable here, and they even stole it away from one of the top teams in overtime after coming back from like a 5-round deficit.
You want to know what the round difference was between UConn and Marquette after the regular season? They both played the entire regular season, by the way. Would you like to know what the round difference was?
What was it? Tell me.
There was a difference of 282 rounds. Sorry, between the two teams. UConn was 21-7. Marquette was 11-19. UConn was plus 210. Marquette was minus 72.
And Marquette took that away on Nuke, of all maps.
You know,
they are comfortable on this map.
You ready? Okay. So here's how everything's gonna go over the next couple days. So RIT is gonna play Marquette tomorrow, and Marquette's gonna barely win for the sole reason of the map pool. Okay.
Okay.
Did I say Marquette's gonna win, or is it RIT's gonna win?
Marquette's gonna win.
Okay, good. Marquette's gonna win. Then Villanova is gonna play UConn, and Nova's gonna win because of map pool. UConn versus Marquette. UConn wins. UConn beats Villanova in the grand finals.
All right. We'll have to see. We'll have to see it down the line. We'll have to see it, but let's just we'll have to see the gameplay. We're gonna get right into it on Nuke.
You can't even see the game. You still did it properly. Well done.
Thank you. I do call myself a caster. Yes. Just like these teams call themselves good on this map, as it seems like Marquette is just running it in on T side here. They have 4 players left alive, and they've taken A practically for free. They've covered every corner. Finds one more. Sticks goes down. That's gonna be a 2-player retake here for Idaho.
Down to Frosty, and Frosty's dead. Yeah. The only way that could have looked more dominant is not dying early off the back of a nade and not allowing them a refrag. That's a dangerous start for Marquette.
For Marquette?
Yeah, they're dangerous.
Yeah. Very dangerous indeed. They just ran in there. I mean, it seems like they're making such little in terms of mistakes. Although Blawman coming out with a scout, I don't know if they expected that right off the bat. So because of that, they just run out so bold, unafraid at all of any damage they could be taking outside. Still, the push works out. The Galil works. A really nice little powerhouse here in the early rounds. Finding one more. I think he ended up shooting. He almost shot one of his teammates just out of panic and reflex. But it is going to be 2 players left alive, and they don't have the scout. They don't have anything in their hands. So just USPs, just those pistols. Still really powerful. But going up against it's a variety here. We got basically the whole shop available. The AK, Bison, Deagle, the Dream.
Oh, and Keck just dropping Frosty.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and the knife.
Later.
Wheels didn't have his headset on. Oh my. Okay. If that round doesn't sum up this series, I don't know what will.
I mean, yeah. just the confidence displayed for Marquette here. They're on T side. They need to push in, and they know that. So they do exactly that. They push every angle, unafraid, but the Mag 7 up close finds nothing as the spray down works out so well. The headshot. Alter finding 2. Audience finding 2 as well. And they even have Alter already up in heaven so quickly on this site. Blawman's only able to find 1 until he falls, practicing some recoil control as Marquette is just like, I think my brain kind of just melded into one because I was trying to say comfortable and confident at the same time, and I just invented a new word. Just they have everything right now. Comfortable?
Comfortable.
Comfortable. They just are comfortable.
I like to say a team is gooder, sarcastically, because I know it's not a word, but the fact that they're just doing so much better is kind of scary. Glader, lucky to be alive. Keck and Just Rich aren't. A Ghost outside, a double with the op. That's almost the entire round over already. Oh, Dean's down a 1 versus 2. What a flick. Almost hit the foot of Ghost. Barely, very narrowly.
Giving him a pedicure.
Finding that one. Yeah, honestly. You've heard of giving him a haircut. I'm looking for somebody to just barely miss somebody's like trigger finger and say giving him a manicure now. That's a new one.
Giving him, I said giving him a pedicure because I heard someone say giving him a haircut with how much they hit them in the head. Well, speaking of landing those headshots, it works out. Idaho, they've been hearing us just ogle at Marquette and their glory, and they're like, no, we have this too. We're here to play, and they brought it back for a round, hopefully giving them some room to work with. That being said, Marquette, I guess maybe it's their overconfidence kind of that bit them in the foot as they were just running outside. They weren't worried about it. The 2 op shots going off, and I think they'll be a little bit more cautious now. At least that's my optimism speaking. A rat spot works out for a Blawman as he's able to find it with a shotgun. Fortunately, not gonna find a second.
Good setup for Marquette as well, considering their current whereabouts. They occupy secret outside and now want to try and take mini if they can. Timing getting the better of Sticks as well. And Keck one-tapping wheels down below. That may very well be the round. And Just Rich tapping away at Frosty Knox. And ice cold the shots through. And somehow he survives Glader's spray. Because the PP Bison only hits the opponents.
I mean, this is the second time we've seen Glader with the PP Bison. A part of me starting to wonder if it's just like the signature, the cherry on top of like the storyline. Glader always running it down with it. And I mean, you're on T side, so run and gun works out so much more. Also doing all the lineups right now for Marquette. Trades are there in numbers, not in spirit. Make it in the spirit as they finally get justice for their fallen team members, and Sticks goes down.
Still Marquette with some holds though, and yeah, they still control most of the map as per usual. But how does Idaho rotate around this? They obviously still hold ramp, as we can see. They try to hold over towards A and outside, both from heaven and hell at the same time. But they're basically relinquishing all B control and have no idea they've already done so. This is an odd position for them to be in. Glader trying to rotate outside. The flash lands, but Glader swings a little too early, so it flashes themselves, and Blawman able to readjust off the back of it. And that's something that Idaho can now start to rotate with.
Marquette, I mean, they have the player's advantage here, and you're talking about the rotations and stuff. Makes me wonder like what they're thinking right now. Getting caught off guard in the open. The spray down's there. Flashes. Doesn't find anything just yet. The duel goes out. They try to get the trade, but it doesn't work. There's the bomb for Marquette as it falls. Still 3v3, low HP for Ghosts. Manages to even it out. Blawman. I mean, they're positioning that there's a crossfire versus a swarm. Which one's gonna work out? Depends on how well they can isolate these 1v1s hiding behind vents near Squeaky. Peeks on heaven. The squeeze works, but the rat angle's there, making a 1v1 situation. Marquette's trying to continue their dominance. The Squeaky, the door, you know, it's in the name, squeaks, but it does not deter Idaho. They know it could be a rat spot, and it's gonna be another round up for them. The deficit's slowly starting to bridge. the gap's going to be closing soon.
Idaho bringing at least something back. The problem is they've done so with such little weaponry allowed. Look at their money. It's basically gone. Ghost is going to pick up an op. That's the best case scenario for them. And they'll recycle, I believe, an M4. So maybe cash they could have left over. But Marquette now looking to rush straight in. The problem is they're walking straight into the Mag 7. We've seen shotguns run before. The flash lands, though, and nobody could see a thing. Just Rich does find a refrag, finally. It looked like a staring contest on the A site, one that finally Marquette comes out on top of. And a 4v4. Glader switch out for the P90 because why not? And a post plant here for Marquette.
Well, I mean, if one doesn't work, you got to go with another. They trickle down of heaven, but it seems like Just Rich is right under there. Confidently awaiting. He's hiding in the calm before the storm, picking up a weapon. Audience just sprays through, tries to find Frosty, but I believe Frosty is just gonna be chilling behind. I mean, it's in the name, Frosty. Hides behind the box, tries to get a little bit more space between the two of them, but it seems as though the swarm is going out. Beep, 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 beep. Stay alive! Stay alive!
Knife him!
Shoot SWAT knife!
Boo! Boo!
What do you... Boo. I mean, it's in the name, right? Isn't that a call out called headshot?
I just call it red box. I think headshot is on top of the box on the railing.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I was about to make a joke like, oh, isn't it called headshot? That's what you got to go for there. But regardless, I guess my
What? Okay, Audience. No, that's not fair.
You got that blind. You got that blind headshot.
No, he was,
I mean,
it wasn't even blind. It was just the fact that he just domed him casually. That was gross.
You might be calling it gross, but it looks like Marquette's playing fairly clean here. No one's gone down just yet, and it's going to be a 1v5 retake. And I think he has a dig, right? I mean, all resting on that little hand cannon. Good luck. Oh, he's able to find the one. He's at 4 HP.
Yeah, a strong breeze would blow him over. I mean, the nuclear radiation alone is probably enough to bleed him away, but no, it wasn't kill. Feels bad.
He's able to just use their secondaries there, get a little bit extra damage done. But yeah, Marquette is again asserting their dominance here. Coming back, they lost 2 rounds. They're like, we can't let Idaho continue on like this. We got to do something against it. And so they do. The classic nade gets punished this time. Glader over aggressing. Thankfully, they're able to find him. Spray reset works out as well. Just want to mention the FAMAS. Using the FAMAS this time. Best little burst rifle there is. Honestly, I haven't used the FAMAS in so long.
Be lucky if you find kills with the FAMAS, because it's a terrible weapon and should never be utilized.
I mean, they found a couple here.
Those are anomalies, statistical outliers. Get it out of here. Replace the
They
gun.
can't be counted.
Yep.
Not in my stats class. Not in my stats class.
Nope. Alter with the op, however, one of the better weapons in first-person shooters, much less Counter-Strike itself. Now looking for a follow-up. Sticks, however, playing on the CT vent, finds the return kill, and the spray down almost lands on the Alter, actually, but they just have to back away. 45 seconds left. What do you do if you're Alter? Do you still try and go for it? I mean, it's a 1v3, certainly it's possible, but do you even want to try for it? Shot 4th time's the charm. Now down to 5 HP, and there's still 35 seconds left. This round's far from over. That shot landed. Sticks is on 14 points of health, because why not? Alter only has 5 bullets per magazine, but doesn't want to give this up just yet. That Molotov would have killed Sticks, but Sticks fortunately gets away with their life. I don't think Alter's expecting Weedles to still be there. So close, yet so far in the 1v3.
I don't know if you meant rhetorically what you do there, but my thought process is it's game time, especially because Marquette does have the advantage here.
Yeah.
But good on him. They stuck it out. I mean, I come from a different first-person shooter, so my brain's always like, I mean, you could save. It's not the worst thing in the world. Especially in CS, you have a lot more rounds when it comes down to it. you have a little bit of room to work with, especially because Marquette's up right now. And leaving Alter with an op is kind of nutty. I mean, it's really useful for them. But they could do just the same on AKs, I guess. They swarm them, take them all down.
Well, I'm in with a scout outside. Its AK is available, a single one at least, for sticks with an op on Ghost, but I think this would be the Jame time call, especially with sticks dying there. Maybe you send in the scout, but you cannot afford to give away this op. There's really no reason for it either. There's not like a small risk of, oh, we may win the round. It's not going to happen. Blahman, barring miracles with the lesser of the two snipers, one of which will not be found, well, it's not going to happen. And now Ghost in 1v4 is just trying to save in CT, but they're trying to wait till there's a forklift, and they'll be lucky if they get out of this one alive, considering how close Marquette is to surrounding him. Clean double, though. And now Marquette needs to measure themselves. They don't have all that much cash on their own side. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
or just, they can all die.
They're just trying to get rid of that eight. They just don't want him to have the op. They really don't want him to have that op, clearly. Keck being the only one left alive there. Okay, in all my hours of CS, I've never had to do this, so I've never had to ask. You can drop a defuse kit, right?
No.
Okay, so you can't. I was 99% sure you can't, because I swore I've tried it before. But I was like, you can't drop a defuse kit.
Well, okay, technically you can. You just have to die. Yeah.
Makes sense perfectly. I was gonna say, because the scout player didn't have a defuse kit, it was going to be Ghost with one, so it makes it a little bit more difficult if you send a scout in for the defuse. That being said, I get to see why that op should not be left in his hands, why they were fighting so hard to take it away from Ghost.
Quick finish from Marquette. They will remove the op from Ghost just a little bit too late. And a quick finish for Marquette's. Glader's just holding W as well with that PP Bison in hand.
The Bison.
I love it. I honestly love it. Big fan.
A huge fan. I mean, can I get a signature, please? I really, really love your stuff. And I mean, it seems as though he's sticking with it. And if there's anything I know, you gotta stick with what works. It seems to be working so well for them. Although the shotgun plays, the Nova finds two. Did he find two outside? It's still the run and gun that works in favor of Glader, though. On top of Silo, Marshmallow, my favorite one. You got that from such an angle. Finds two. What? And I mean, it's a 1v1 situation. Dude, how did you get that from that angle?
Well, you didn't hear patch notes. Nova's now a sniper, and Blahman now has an AK to work with. Just Rich, 1 versus 1. 23 health for Blahman, though. A well-placed breeze again. Just one shot from death, and yeah, you weren't winning that one, unfortunately, Blahman.
The best flash. The best flash there is, the USP. Unfortunately, though, in all the hilarity that ensued there, I mean, it's a shotgun of the sniper of the West, I guess. Getting those shots, rather impressive value, gives them a decent amount of money going into this next round. But against Marquette's confidence here, they also have money. They also have firepower. It's fairly even in terms of just raw, like how much money they have, the economy.
For a second, I thought Weedles was a T side, but no, I looked down his name. He was not indeed on Marquette. Alter outside, though. This is a lot of real estate for Marquette, and yeah, they're happy to just take it. Also dropping down the headshot hold, and Idaho just doesn't have a defensive side. No beating around the bush. Idaho's defense has just seemed maybe in a different tournament. Maybe they left it at home in their other pants, possibly. But I mean, Weedles isn't a 1 versus 3. It's a 1vx for like the 45th time in just about as many rounds. We haven't played that many rounds, which is also scary, by the way. But 13 in this map, 20 in the last. We've played 33 rounds, and we're almost done the second half.
It was 18 last map. It wasn't even 20.
It was 16-4.
It's 16-2. What?
Oh, yeah, it was 16-2. No, I'm just stupid. I was thinking back to our previous series. My bad.
No, you're good.
My
You're good. I was
bad.
like, wait, I just got worried because I was like, my notes are wrong. Oh no. Oh, but 18 rounds. They played only 18. So far we're on what?
Okay.
I couldn't even do the math now. That they just were spraying each other down, giving each other a hug. The flash is there, avoids it, plays anti, gets the one. At least now it's a 2v2. Although we see the P90 go out.
Heavy sigh. That's all I've got for you. Heavy sigh.
That's it. Best casting NA, honestly. I love to hear it, but I agree. It's kind of like, what do you do in this situation? They're winning with like slightly worse weaponry. They're winning with Bisons and P90s, and now they've just won another round. They took it down to a 1v1, down to the wire, but if you can't walk the wire, how are you gonna play?
I'm seriously scared. If I'm Idaho right now, I'm seriously scared. I honestly would have been for a little while now, but a CT side that barely exists, a T side that didn't in our previous map, and 95 opening kills in a row for Marquette, going back a couple of years now. It's a little scary. Styx didn't even have the opportunity to drop down the second player, and oh my goodness, timing. Glader has the best timing in North America with a PP Bison, no less. He's going to go up towards heaven, and fairly quickly so. And there's nothing that Frosty can do about it. They will look up, and Alter's going to find... Oh, wait, actually, Alter only finds one. Now looking for a second. Glader up to help his teammate, and the running gun with PP Bison. Because, okay.
Yeah, why not?
I'm starting to not like this guy.
Molly's himself to a certain dominance SP push in. I mean... Got a shotgun in the works. I think it's the XM, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless of what weapon he had there, going up against rifles, it's just 13. Why did I say 13? 3-12. I guess the bamboozlement is not only for the teams, but also for the casters, because my math just completely shut down as it's 12-3 in Marquette's favor. 12-3.
I don't think it's going to get any better.
It was 13-2 previously for Marquette.
Well, piss around for Marquette's defense, and Audine's casually here with a set of dualies, because, yeah, this...
Yeah, gets a three-piece. Gets a three-piece for the road. I mean, he's building up that stat tracker, obviously, hence, whipping out the beautiful skins. It's Blawman with a deagle just hiding back. I mean, what are you gonna do in this situation? He's just chilling. He's just chilling. He's in CT spawn. I've never seen this part of the map. What?
You haven't?
I have literally in all my time of playing CS, I've never gone back there.
This is, hold up, this is one of the two places. Why did my side switch? What the heck? Okay, hold up.
What?
Okay, hold up. This is one of the two places. There's that, and then there's back
I've
here.
never been back there. I've never needed to. No one has. There's no lineups there. There's nothing to be gained from me.
You want to see some parts of Nuke you haven't seen before? Here, we're gonna sit here
sure.
while I run some commands. Hold up.
Oh, okay.
Exec.
We have 30 seconds left, I guess.
Underscore main. Exec nuke. Underscore nuke. Okay. Okay.
I was just gonna say
I have things set up.
All right. I was gonna say Blawman. I mean, we have 30 seconds. Either they find him or they don't. They end up finding him. It's now 13-3 as my mind gets blown. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
If it's gonna work. Oh no!
Ooh.
Hold up. Let's see if I can fix the stream deck.
It's no worky, but you know what? I kind of
Here we go.
I kind of feel the same about one of these teams right now, as Marquette seems to just be dominating. I don't even know what other word to say. What? The water effect stayed. Wait, why did the water effect stay on the actual gameplay? Counter-Strike, I guess, works out as Marquette just runs it down. They're 2 rounds from winning. We get to see the reason Nuke is called Nuke. and the effect stays the same. Beautiful observing as always. I'm surprised that River isn't running red right now with how much of a massacre Marquette is going on. 14-3. I mean, it was 16-2 last game. They want to at least, 16-3. They want to repeat history, as it seems. Seen Blawman do some crazy stuff with the Deagle, but unfortunately not able to finish it off clutch out in the end. The Deagle duel goes out, and it's going to be going in favor of Marquette's.
What?
Tippity tap.
Weedle's got the bomb down, so at a bare minimum, Idaho now has time in their favor. But timing for Glader, because, why not? He just walks in and finds a follow-up kill. 3v3, low HP for Just Rich after that early engagement. Molotov to try and break down the door, but they don't actually push through it. They are fairly isolated to this lobby side. They'll look to go in through Hut and around towards Squeaky just the same. But with Just Rich falling, it's down to a 2 versus 1. The XM, however, not done with this round just yet. Keck seeing him in towards CT, and without the suppressor on the M4A1, no longer the S, it doesn't matter. Marquette with 15 and with 12 match points.
And I through the league matches, I think me and you have already casted Idaho in the past. I have said this time and time again. I like seeing teams that might have a little bit worse off at the beginning, and I want to see them grow in the league. These are the championships, the big dogs. So it's more of like I'm excited for their future. Every loss is a position for them to try and win and hopefully persevere through it. But Marquette just seems to have a little bit more confidence right now. And also with the auto sniper coming out, I don't even understand.
Well, that's it.
16-3.
Super close game.
5-23. It's 5-24. 24 rounds to 5. 29 rounds played, 32. Not even 30. 32?
32 to 5.
Okay.
We go to 16 in Counter-Strike. And even then, it would have been 26.
It's been a day. It's been a day. It's been more than just a day. It's been a very interesting series. It goes so fast that my brain just can't compete with it. 32 to 5. That's 37 rounds then instead. I even have a pen and paper, and I'm still getting this wrong. I mean, I guess it just goes to show the glasses aren't everything, right? But still, 37 rounds to 32. That is, in 37 rounds, 32 of them won by Marquette, with a 5 rounds for Idaho with a... I don't even need to keep looking at my paper. It's an absolute massacre here as Marquette dominates once more, and they prove why they need to be moving on in this bracket in the league. As for Idaho, I've said this time and time again, I want to see you guys improve. I'm always an optimist in terms of teams. I think that the storylines are a lot richer when the underdogs come up, when they learn from their mistakes and persevere through it. So hats off to you guys for playing it out, especially after Overpass and on to Nuke.
It looks like we may get an interview here with Miggs, who surprisingly didn't even show up to the game, but he wants to have a conversation, so we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Sure.
Yeah, Miggs, he wasn't here. I don't know. We're gonna take a quick break. I swear it's gonna be like a minute and a half. We'll be right back with our interview and the culmination of our show. Dual victory for Marquette, 16-2, 16-3 between what Inferno and Nuke. Not Inferno. What was it?
Overpass.
Us.
Overpass and Nuke. Thank
Overpass.
you. I don't know why I thought it was Inferno. I've seen that twice today. Anywho, Todd Light, Nerds Corner. Over there is Migs. Migs didn't play today. Migs, why didn't you play today?
I'm at work, and so the original intent was to play today, but the first game that I work for Bucks Gaming, and they're in a tournament right now. They lost their first game, so they had another game at 8:45 Eastern. So by the time they were done, the second map was already started. So yeah, yeah, but they won that one. So
Hey.
At least it was somewhat worth it. Like
yeah,
that would have been like really annoying.
oh, I'm gonna be here tomorrow too now. So, but I will be playing tomorrow.
Yay! By the way, 1 o'clock tomorrow, they play RIT. If you're leaving in the next 2 seconds, 1 p.m. Eastern, watch them and me.
Yeah. Please come on by. So on Overpass, right? There was a moment I'm pretty sure you guys, there was a moment where you lost a round there. Were you feeling at all a little bit uncomfortable for your team? Did you tell like DM real quick, like, hey, what are y'all doing right now on Overpass?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching them on the side, and like I was over. There's like a little sitting area over there that I was working at, but I had to stream up on my phone on the side, and I saw him lose around. I'm like, yo, okay, maybe we're being a little too aggressive here, guys. Like I know we're confident. I know we're feeling good, but let's reel it in here. Let's not get it out of hand. I didn't tell them that. I just kind of let them play. But like in my mind, I'm like, don't let that happen. Like we're not like don't let them come back. But they cleaned it up. There were a couple of really close rounds. I was a couple 1v1s altered with the 1v2 I saw. So I mean, came clutch when they needed it, but otherwise pretty dominant on Overpass.
I mean, generally it was a fairly cut and dry series, like in terms of the stats, 32-5. So on Nuke, just a more general question for Nuke. Can you give me at least like one tip trick why you guys are so dominant? Like how do you guys play so well on that map?
I think a lot of it is just how I think a lot of it comes down to experience on the map. Nuke has been our map for 2 seasons of EGF and for even longer. This roster, the main roster from Marquette has been together for 4 years now. We're all graduating in 2 weeks. And
Congrats.
thank you.
To cast Migs
But
anymore yet? What?
okay, well maybe I'll be casting alongside you instead.
Yay!
Yeah, do it.
But no, so we've been together for 4 years, and so Nuke has always been our strong suit. So coming into EGF last year, like we knew that hey, Nuke is like really good for us. So let's like make sure that's one of our staple maps, especially in a best of 2 setting where teams can only ban 2 maps, and a lot of the times, they just want to get maps that they don't like, which a lot of the time is maps like well, I guess not in this league, but like Vertigo. A lot of teams will ban Overpass. A lot of now Anubis, Ancient. So and as people know, we like playing those like not substandard maps, but we don't play pug maps. We don't like Mirage. We don't like Inferno. We love all the other maps, and we play Mirage Inferno in this league this season because we're playing with subs, and that's the maps that they know. But our main roster loves the other maps. So yeah.
And I think the main notion for you guys, since I've been casting you, which was what, October of 2021, 2021 November, something along those lines.
Yeah.
You guys have consistently played dominantly on those maps as well. So you've never had a reason to say, oh, let's 100% prep Inferno, because A, you kind of ban Inferno a little bit more often than not. Thank God, by the way, you guys are awesome. These guys play Inferno too much. And the other notion is always catching a team off guard. Talk to me before we move on to lower semis tomorrow about how that making people uncomfortable, but in a Counter-Strike setting, works in your favor.
I think a lot of it comes down to just the fact that we do well in a team play environment. Because we've been together for so long, we have strats, we have setups, we have defaults that have been in place for years, and it's always worked for us. And and in this league, it's been very successful. So when we are playing on those type of maps, and we're able to use those, and granted, a couple teams are aim really well, and we have to change our play style a bit, aka Yukon and Nova. Like then we're able to change it up, but against teams that aren't able to counter our aggression, and it's all calculated aggression. It's so, but I think just being able to play on those maps that people aren't as comfortable on isn't because they're uncomfortable on it, but it's just more because we are so familiar with how we play on it. It's a very tough for teams to adjust to it, and when they do adjust, we can just change our game because we're able to just change the tempo that we play at just on a whim, and that's because we've played together for so long that we just understand each other that well. So yeah.
Team chemistry, the melding together. Love to see it. Nerds, before we close things out, anything else from you?
I might not be able to cast you guys for the rest of the championships, but not only do I wish you guys the best of luck, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I want to see what you could do, especially if you're gonna be playing tomorrow. You guys going up against Connecticut, that was a really tough matchup for you guys, and you won on Nuke, mind you. After it was like 3 or like used up all of your timeouts, all 4 of them, and then Connecticut timed out. You guys used the timeout. I don't know if Time to Light, if you saw this. Connecticut used the timeout to like rethink some of their strategy after going on a hot streak. But it seemed as though Marquette, they were able to use the timeout as well. And they came back from a deficit from, I think it was like 14-9. Yeah, I was about to say it's like 14-9. They came back up and won it overtime. 19-17. I'm looking for my notes right now. Thank you. 19-17, they won. And that was, I mean, interesting year, but also interesting stat line there. It just, I want to see it. I love seeing the storylines. I watched you guys a lot through the league, and good luck, best of luck in the rest of the series. So it's all from me. How about you, Time to Light?
I would say just final thought from you on this matchup. I mean, he said it, 32-5. Idaho's out. Montana's now out as well, courtesy of RIT. Yeah, 32-5. Quick finish. Any final thoughts from you before we move on to tomorrow?
From me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think going into tomorrow, we're just confident. Against RIT, I know we're playing RIT. They've kind of had our number. That's because we haven't really had our full roster. And going into tomorrow, we're gonna have a roster of myself, Alter, Prod, Glader, and probably AKEC, maybe Ace, just depending on the map. Obviously, we have our rotating roster as always. But that's 4 out of the 5 of our roster, and that is something that we haven't had against RIT in the past few games, where we've only had 2 starters. So going into tomorrow, we're confident, and then going into Sunday, we're gonna have our full roster. So Nova, Yukon, you guys better be ready, because we're actually gonna be at full strength, and at full strength, Marquette can beat any team in this league.
Oh,
I said it. I said it. Marquette's winning tomorrow. I don't know about Sunday. Villanova and UConn's looked really good, but only time will tell. Migs, thank you very much for joining us. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to give out?
Yeah, shout out to any of the Marquette esports people that have been watching. Shout out to my teammates. They played well today. I know AKEC came in on short notice because of me having to stay at work. So he did really well tonight, and so shout out to him. We might be seeing more from him. We're gonna be figuring that out. But he did really well tonight. Everybody did really well tonight. And I'm really excited going forward. So it should be a fun weekend.
Well, Migs, a fun weekend for the team, and hopefully a fun weekend for you. Good luck to the Bucks, and good luck to you tomorrow. I should be seeing more of you, my friend, especially in the server. And again, congrats on the victory, even though you didn't play.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Alrighty. Well, nerds, before we exit stage left, or broadcast left, or whichever way the stinger comes from, I think it's that way. So broadcast left? Yeah, it is broadcast left. Yeah.
all right.
Any final thoughts from you?
Well, I mean, as you saw by my little plane, this flew by, honestly, so quickly. It's a very dominant matchup against, I mean, Marquette. They haven't played in their full force, and even with 2 of their players, 2 of their starters being here today, it gives me a little bit more confidence for their future. And Idaho, again, beyond even a broken record, I just wish you guys the best of luck. Hats off to you guys. Props for playing it out and sticking it out. And hopefully, every loss is a little bit of room to work with, room to grow, and hopefully you guys can take that to heart. And I want to see the improvement, especially with summer coming by. You gotta grind a little bit of rank, maybe play a bit more face it, have some get into some tough and rough situations, and hopefully when we see you come back, we'll see you guys coming back in full force, swinging and not missing.
Well, after 2 days of league championships, we've said goodbye to 3 teams. DePaul, by default, unfortunately not able to field a team for the weekend. Montana, just before this series, losing to RIT 2-0. And now Idaho, our technically kind of 5th place team, depending on how you rank DePaul, after having to leave in early succession. Either way, it's a quick exit for all 3 of those squads, but the weekend is just starting. We got 2 matches tomorrow, 2 matches on Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern, Marquette and RIT, to really set the stage for the rest of this bracket to come. See you tomorrow.